those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Another Trial. Captain America's prosecution is not a simple legal event in essence. It is a very profound political event. The decisive factor in the whole event is not the court's verdict. It is whether the White House, Congress, the Pentagon and S.H.I.E.L.D. can reach a suitable balance. If the four parties cannot reach a suitable and mutually recognized result, this trial will be endlessly extended. The important factor that will eventually affect the direction of the four parties is public opinion. Although ordinary people have weak individual abilities, they are the cornerstone of the entire society. Whether it is a superhero or a government, if it is separated from the people, it is equivalent to vegetation that has lost its growing soil and will soon wither. The direction of public opinion will completely determine the final outcome of this event. A large part of the reason for reducing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget is the constant urgency from the military and some problems that S.H.I.E.L.D. itself has. Among them, the constant pressure from the military is the key factor. When there are people, there will be struggles, and when there are struggles, it is easy to split into two factions. It turns out that when Nick Fury was there, he had various ways to get enough budget. Perhaps a considerable part of the means were not so fair and above board, which also made the military itch. You know, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., the National Strategic Science Bureau, was an organization under the jurisdiction of the U.S. military. Until 1955, they had tracked according to the military's mood. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. has fully grown into an important armed force of the country and can compete with the military. This made the generals in the Pentagon very dissatisfied. Politics is a very profound and complex subject. It involves countless conspiracies, compromises, negotiations, exchanges and so on. It is difficult for outsiders to know how serious the division of power in the political map of a superpower is. Because the separation of powers in the U.S. political structure, that is, the judicial power, legislative power, and executive power are not owned by each other. This has caused the country to be unified in the form of an interest union, that is, the federal government. In the face of a large interest relationship, that is, the integrity of the U.S. national sovereignty and the national territorial security, under this premise, the entire country is divided into countless small interest groups and factions. Washington fought the War of Independence and established the United States. However, the United States did not achieve true unification. The laws and interests of each state were different. The federal government at that time was just an unstable interest union. It was not until Lincoln's Civil War that the interest factions in the entire country were completely united by war. This is how the modern American government and the distribution of power were constructed. In fact, to this day, each state in the United States has its own laws. These laws do not violate the national constitution, but they also add the state's own demands. This is incredible in a unified country. There are many different laws in a country. For example, it is legal to use a certain gun in a certain state, but it is illegal to take this gun to the next state. The police will arrest you and you may even face jail time. Such legal disputes are common problems in the United States. Some cars are legal here, but illegal there. Some drugs can only be purchased in a certain state because they cannot be purchased in other states. Even the implementation of marriage laws in different states is different. For example, the leader of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, does not necessarily ignore the White House. In Hoover's era, the FBI's arbitrary illegal arrest and detention of others was not news at all. It was even common to interrogate certain officials by illegal means. Because of the independence of power and the lack of sufficient supervision, it is not an exaggeration to say that the FBI of that era was lawless. Even President Roosevelt, who was famous in American history, could not say anything when he met Hoover, the boss of the FBI. And it was precisely because of this situation that Roosevelt established an institution to confront it. That is, the CIA. In addition to providing an extra pair of eyes and ears for the government, the most important function of the CIA is to decentralize power from the FBI. The former FBI was responsible for domestic and foreign intelligence, and Hoover was awe-inspiring because of this. But the emergence of the CIA directly took away half of the power. Simply put, the government established a role that played against the FBI, causing the FBI and the CIA to fight each other. Since the establishment of the CIA, The dirty tricks between the FBI and the CIA have occurred many times. So simply put, the most important thing in politics is balance. The balance among various factions, various rights, and various interests. It may sound like a confusing statement, but maintaining stability is the first demand of the United States. Only under the premise of stability can the U.S. government do other things. For example, there is a relationship of checks and balances between Congress and the White House. The military is the most important violent organ of the country. Especially the U.S. military, which occupies the highest military expenditure in the world, has no power to check it. Any politician knows that in the struggle for power, he can lose to other parties. But he must not let the military come to power. Because the military's coming to power means that politicians have to hand over all their power and are powerless to resist. So when Howard Stark promoted SHIELD in 1955, Congress and the President agreed to this plan. SHIELD directly tore a large piece of flesh and blood from the U.S. military as its own nourishment. For this reason, the military has been in pain for more than 20 years, and it is still in pain now. The existence of SHIELD ensures that the U.S. government has a trump card to restrain the military when necessary. However, because the previous director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, was too strong. He even had a tendency to suppress the military. His speeches about external threats. To be honest, Congress and the White House don't really want to listen. Because they can't even handle things on Earth, how can they have so much time to care about things outside space? So it's only a matter of time before Nick Fury is removed from office by the government. If he makes any small mistake, people will seize it and make a fuss about it. Because for the government, balance is the most important thing. The Captain America case in New York caused a sensation among thousands of people. But in Washington, another trial was conducted quietly. This was the trial of Nick Fury by the Security Council. The charge was dereliction of duty. Nick needs to take the responsibility for the fall of SHIELD, which was decided internally. The 3 members of the Security Council were in charge of the interrogation. It would be better to say that they came directly to pronounce the verdict rather than to interrogate. Nick Fury, regarding your dereliction of duty that led to the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and your repeated overstepping of authority without informing the Security Council, this council has decided to strip Nick Fury of all his duties again, and you must bear the unshirkable responsibility for the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The member responsible for reading the verdict read aloud from the manuscript. In this regard, I pronounce the verdict. Nick Fury will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you have any objections to this verdict? Nick Fury stood in the middle of the room and said nothing, but stared at the member with a look that was very uncomfortable. Nick must be taken down and locked up. This was the unanimous opinion of the Security Council. Under Nick's leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost his one-man show. The Security Council could not intervene at all, and there was no place to strangle except a budget, which made many people inside feel unhappy. Especially when Nick was arrested that day, there were even agents who wanted to prevent Nick from being arrested. This incident has shown that Nick's existence has seriously shaken the authority of the Security Council. So Nick went to jail, and all the agents who wanted to prevent him from being arrested were expelled from the S.H.I.E.L.D. The commissioner felt very uncomfortable when Nick stared at him, so he could only wave his hand and signal the guard to take Nick away. Now that the matter was dealt with, he didn't want to see Nick again. But before Nick Fury left, he left a meaningful sentence: "The threat never stops." Lee G didn't care much about the progress of Captain Rogers' case, because he knew that this matter would not end so easily. He would support him in comics and the media and help him hype up the matter. Speaking of which, he just found a new colleague for him. Lee G shook his head when he thought of this. He picked up the phone and called Katie. The disbandment of the mutant school should be a big blow to Katie. As a friend, Lee G felt that he needed to comfort her. "Katie, how are you doing recently? I heard recently that Xavier's school for gifted people was closed." The phone was connected. Lee G asked with concern. "It's okay, at least I made a lot of friends there. Although the school is closed, at least I have many new goals." Katie's voice didn't sound depressed, which made Lee G feel good. "You sound good. Do you have time tonight? I can treat you to dinner." Lee G invited. But Katie on the phone was a little hesitant. Oh, actually, I haven't been in New York recently." "Huh? My classmates and I went out to travel to relax. Because of the disbandment of the school." Lee G's intuition told him that Katie was hiding something. "You are going out to travel now?" Is it a little dangerous? Luigi remembered that he told Katie in The Identity of Nightwalker that the situation of mutants is a little dangerous now. This little girl is so careless to go out to play? Don't worry, we have a lot of companions. Katie said quickly. It is precisely because you have a lot of companions that it is more dangerous. Luigi wanted to say something, but Katie said hurriedly, we are going to start preparing for the barbecue party at noon. Jason, I will call you later. Goodbye. Katie hung up the phone in a hurry. Luigi always felt that Katie seemed to have some problems and was hiding something. In fact, Katie was indeed hiding something. For example, it was true that she and her companions went out for a trip, but it was not for relaxation, and the place they went out was a bit far away. She was now in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the famous city of God. And now she and Iceman Bob were going to meet an important person. Someone who could help these young people realize their unrealistic ideals. A senior from Xavier's School for Gifted People, and also the richest man in Brazil and even South America, Roberto Schita, known as Sunspot. Chapter 377 The World of the Rich. Roberto Schita. Alpha-level mutant. Nicknamed Sunspot, his ability is the same as his nickname. He can transform his body into a high magnetic state similar to the movement of sunspots. By heating the surroundings with ultra-high magnetic field movement, he can easily raise the temperature around him to the level of the surface of the sun. He can also fuse and burn the hydrogen and oxygen elements in the air around him. In other words, he can create flames out of thin air. Because what he burns is not a simple combustible solid, but a direct fusion reaction of atoms. Just like what the sun itself does constantly. The temperature of the flame created by Roberto can easily reach the temperature of the surface of the sun, which is a high temperature of more than 6,000 degrees. This terrible high temperature is enough to vaporize most of the metals known on Earth in an instant. However, Roberto is not a person obsessed with power. Professor Charles and Dr. Hank have repeatedly stated that if he can be more diligent, he can do more than just the fusion and combustion of hydrogen and oxygen elements. He can even master more fusion methods, even various inert elements. If Roberto continues to train and is willing to cooperate with Dr. Hank's experiment, perhaps humans will become more adept at the fusion reaction and control of elements. But why should I do this? Roberto answered Professor Charles at the time, what benefit will it bring to me to develop new nuclear fusion? Roberto seemed a little mercenary when he said this, but he was telling the truth. My family is the largest supplier of raw materials in South America and even the world. My family supplies 17% of the world's copper and 15% of the world's tin. I don't think developing new nuclear fusion technology can bring any benefit to my family's business. Whether this is his excuse for laziness or his true thoughts. But once Roberto said these words, Charles and Hank had no reason to force him to work harder to master his abilities. Sometimes this world is so unfair. Some people are born so strong, and when they are born, they are determined to stand at the top of the world and are the objects that billions of people can only look up to. Just like Roberto, he is not only a perfect level alpha mutant, but also has powerful abilities. He is also the heir to the world's largest raw material company, Schita Materials Group. The Schita Materials Group not only has the world's largest mineral output, but also has made great achievements in agricultural products. In the fertile land of South America, the Schita Group's farms occupy coveted high-quality land near the Amazon rainforest. 10% of the world's corn exports and 7% of the world's soybean exports make the Schita Materials Group also the world's largest food supplier. It can be said that Roberto was born with a golden key. He has lived a life that billions of people in the world can't reach without making any efforts in his life. Although he is a mutant, discrimination against mutants does not exist in his life. His mother died early, and his father loved him very much. He is the only heir to this huge company. The affluent life makes him completely different from the lives of most mutants. When his mutant ability gets out of control, it brings his father not shock, but surprise. Old Mr. Schita keeps saying, my son is really different. Roberto went to the mutant school not to find a sense of home like others, but he already has a home. The only purpose of his going there is to master his own abilities. Because he couldn't master his mutant abilities well, especially when they were so destructive. It was dangerous for himself and his family. So Roberto stayed in Xavier's School for the Gifted for 3 years, but he didn't have a good relationship with other mutant students. Because of his natural sense of superiority, although it was not intentional, the arrogance that he unconsciously exuded when he spoke always made people feel uncomfortable. It was this sense of alienation that made Roberto feel no sense of belonging to the mutant school. Until the year before last, his father died of angina pectoris. He hurried back to Brazil from the United States to inherit the company, and never went back to school to take a look. Iceman Bob was one of his good friends he met in school. The two were a few years apart in age, but they became real friends. Until Roberto left school, the two often contacted each other through email. Bob. Welcome, my good friend. Outside a mansion in Rio de Janeiro, a somewhat exaggerated voice came. Roberto walked out of his mansion wearing a floral shirt with a South American style and loose large cropped trousers. He is a young man with dark skin but straight features. When Bob brought Katie and another mutant student Cameron to visit Roberto. Cameron is a mutant with super fast movement ability, nicknamed Rush. It was he who brought Katie and Bob from the United States to Brazil in just a few minutes. I heard you say that the mutant school was destroyed. I feel so sad for you. Roberto didn't care about Katie and Cameron who came with Bob. He walked straight to Bob and patted his shoulder. I know you must be feeling bad now. Come here and treat this place as your home. You can stay as long as you like. If you need any service, I will send someone to provide it for you. According to Roberto's words, this mansion with more than 1,000 square meters and a super large swimming pool is not his residence, but only arranged for Bob to live in Brazil. Katie's first impression of Roberto was very bad. It looks like a rich and dissolute young man. How could Bob think that such a person could help? Katie was a little puzzled. Let me introduce you, Roberto. These are our new classmates, Katie and Cameron. As Bob walked into the house with Roberto, he introduced Katie to Roberto. Roberto just smiled and said hello, without much expression. Sitting on a spacious and comfortable sofa in the hall, Roberto and Bob were reminiscing about the past and some recent events. The international market for raw materials has fluctuated greatly recently, because everyone says that as long as Tony Stark's helium-3 is shipped back, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. The market estimates that the next 2 years will be the last price carnival for raw materials. When humans can develop the moon or even Mars, these materials will become less and less valuable. Roberto said with a smile, but there was some worry in his eyes. Developing Mars, these people are really thinking long-term. Bob smiled, and he did not express any opinion on this matter. This visit to Roberto was not just for a simple reminiscence. Ever since Katie said those words that day, everyone had a fire in their hearts. Young people are always easily incited. They are always fearless of difficulties for some noble purposes. This is the loveliness of young people. Many people will no longer have that kind of innocent heart after they grow up. Roberto, in fact, since the mutant school was forced to disband, our life has not been very good. Bob decided to get to the point. I know, so I welcome you to visit Brazil. I can even provide a job for you and your two friends. You can live in this house as long as you like. Roberto waved his hand nonchalantly. It's not just us mutants, Roberto. Bob said seriously. I just said that this is a conspiracy started by Magneto. He wants to separate us mutants from ordinary people and then start a war. Oh, brother. Don't make it so complicated. I can't manage the entire mutant society. I'm afraid there are millions or even tens of millions of mutants in the world. This kind of thing is too complicated, and I don't want to get involved. Roberto shook his head. But what we want to do is exactly what you find troublesome. Bob stared at Roberto's eyes and said slowly. He told Roberto what Katie said that day, even including the matter of establishing a country. After listening to these things, Roberto looked at Katie's little face for a long time, and finally said in an unbelievable tone, Are you serious? A 17-year-old girl told you, we should establish a country. Then you foolishly believed it, and really planned to establish a country. Roberto glanced at Bob, his eyes were like looking at an idiot. I always thought you were smart. We are serious. Bob said with certainty. Roberto first looked at Katie, then at Bob. Finally, his body began to shake constantly. At first, he tried to hold it back, but later, perhaps he felt that he could not hold it back any longer, and he lay on the sofa and laughed out loud. Ho ha ho ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. Roberto laughed until his tears came out. A group of underage children actually dreamed of establishing a mutant country. It's ridiculous. Do you think you are the high school saviors in Japanese cartoons? Wake up. This is the real world. Since the end of World War II, the entire world map has been roughly divided. Wanting to build an independent country, and still a mutant, is simply a dream. Roberto laughed and accused Katie of daydreaming. Mr. Roberto, I know you are different from other mutants. You have never experienced the life of ordinary mutants. Katie left the sofa. She stood up and looked at Roberto coldly. Her pretty little face was full of seriousness. Because there are very few mutants, and there are only a handful of people in the world who are richer and more powerful than you. Whether you are a mutant or an ordinary person, as a material tycoon, you will be treated with courtesy wherever you go. You have no idea how many difficulties ordinary mutants will suffer in life. Katie looked at Roberto. She knew that this rich young man was actually a completely different person from her group. They had completely different demands. As long as Roberto was still so rich, the difficulties of ordinary mutants would never fall on his head. But as a fellow mutant, it was obvious that he didn't care much about the lives of others. This was actually the normal life of a group of high-ranking mutants. They completely isolated themselves from the lower-level mutants. The same group lived two completely different lives. The high-level mutants didn't care about the lives of the lower-level mutants at all. It was this kind of scattered appearance that inspired Magneto to want to unite the power of all mutants. Katie looked at Roberto coldly, with a serious tone. She didn't seem to want to convince Roberto to join her and others. Instead, she spoke to him in an allegorical way. I know you don't care about the lives of ordinary mutants, nor do you care about the discrimination they suffer, because it has nothing to do with you. But as you just said, the day when Tony Stark's Helium-3 arrives on Earth is the moment when the world turns upside down. Developing the Moon and Mars is no longer a distant dream for mankind. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years. This day will not be long. The decline of the traditional materials industry is foreseeable. Katie took a look at the beautiful big house. You should cherish this kind of life, Roberto. Because there may be fewer and fewer days like this in the future. Think about the day when you have no money, or when your children become poor. If the world is still like this, or even worse, what will become of you and your family? Since it now seems impossible to recruit Roberto, Katie directly said what she was thinking. You are not the same kind of person as us. I don't know if you have learned that fable in school. Professor Charles has repeatedly taught us why mutants need to unite. First, they came after the communists. I was not a communist. I did not speak out. Then, they came after the Jews. I was not a Jew. I did not speak out. Later, they came after the union members. I was not a union member. I did not speak out. After that, they came after the Catholics. I was a Protestant. I did not speak out. Finally, they came for me, and no one stood up to speak for me anymore. Katie just recited this world-famous short poem softly. We are different from you, Roberto. We will not choose to be silent. If our plan succeeds one day and you need support, we still welcome you to come to us. We will treat you as warmly as you treated us today, because you are one of us. Katie said this seriously and was about to turn around and leave. Bob glanced at Roberto and then followed Katie's steps. Cameron, did you say that Winky went to the West Coast? Katie walked out of the villa while talking to Cameron. Yes, Winky's guardian is the leader of the West Coast Thieves Guild and the Assassins League. His name is Remy Labe. He is also known as the King of Cards, a famous mutant on the West Coast. Winky hopes that the King of Cards can support our plan. Cameron and Katie were talking. They seemed to have completely given up on Roberto. Roberto stood up from the sofa and looked at the three people's backs with complicated eyes. When the three were about to leave the villa, he suddenly said loudly, "Do you know how complicated it is to establish a country?" The three stopped and looked back at him. Roberto continued, "It is necessary to formulate laws and build a complete institution. The most difficult thing is to obtain recognition from other countries. So you still want to convince us to give up this naive idea?" Katie shook her head and said, "Before you do this, you must consider one thing, whether the mutant country can be recognized by other countries. An unrecognized country has no sovereignty." Roberto walked in front of the three people at the door of the villa. "So?" Katie felt that Roberto seemed to have something to say. "So I think your plan needs to be changed." Bob, who was familiar with Roberto's character, smiled. He knew that his friend might have been persuaded by Katie at some point just now. Bob asked with a smile, "What good ideas do you have?" Roberto raised his eyebrows. "Why do we have to build a country? And from the beginning to the end, from scratch? Don't you think we have limited manpower? Are you saying that there is a big mistake in the plan of building a country?" Katie was not asking Roberto a question, but thinking about whether there was a problem here. "No, It's not about building a country. Roberto waved his hand. What I mean is that sometimes we don't need to take so many detours. It's not surprising that it takes decades or even hundreds of years to build a country from scratch. So what do you think? Katie was a little curious. Roberto gestured to the mansion and said, money can't solve all problems in this world, but it can solve many problems. Having a lot of money can help people achieve their goals in various aspects. Whether it's studying or pursuing girls. Roberto blinked at Bob and Katie, and said something shocking in a very serious tone, for example, buying a country. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Company Expansion and Unexpected Visitors. Captain Rogers' case was just as Lee G expected. No result was reached on May 15th. After constant debate and quarrel, the second hearing was scheduled for June 20th. The military sent a surprising number of lawyers for the first trial, but they were all defeated by the defense of Captain Rogers' only lawyer. Because lawyer Matt was not only the attorney for Captain Rogers, but also the legal lawyer of Marvel. Half of the legal issues of Lee G's comic company were handed over to him. It can be said that the existence of Marvel gave Matt an extra weapon. Because the purpose of Marvel's founding was to allow those superheroes to get a certain amount of compensation in addition to doing good deeds. It would not be the case that good people would not get good rewards. The royalties for superhero comics in the company are settled every 3 months. It just so happened that all the royalties for superheroes had been settled once before. And this income was just used by Matt as a weapon to attack the military. Even an ordinary private enterprise understands the importance of respecting the copyright of others, but as an American official, it tramples on the laws it has made. Matt said confidently while holding the financial report in his hand. On this day, a network offensive that had been scheduled to support Captain America began. Under Lee G's connection, all superheroes who received royalties from them posted the royalties they received on their own media. For example, Bay, who had less royalties in 3 months because she was not very popular. But for Spider-Man, who had just opened his Weibo and Twitter, he posted his royalty income of $780,000, after tax, in 3 months. Spider-Man is the first superhero under Marvel to sign a license for the production of peripheral products. Bandai, a Japanese toy manufacturer, was the first to sign a license for the production of Spider-Man's peripheral toys. When this royalty is received, Spider-Man's income will jump to another level. Lee G's comic company also launched a special issue on May 15th, announcing its support for Captain Rogers' choice. Good people should be rewarded. This is the title of this supplement. The comics and the comics generally describe how the superheroes plan to deal with the money after receiving their first royalties. For example, Blade is rushing to the bank with his credit card to pay off his mortgage, and Iron Fist is paying his personal trainer and lawyer. White Tiger needs to pay off his student loan, and Spider-Man and Nightcrawler have to donate to an orphanage and save money for their college tuition. The entire story of the comics records the lives of these superheroes from a very plain perspective. They also need to eat, drink, defecate and use money. They also pay for hot dogs at the convenience store. This time, the launch of online marketing and comic supplements has won unanimous praise from fans. Everyone worships God, but they like people more. Especially when seeing Blade calculating his monthly salary income, mortgage repayments plus property taxes, car loan repayments and medical insurance payments. When the superheroes hold calculators and worry about their monthly living expenses, most people smile knowingly. Because this is exactly what they experience every day. At the same time, because of the win-win effect of online marketing and supplements, Marvel's comics are no longer local comics limited to the greater New York area. Many foreign readers who learned about this comic on the internet strongly requested that the comics be distributed to their places. In just a few days, the company received countless calls from comic book stores and distributors, all asking about distribution cooperation. This comic company, which was founded only half a year ago, sees the Captain America incident as a shocking point. It instantly became well known around the world. And then there were heavy news. Marvel's CEO announced that the company has signed 3 heavyweight superhero copyrights. One is the professional mercenary Deadpool, who was in the news some time ago because of the salary arrears of SHIELD. According to gossip, He is said to join SHIELD and become an Avenger. People in the streets expressed disbelief. After all, the relationship between the two parties was so tense before. The specific real situation will have to wait until the real results come out to know. The other is the world-renowned super-rich man and superhero Iron Man Tony Stark. This is the result of Lee Ji's efforts to finally convince Tony to hand over the copyright of his comic image. Tony doesn't care about the copyright income. He only cares about whether he can have a positive image. Because Lee Ji's support for Captain Rogers this time won Tony's favor. Marvel never discredits the image of those superheroes. So Tony finally signed the contract. He only had one request, one word: handsome. If my comic image is not handsome enough, not cool enough, I will let your small company go bankrupt soon. Even if the Osborn Group is backing me up. This is a small threat from Tony. And there is another super heavyweight hero that no one expected. That is Captain Steve Rogers officially granted the copyright of his comic image to Marvel. Captain Rogers was obviously still suing the military for his personal image copyright issue, so why did he grant the copyright of his image to others now? Everyone found the answer to this question when the first issue of the new comic was published. Because the new publication did not use the name Captain America that had been used for 70 years. Instead, it directly used the name Steve Rogers as the image. For many years, the military has been using Captain America as a marketing point to tie Rogers and the country together. At Matt's suggestion, in order to avoid possible disputes in the future, Lee Ji and Rogers directly signed a new copyright agreement to avoid the name of Captain America, using Captain Rogers' real name. This seems to outsiders like taking off pants to fart. But legally speaking, the name of Captain America has been registered as a trademark by the US military, and they can't give it up. Matt's way of doing this reminded Lee Ji of the story of China's famous herbal tea beverage, Jiaduabao and Wanglaoji. However, this incident is somewhat different from that herbal tea beverage. To put it bluntly, the name of Captain America. The military and the government can arbitrarily crown it on the head of any American soldier. But there is only one Captain Rogers in the world. If Captain America is not Steve Rogers, will others still recognize it? You know, it was Steve Rogers who saved World War II, not any cat or dog with this title. As long as Captain Rogers is on his side, Lee Ji is confident that he can establish Captain Rogers' personal comics in a very short time and make them the signature of the entire company. This time, Lee Ji sees the very good opportunity from beginning to end in the case of Captain America's lawsuit. Marvel has become a world-renowned comic company in an instant. Now many Hollywood manufacturers have extended olive branches, hoping to sign a contract with Marvel and obtain the film adaptation rights of Lee Ji's superheroes. But Lee Ji has not simply given in yet. Because although Marvel's reputation has increased, its overall size is too small. There is no way to negotiate qualifications with Hollywood's big film producers. It is very likely that the copyrights of those heroes will be sold at a low price. This is not what Lee Ji wants to see. Therefore, for Marvel's second round of capital injection, the action of expanding the entire company is imperative. I think of the entertainment empire of Marvel's big move in the previous life, although it was finally acquired by Walt Disney. But after all, it was once glorious, and Marvel Pictures was once a well-known sign. Although the Marvel company founded by Lee Ji now has the same name as the company in the previous life. But they have completely different fates and roots. Because the heroes under Lee Ji are real and not fictional in comics, and they are backed by big money bags like Osborn Group. When Lee Ji discussed the expansion of the comic company with Harry agreed to the plan without much hesitation. Because from the planning of the entire industry and the expectations for the future, Marvel will not only be a simple superhero comic company in the future. The entire company will build an entertainment empire with superheroes as the main body. In addition to being able to practice the concept of good people get good rewards proposed by Lee Ji at the beginning, this company will also become a super money-making machine in the future. From ancient times to the present, everything may become obsolete, only entertainment will not be eliminated. A good fairy tale can be passed down for 100 years, a good novel can be passed down for hundreds of years, and a good piece of music can be passed down for thousands of years. Everything will decay, only the spirit is immortal. Harry has asked his subordinates to start calculating how much the second round of investment will be. Lee Ji's plan is constantly expanding. He needs more and more resources. It is only a matter of time before Marvel becomes a world-class company. Time begins to slip away slowly in the busy life, and you can't catch it between your fingers. The last days of high school also slipped away quickly. After the SAT exam, Lee Ji and Peter's high school career almost came to an end. Lee Ji has decided to move out of the house after graduation. Because of his various things, many things cannot be known to his family, so it is very inconvenient to live at home. His parents did not object to this. After all, he is an adult. This year Lee Ji is 18 years old. Just when Lee Ji was looking for a suitable property, a pair of unexpected visitors found him. Wolverine Logan and his son Dakin were looking for Nightcrawler and seemed to need help. Chapter 379 Daily Training Plan and Logan needs help. Compared to the United States, Canada is a truly vast country with a sparse population. The land area is not inferior to that of the United States, but the national population is only about 40 million. The small number of citizens are scattered across the vast land of this country. Except for a few cities, such as Ottawa and Vancouver, which can gather about 1 million people, most of the other Canadian cities are at the level of 100,000 people. Even cities with tens of thousands or thousands of people are the common state of this country. Since Charles decided to temporarily close the Mutant Genius School, he and the X-Men stayed in Canada temporarily. As Charles had guessed before, Stryker did take people to retaliate against the Mutant Genius School. Although this was an illegal action that had not been approved by Congress. But Stryker didn't care so much at the time. He took the rest of his men and prepared for a strong attack, but he came up empty-handed. This incident also had a profound impact on Stryker's military career. Because for the military and the government, it is very bad for the generals under their command to disobey orders and send troops without authorization. It is a very taboo thing for all governments in all dynasties. Stryker is likely to be sent to a military court for his recklessness. Now the X-Men are temporarily living near a small town at the foot of the Canadian Rockies. They all live in a forest villa at the foot of the mountain. It is about a 2-hour drive from the nearest small city with a population of 20,000. It is a relatively safe and hidden place. All the students were sent home by Charles. Of course, he didn't know that some students were not so obedient, those young people who were preparing to establish a country. In addition to those people, the only minor who has been following the X-Men is Dakin. Because he is Logan's son, he has nowhere to go except following Logan. Now Dakin is in a deep guilt. He feels that it was his own actions that triggered the chain reaction of the whole incident. He was deceived and foolishly used as a gun. Killing a city councilor triggered a series of subsequent events. Although Professor Charles and the X-Men knew that Dakin was just implicated. Even if Magneto didn't let Paul lure Dakin to kill, he would lure others. It just happened. As long as Magneto's plan at the time did not change, the final result would still be the same. The X-Men present were not stupid, so there was no bloody plot like in TV or movies, such as a group of people accusing Dakin of besieging him or even forcing Wolverine away. Instead, everyone comforted Dakin and told him that it was not his fault that the school was disbanded. He just encountered this incident by chance. Everyone hoped that he would let it go. Because some psychological shadows left in adolescence may follow a person for a lifetime. But Dakin did not seem to be successfully relieved by anyone. He is getting more and more gloomy now. He likes the mutant school, and he likes to have partners like him. But now everything is gone. He hates Magneto, hates Paul, and hates himself the most. He now sits in a daze by the lake in front of the villa all day. From here, you can see the majestic Rocky Mountains. The snow-capped mountains echo the blue sky. But Dakin is not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. The pain and torture made him want to find Magneto and Paul and use his claws to dig out their hearts. He's not in a good condition. Charles looked out of the window on the second floor of the villa and saw Dakin by the lake. He said softly. Next to him was Wolverine Logan. Logan regretted it now. He probably guessed why Paul the fireman only lured Dakin to kill people instead of other mutant students. It was probably because he dragged him out of the classroom like a dead dog that day and made him lose face. He took revenge for his behavior in this way. For the first time, Logan regretted his reckless behavior. Logan, you have to know that some psychological shadows can follow you for a lifetime. Charles turned his head and said to Logan seriously. I have taught many mutant children. Dakin is undoubtedly the one with the heaviest worries. This is related to his childhood. And this incident has put a heavy psychological burden on him. If he can't get out of this, I dare not assert what his future will be like. Charles' words made Logan's heart heavy. Professor, can't you use your thinking ability to help him? Logan had a soft tone of begging. It's just a temporary solution, Logan. I can use my ability to build a mind cage for Dakin. Let him not think about those things, but that doesn't mean that these things didn't happen. You have to know one thing, that is, the stronger the oppression, the stronger the rebound. Charles said seriously. I can brainwash Dakin, but what about others? Do I need to brainwash the whole world to make them forget these things? Logan was silent about this. It was obvious that the professor's moral bottom line would not do this. But as a father, Logan did not expect his son to go to darkness from now on. Is there no other way? Charles sat in a wheelchair and looked at Logan seriously. This child is too much like you, Logan. When he releases the violent factor in his body, he will turn into a mad wolf. Bloodthirsty and dangerous. But Dakin's ability is stronger than yours. When his future potential is fully developed, he will be even more terrifying. He has your violent factor and stronger ability than you, but he does not have your self-control. To be honest, this is a very dangerous thing. Charles said seriously. And this is exactly what Logan did not expect Dakin to become. That's why I'm asking you for a solution, Professor. Logan couldn't think of a good way to solve Dakin's problem. Charles looked at Logan. You are Dakin's father, and also his role model. Sometimes the power of role models can give people a kind of pillar of strength in their hearts. So Logan, I think the problem that needs to be solved now is not only Dakin, but also yours. What? Logan didn't quite understand the meaning of the professor's words. Your anger and violence are the source of your power. But you can't master this power very well. You and your son are a little different from other mutants, I can feel it. Charles looked at the lake reflecting the Rocky Mountains. I think you need to learn some other powers. What power? Logan said seriously. A power to control one's own spirit. I have seen this power in Iron Fist and Nightcrawler. Maybe you and Dakin need to practice spiritual cultivation like the Buddhists in the East. A stone fell into the center of the lake, causing a circle of ripples, and the reflection of the Rocky Mountains on the lake seemed like a dream or reality. Ever since Thor became so fat that he couldn't help himself because of coke, fried chicken, and being lazy and gluttonous, Leiji felt that he was not in good health. Because Thor is an important part of his entire life plan, it can be said that without Thor, many things will be twists and turns. Leiji does not expect Thor to be as smart as his brother Loki. But he definitely does not want to see Thor become a fat otaku who only likes to watch TV and eat fried chicken. Because this is a disaster for Leiji. So before Thor recovers his divine power, Leiji still needs to turn the fat otaku Thor into the normal Thor. Who knows if Thor's body will recover after he recovers his divine body. If his body does not recover, it will be fun. You have to know that the body of a god is very different from that of a human being. Once a god's body is fixed, it is difficult to change its appearance. If Thor learns to be humble and recovers his divine power before his body recovers, it will be fun. Then Odin will see Thor as fat as a ball turning around in Asgard in the future, and Odin will be happy to give Leiji a taste of the thunder of destruction. So Leiji decided to ignore the ghost of learning humility for now. Thor, you should get rid of the fat first. In terms of density, the density of muscle is about 1.5 times higher than that of fat. So under the same weight, the volume of fat is 1.5 times that of muscle. So for people of the same height and weight, the higher the body fat percentage, the more bloated they will look. This is also the case that some people look fat, but they weigh the same as those who exercise regularly. Those who exercise regularly and have solid muscles as long as they maintain a low body fat percentage, in fact, their weight is not light at all. The body fat percentage of normal adult men is generally 15%, and the body fat percentage of athletes such as wrestlers will be controlled at around 8%. But nowadays, basically everyone in society is sub-healthy, and the body fat percentage of most adult men is above 20%, or even 30%. Thor is in this state now. He used to have 8 abdominal muscles and a mermaid figure with a body fat rate of no more than 7%. Now he has become a super fat house with a body fat rate of 35%. Although his weight has only increased by more than 30 kilograms in this month, he feels like a balloon that has been blown up several times. In order to get rid of Thor's fat, Leiji has developed a complete plan. Whether it is diet or fitness, he has asked professionals to get the best answer. Of course, this best answer is also the cruelest answer. This is a plan to ensure that Thor will not die suddenly and lose weight and restore his body shape in the fastest time. And Leiji is the supervisor and implementer of this plan. Can I eat some meat? Thor complained while sitting at the dining table. These things are used by goddesses in Asgard to feed rabbits. Thor's plate is filled with carrots, celery and asparagus boiled in salt water. A small amount of soy sauce is added as seasoning, because he still has a lot of exercise every day. Protein supplementation is indispensable. So there are some boiled egg whites on Thor's plate. Thor couldn't eat egg yolks because they contained high cholesterol and calories, so Liji only gave him egg whites. Nonsense. Liji looked at Thor and asked in a rhetorical tone, which rabbit would eat eggs? Liji pointed to the egg whites on Thor's plate and said, "You call this an egg?" Thor looked at the egg whites that were as white as the white porcelain plate and said angrily, "Have you ever seen an egg laid by a chicken without even an egg yolk?" Liji never liked to argue with Thor on such matters. Next to Liji's seat was a rifle loaded with rubber bullets. Liji picked it up directly. With a click, it was the sound of bullets being loaded. Snap, it was the sound of the safety being released. Bang! It was the sound of Liji putting the gun heavily on the table. The eggs I bought look like this. Do you have any questions? Liji smiled kindly at Thor. But Thor's hair stood on end. Well, actually I just want to ask where this kind of eggs can be bought. Maybe the goddesses of Asgard will like to eat this kind of healthy food. Thor looked at the rifle on the table with some fear. Then he lowered his head and ate his lunch like a rabbit. You wait. You wait. Wait until I regain my power. I'll make you look good. I'll strike you with 5 thunderbolts. Let you see the wrath of thunder. Thor looked at Liji with a smile, and stabbed the villain in his heart. By the way, Liji's lunch was a braised lamb chop he made himself, with stir-fried seasonal vegetables, clam seafood soup and rice. It was a very simple and plain lunch like Thor's. As for having lunch with Thor, Liji thought it was good and could increase the relationship between the two. Well, maybe? Take a break for an hour after lunch. You need to ride a spinning bike in the afternoon. Liji ate the last bit of lamb on the braised lamb chop and pointed at Thor with a bone. Thor's spinning bike training is not just a simple pedaling. In order to ensure the exercise time and exercise quality, Liji specially ordered a special spinning bike. The biggest feature of this bike is that it can convert kinetic energy into electrical energy. In this way, Liji can add a wire to the bicycle to connect it to a special base, and then install a 100-watt incandescent lamp on it. To light up the 100-watt incandescent lamp, the rider of the spinning bike needs to keep riding at a speed of more than 23 km per hour. As long as the speed of the bike slows down slightly, the brightness of the bulb will immediately drop or even flicker. In this way, Liji can easily check whether Thor is waterproof when riding. For this idea he came up with, Liji silently gave himself 32 thumbs up in his heart. Thor looked at Liji's lunch, then looked at his plate, and then looked at the rifle on the table, silently lowered his head and said, "Okay. Well, Thor is now more and more cooperative, which is a good thing." Liji thought happily, and at this moment, he received a message from Professor Charles. Logan needs help. Chapter 380, No One Can Help. When Liji saw Logan, the old man looked a little more haggard than the last time he saw him. Liji suspected that this was his illusion, because he had never heard that Wolverine would age. But Logan's eyelids did look a little heavy, as if he had not slept well. He was waiting for Liji's arrival under a fir tree in a park in the Bronx. He had drunk about half of a bottle of gin, and he could smell a strong smell of alcohol as soon as he approached Liji. The professor said, "You need help. Do you need me to help you quit drinking?" Liji said with a frown. He didn't object to drinking, but he didn't like excessive drinking. Whether it was Thor before or Logan now. Once a person consumes a very high amount of alcohol, he will always do some unreasonable things, especially these guys with extraordinary abilities, who often make some irreparable mistakes without knowing it. Logan glanced at Liji and drank the remaining half bottle of gin in one breath. "There's no need to mock my drinking habits, just like I never make fun of how stupid your hood is." Logan rubbed his cheek and said, "It's because of Daken. I think you should also know that Magneto asked Paul to lure Daken to kill people, which caused a series of subsequent problems." Liji nodded. He didn't want to criticize how stupid Daken was in this matter, although in Liji's opinion, Daken was indeed stupid. Whether it was that he killed his mother in Japan before, or wanted to attack him at school later. In short, Liji didn't have much good feelings for Daken, especially after he was fooled by Magneto and triggered a chain reaction, and he needed help from Tony, the professor and others. "I hope to get your help, Nightwalker." The professor said you have a way to control your mind. Logan looked at Li Ji very seriously. But Li Ji was a little confused. Huh? Charles said so. Yes, the professor said so. He believes that both Dakin and I need to use the power of the mind to guide the power in our bodies. Logan's expression was a little confused, and it seemed that he didn't quite understand how to express this point of view. Li Ji glanced at Logan and understood what Logan wanted to say. Spirit, energy and spirit are a trinity. Cultivate the mind, nourish the spirit and practice the energy. Both the Eastern Zuinman and the Buddhist sects have this kind of practice. Take the spirit as the guide, the internal energy as the skeleton and the strength as the muscle. Let your spirit control your strength, not let your strength control your spirit. Li Ji's views were based on his sparring with Iron Fist and the explanations from the metaphysical books he brought back from Kamartaki. Moreover, since the last time he returned from hell, Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva gave him a small Ksitagarbha statue. Li Ji thought about how to comprehend the Ksitagarbha Sutra behind the statue, so he also bought a commentary on this sutra. Li Ji tried to train his spiritual power in this way. However, because the time was still short, he did not make much progress at all. Well, that's probably it. Charles seems to mean this. Logan touched the back of his head. He himself did not understand it very clearly. But it's probably right, right? He thought so. Why don't you go find Iron Fist? Actually, I'm a layman in spiritual cultivation. I learned a lot from Iron Fist. Li Ji was speaking the truth. Because his power came from the exchange of the system, it was not cultivated steadily for 20 years like Iron Fist. He had solid basic skills. Li Ji's biggest disadvantage was that his basic skills were not solid. Iron Fist once mentioned this to him. Before using power, he didn't even understand the basic principles of how power is generated, which would easily cause problems. According to Eastern thought, it is possible to go astray, or to use the Buddhist saying, it is to produce inner demons. So Li Ji is not particularly anxious to improve his personal strength now, although he has now gained explosive reputation growth through comics and previous online marketing short films, and his reputation value has skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands. After the end of his high school career, he is not going to start working immediately, but decided to practice with concentration. Prepare for the future. Whether it is Kunlun or Kamartaki, these places will be the places he will visit to practice. Without knowledge, it is a very dangerous thing to have power. Li Ji decided to truly understand the way to practice those powers, and then began to choose to increase his own strength. Especially after he exchanged the first War God Atlas, which recorded not the skills and moves, but the fragments of the source of power. His thoughts and ideas became stronger. I don't understand Charles' words very well. Logan shook his head and said to Li Ji. He said that Iron Fist and you are not on the same path. Dr. Hank saw your relationship with Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva in hell, and it seems to have something to do with Buddhism. Logan's words were completely non-narrative, and it was impossible to figure out what he wanted to express. Well, for someone who has never been exposed to Eastern Buddhism and metaphysics, these two disciplines are not easy to understand and retell. Because from the perspective of these two disciplines themselves, they are both very profound philosophies. Li Ji tried to help Logan make things more complete. Charles hopes to use the spiritual power of Buddhism to resolve the hostility in you and Deacon. Li Ji tried to make his words as simple as possible, and at the same time told Logan the meaning of the word hostility. Yes, that's about it. So Charles asked me to come to you, hoping that you can help me and Deacon. Logan nodded and said. Li Ji looked at Logan and felt that his worldview was somewhat impacted. Let's not talk about Deacon for now. Logan started killing people more than 200 years ago, and participated in the War of Independence, the Civil War, World War I, and World War II. He also worked as a mercenary assassin. There are countless lives that have died at Logan's hands. It is not an exaggeration to say that his hands are stained with blood, and even the genes of violence are engraved in his bones. Rely on the power of Buddhism to purify his karma? Please, Professor Charles, I am a human being, not a great man like Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. I refuse. Li Ji refused this matter without even thinking about it. To be honest, Logan, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. My power is not enough to teach you and Dakin. Li Ji is very self-aware. Logan's karma is not something that his level of mediocre can solve. Li Ji's tone was very sure. He was not shirking responsibility, but he really couldn't do it. Logan understood very well, so after looking at Li Ji, he lowered his head helplessly and sighed. Okay, I will think of other ways. At least I can't let Dakin follow my old path again. At this time, Logan was completely like a father who is worried about his child, not like a superhero at all. His helplessness and haggardness were indeed a bit sad. Li Ji was helpless about this. I will ask Iron Fist for you, and I will also help you to find out if there is anyone who can help you in other places. Li Ji felt that he could help Logan collect some information, although he couldn't help him. Logan smiled and waved to Li Ji to thank him for his kindness. Li Ji looked at Logan's back and frowned. Maybe he should go to Kamartaki. Maybe Master Guyi knows some powerful monks. After all, he even knows Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If he said that he knew Buddha or something, Li Ji would not feel strange now. Besides, the SAT exam is over, and he has officially moved out of his home. Now that he had plenty of free time, he could officially put his training in Kamartaki on the agenda. While Li Ji was planning for his future, in the Greenwich Temple in London, Ancient One was arguing fiercely with Mordo. Chapter 381 London Temple. Greenwich, London, England, is one of the oldest districts in London. A large number of buildings with a history of more than 100 years stand in this district. Large blocks of granite and marble are synonymous with solidity and luxury in the construction industry hundreds of years ago. After 100 years of wind and rain, many buildings still retain their original design. The unique beauty created by the Industrial Age and the Enlightenment. Like the New York Temple, the Mage Temple in London is also a design that is hidden in the city. From the outside, except for a logo similar to the State Grid of China that can be seen on the glass window on the roof, in fact, this logo is the logo of the Supreme Mage, you can't see any relationship between this place and the Mage. The public identity of this building is a private museum, and only a small number of distinguished members are allowed to enter. Ordinary people are not qualified to push open the door of this building. If you pass by this building, you will indeed be deceived by the furnishings in the window. Because a large number of weapons, clothing, and even torture instruments and armor from the Age of Discovery can be seen through the glass windows. These things are not conjured by the magicians, but real things. It's just that they look like ordinary artifacts in the display cabinet, but if you really think so and take it lightly, then you will be in big trouble. Because these are real magic items, and many of them are even cursed items. They are just sealed here by the wizards in a special form. A real museum has been created with these magic items that are both real and unreal. When the fake is made real, the real is also fake, and when the real is made fake, the fake is also real. It is really difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. This London temple has a special status among the three major wizard temples. Because in addition to being a wizard's temple, the underground of this temple is also the cemetery of another supreme wizard. The medieval wizard Merlin was born here and was buried here after his death. He reinforced a powerful spell for this place before his death. This gives the London temple an innate advantage over the other two temples. Another very important point is that the Greenwich temple is on the prime meridian, and this is also the place where the Earth's Greenwich Mean Time is established. Under the temple is a huge underground palace, because it is not only the place where Merlin the wizard's coffin is placed, but also his last museum. Merlin left all his life's learning, all the magic he mastered, and all his heart here. Because of Merlin's spell, even the Ancient One cannot easily take away these collections of books and classics. Unless he is prepared to completely destroy the entire Merlin's tomb. Obviously, the Ancient One would not do such an immoral thing. So there are actually two different factions within the Supreme Sorcerer. One is the Kamatiki faction based on the doctrine of the current Supreme Sorcerer. The other is the Greenwich faction based on the doctrine of the medieval Supreme Sorcerer Merlin. In the doctrine that the Ancient One taught to his disciples, it is the duty of the wizards to protect the earth from the invasion of demons and maintain a super stable state of the earth. The construction of the three holy temples on earth began after the Ancient One took office 500 years ago. The three holy temples controlled the three most important nodes on the earth. The Ancient One, who held the Eye of Agamottus, condensed the time chain of the past into three giant blue chains that stretched across the earth, protecting the fragile and changeable future. People often say that it is to seize the present, or to seize the present. But in the true definition, whether in science or mysticism, the exact definition of the word present has never existed. In the long river of time, there are only the past and the future, and there has never been a concept of the present. Because people's thinking is faster than time. When you want to seize the present in the last second, or even when you just have this idea, your so-called present has become the past. And the past of this moment determines the future of this moment. The future is shaped by the past, and there is no future without the past. But the future is fragile and changeable. When the laws of the past are even deleted and modified, what will happen to the entire future? Is every turning point in history accidental? Inevitable? Or is it intentional by someone with a heart? The Supreme Mage is the master of the Ancient One Time Stone, a powerful man who dominates the universe. He is also an admirable existence among the Supreme Mage of all ages. But what he carries is also unprecedentedly heavy. He practices the creed that the greater the power, the greater the obligation. He shoulders the thread of the mysterious side facing mankind alone. But his creed is not recognized by all mages. For example, the Greenwich faction, which is deeply influenced by the thoughts of Merlin Mage and has different ideas. The concept proposed by Merlin Mage is more free. He believes that mages can establish friendships with ordinary people, and if mages are willing, they can also help their friends fight against the enemies of the mysterious side. But most importantly, Merlin Mage has always advocated that mages should not be trapped on Earth. He advocates that mages should go to more different planes and go to those unspeakable areas. Freedom and unrestrainedness are the nature of mages. Whether it is the pursuit of power or the refining of potions, mages should not be bound by simple mortal shackles, which will affect the performance of mages. Merlin is undoubtedly a liberal, as can be seen from the magic inheritance he recorded. Too many followers, too much unrestrained. This is not to say that this is not good, but not everyone can follow Merlin's path. Merlin has dealt with countless demons and made deals throughout his life, and even exchanged for the power of darkness, but he can always keep his heart. The way of learning magic he advocates is probably only mastered by himself. According to the famous saying of Daoji, a great monk in ancient China, wine and meat pass through the intestines, and the Buddha sits in the heart. If people in the world learn from me, it is like falling into madness. Merlin's magic path also has this meaning. Although the Ancient One is tolerant of the Greenwich faction, he also keeps a strict watch. Because the Ancient One did not see any seeds that could be compared with Merlin from the current Greenwich faction wizards. And Baron Mordo, one of the most talented disciples among all his disciples, was the temple wizard sent by the Ancient One to the Greenwich Temple to guard the temple and supervise the Greenwich faction wizards. But this disciple, who had been obedient before, had a quarrel with the Ancient One today, which was the first time in history. In order to prevent the content of the quarrel from spreading, the Ancient One had to build a mirror wall to separate the inside and outside of Mordo's residence. Mordo's residence was on the top floor of the temple, a spacious and comfortable place. Wool carpets from Persia were laid on the mirrored natural marble floor. The back of the chairs were all hand-sewn velvet from the southeast coast of China. The furniture, made of solid and precious black walnut, was placed with high-footed cups polished from natural crystal and crucibles made of gold and silver alloy. The Ancient One was suspended in the air, not sitting on those expensive and comfortable furniture. Mordo was pacing back and forth on the marble floor. "Master, what happened? It must have happened, right? My teacher." Mordo's tone sounded a little anxious, even a little angry. He looked at the Ancient One, hoping to seek answers, just like he had been answered countless times on magic questions. "What do you want to say, Mordo?" Ancient One asked calmly, as if he didn't know what Mordo was talking about. "Aren't those things that happened in hell some kind of sign?" Mordo's tone was not questioning, but affirmative. "The Earth Dragon is dead. You should know that, my teacher. The demon Bart who came back from hell told me. Even powerful gods and demons will fall one day, not to mention that the Earth Dragon is not a powerful demon god in hell. Although he is the Lord of Hell, he is almost the weakest one. His fall is not uncommon." Ancient One made the fall of a demon god seem ordinary. "This is not normal, teacher. Bart said that when the Earth Dragon fell, hell was covered with dark clouds. This has never happened before. And then the Earth Dragon suddenly fell from the dark clouds, like the collapse of the world. The territory that originally belonged to him also began to rain blood. That was the blood of the demon god." Mordo said loudly, his hands clenched so hard that even his knuckles turned white. "This is not a normal fall of a demon god. There is no great battle, and the Earth Dragon is not old. I know something unusual is happening now." Mordo's eyes were extremely serious. He looked at the Ancient One and shook his head. "Something very unusual, teacher. I know you can see things that we can't see. Dormammu's invasion of hell can be seen. He should know what he is doing, and he can't pay for the karma of hell. But he still invaded hell. He must have sensed something. I just want to seek an answer now." Mordo looked at the Ancient One eagerly. Ancient One glanced at Mordo and slowly closed his eyes. Nothing happened, Mordo. Ancient One's answer made Mordo extremely disappointed. Teacher, you are the most sought-after wizard in history. I don't desire to have the same power as you one day, but I just want to know some things I should know. Mordo's voice was anxious, and Ancient One frowned. Is this why you let Rooney go to hell? You used the power of the London Temple to send a wizard to hell. Do you know why I didn't approve of their random exploration of other dimensions? They are different from the wizard Merlin. Not everyone can become Merlin. At least you should try, teacher. How can you know if another Merlin will rise without trying? Use the precious lives of the wizards to experiment. On the road to seeking truth, the price of life is bearable. Every wizard here is ready to pay the price. Ancient One shook his head. I don't agree with this statement. Blind exploration without a plan is nothing but seeking death. Wizards should use wisdom as the criterion for action, not recklessness. Mordo suddenly raised his voice. This is because the Earth is now a superstable space, and Merlin's summoning spells and space spells are useless. Otherwise, there would be no need to risk people exploring the other planes. When Ancient One heard this, he looked at Mordo with a sharp look, and Mordo immediately realized that he had just said the wrong thing. Sorry, teacher, I made a slip of the tongue. Because the establishment of the superstable space was personally instructed by Ancient One, and he put a lot of effort into it. Ancient One did isolate a considerable part of the invasion of the other plane, but at the same time, more than half of the Greenwich faction's spells were abolished for this. After all, many of Merlin's spells are related to the other plane. It is really hard to say whether the Greenwich faction's mages have complaints in their hearts. Ancient One and his apprentice suddenly fell into an awkward situation, and in the end Mordo spoke first. Teacher, if there is nothing else, I will go out to work first. Ancient One nodded. Mordo left his residence, and walked towards the underground palace of the temple. A memorial service for the deceased Master Rooney was being held there. Ancient One looked at Mordo's residence and let out a slight sigh. Although Ancient One's power as the supreme sorcerer was strong enough, it did not mean that he was immortal. Ancient One had clearly felt that he was getting old. He had lived for more than 500 years, and he needed a successor. Whether it was Lan or Mordo, it was obvious that neither of them could be the successor to the supreme sorcerer. He needed someone who could uphold his will and stick to it. Maybe I should find my last disciple. Ancient One muttered to himself. Chapter 382 You should become a monk. Kamar Taki, Liji has been here many times. As an ordinary person, it is unique to be able to come to this mysterious land so smoothly and repeatedly. You know, this place has always been open to mages. Using the token given by Ancient One, the magician ring, Liji came to Kamar Taki again through the New York Temple. This time he came to Kamar Taki. He had a lot to do. The first was about the Illuminati. Tony said that if possible, it would be better to ask Ancient One to join this organization, although Liji did not have great expectations for this matter, because it felt that Ancient One was unlikely to join such an organization. The gap between himself and Ancient One was a little bit big, but Tony suggested that Liji decided to give it a try. Moreover, Tony's plan to build a base on Venus still needs the help of mages. If Ancient One does not help and does not open a space gate that can cross the Earth and Venus, then the possibility of the Illuminati wanting to secretly establish a base on Venus will become very low, and the process will become very complicated. The second thing was about the great Buddhist master. Since Logan had already asked, Liji felt that he had to help him ask. Is there any great Buddhist master in the world today who can help Logan to save his karma? The third thing was Liji's decision to practice in Kamar Taiji. This matter also needed to be reported to Guyi to see his reaction. Now Liji could finally take time to study well. In Kamar Taiji, which was full of Tibetan architectural style, looking at the mages practicing spells or studying books in the square, Liji walked slowly towards the residence of Guyi. Guyi went to London. Liji got the news from Lan that Guyi was temporarily away. Yes, what are you looking for the mages for? Lan was sitting on a step and reading a book carefully. On it was Sanskrit that Liji could not understand at all. Although Lan had given Liji some metaphysical books before, those were written in official script and ancient English, and Liji could still understand them roughly, but Sanskrit was too profound. Do you know that there are powerful people practicing Buddhism in the modern world? Lan. Liji is now very familiar with Lan, so he no longer adds the title of mage after Lan. Since Ancient One is not here, Liji decided to ask Lan about Logan's question first. As a direct disciple of Ancient One, she should also know a lot of great people on the mysterious side. For example, she obviously knew Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who went to hell last time. Lan looked up and down at Li Ji for a long time with a puzzled look. Haha. Then she suddenly laughed, and the whole wide mage robe vibrated slightly with her laughter. It seems that she laughed so hard that even her body shook a little. Li Ji looked at Lan's delicate face and asked a little embarrassedly, "What did I say wrong? Or is there something dirty on my face? Is it so funny?" In front of beautiful girls, Li Ji still pays attention to his personal image. Lan touched her smooth face with one hand, and looked at Li Ji with eyes curved like crescents. "Buddhist power? Isn't the one in front of me a Buddhist power?" Huh? Li Ji turned around and made sure there were no outsiders around, so Lan was talking about himself? Don't joke, Lan, when did I become a Buddhist power? Li Ji was very sure that he should have no fate with Buddha. I have killed people, drank alcohol and ate meat. I can't even recite the Diamond Sutra, and I don't understand what the Ksitigarbha Sutra means. So don't make fun of me, I'm asking serious questions. Lan stroked her hair, which was a little messy because of her laughter. The jade-white slender fingers lifted up her black hair like lake silk, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised to bring a very beautiful angle. I'm also serious, Master Nightwalker. Li Ji felt that there was a sense of playfulness in Lan's words. I noticed your difference when I first saw you. Lan stretched out her left index finger and pointed at Li Ji, and then pointed at herself. Do you remember where we first met? Lan's curved eyebrows slightly raised. The hand-and-hand meeting, I was beaten like a dead dog by Kamibu. This is really a past that is hard to recall. Li Ji felt that he must have been very embarrassed at that time. The Ghost Rider, who he could not defeat no matter how hard he tried, was subdued by Lan with a simple move. Thinking about it makes him blush. Oh, were you there at that time? Lan fell into deep thought. She seemed to have no memory of this incident. It may also be because Li Ji did not leave much impression on her at that time. It is estimated that seeing Li Ji at that time was mostly the same as seeing a passerby. Huh? Lan grabbed her hair with one hand and gently scratched her chin with the end of her hair and recalled, I remember when I met you, wasn't it you who used a Buddhist palm seal to destroy a beast from hell? Li Ji was sure. It seemed that before using the Great Sun Tathagata seal to destroy the beast, he was really just a passerby in Lan's eyes. Well, that's not important, Lan. Li Ji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to recall those details anymore. Well, it's really not important. Lan also readily stopped thinking about these details. Anyway, your palm print left a deep impression on me at that time. That kind of mighty power, like the sun, although it still seems very weak, but I can be sure that it is the true Buddhist ability. Li Ji did not deny what Lan said. Li Ji recalled the martial arts he formerly practiced. 8 swords to break the wind, 8 steps to chase the cicada, Vajra indestructible body divine art, 10 dwelling Mahayana art, Great Sun Tathagata seal, 9 purple thunder strikes. Among these skills, except for the initial 8 swords to break the wind and 8 steps to chase the cicada, there is no need to mention the purple thunder 9 strikes. The remaining 3 skills are all related to Buddhism. Li Ji didn't pay much attention to this before, but he discovered it after Lan reminded him. And as for whether to kill or not, it's actually not important. Lan shook his head and said, killing is to protect killing, and killing karma is not killing people. What you did before may not be real killing. If you don't have a thought, you won't have 1,000 disasters. I'm not a Buddhist, so it's hard for me to explain too much to you about this. Actually, do you know why Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva came out of hell to help us mediate last time? Lan suddenly asked such a question. I don't know, isn't it for the peace and tranquility of hell? We and them are going to blow hell up to the sky. Li Ji didn't quite understand the meaning of Lan's question. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a bodhisattva, not a demon. Lan said meaningfully, do you know what Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's great wish is? Li Ji thought about it roughly, I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. Pa pa pa. Lan clapped his hands, which was an encouragement to Li Ji for guessing the answer correctly. Congratulations, you got it right, Master. Lan smiled and looked at Li Ji and said, so whether hell is destroyed or not really has a lot to do with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If what Lan said was true, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original great wish was to empty hell, so why should he bother with this trivial matter? Just pretend he didn't see it. He is not a demon, and hell is not his hometown. So, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is for you. Master Nightwalker. Lan's voice was heavy on the pronunciation of master. The whole conversation between the two was conducted in Chinese. You know, master has many meanings in Chinese. Huh? Li Ji felt that he was getting more and more confused. Lan looked at Li Ji's current appearance, absolutely wondering how a very smart guy could be so stupid. How could someone who could come up with so many crazy ideas and plans, and even dare to plot against a prince of Asgard, be so stupid now? So she couldn't help but say, because you are the last Buddhist practitioner. Puff. Li Ji felt like he was hit hard. Yes, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva did say last time that Buddhist practitioners are rare now, but does this rarity mean that he is the last one? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva may not care about what is going on in hell, but he must take a look at you. Make sure you are safe. Lam said softly, not caring how shocked Li Ji was now. Buddhist practitioners are becoming less and less common, this is not a joke. Wang has followed the master for hundreds of years. He once told me that hundreds of years ago, countless Buddhist practitioners fought side by side with Master Gu Yi. Lan's eyes fell into a kind of memory and thought. At that time, the Buddhas of the Western Heaven also came to Kamartaki and sat and discussed with Master Gu Yi. At that time, Master Gu Yi also often went to Lingshan, the kingdom of the Western Heaven. Hearing these words, Li Ji had to admire Gu Yi's wide range of friends. But Lan's next words brought him more confusion. But then, there were fewer and fewer Buddhist practitioners, and fewer Buddhas from the West came to Kamartaki. Until the 3 holy temples were built, the Buddhas from the West never came to Kamartaki again. Lan is only 21 years old this year. She has not experienced that era. She heard these things from Wang. Wang said that this is because the construction of the superstable space makes it not so convenient to travel, and the Buddhas all like quietness, so there are fewer people coming and going. After I came to Kamartaki, I only saw Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. But I always feel that something is wrong. Lan scratched her face lightly with the end of her hair and said very seriously. Because there are fewer and fewer Buddhist practitioners. The last Buddhist practitioner I have seen, except you, died 10 years ago. His soul was supposed to go to the Lingshan kingdom in the West Heaven, but it wandered in front of his body for 49 days and finally turned into a handful of energy between heaven and earth. Lam shook her head. She seemed to realize that she seemed to have said too much and she didn't want to continue, so she changed the subject and said, but it may also be that there are too few people with Buddhism now. Buddhist practitioners, like the practice of magic masters, have a kind of destiny. Whether they have a predestined relationship or not will directly divide people into 2 factions. Master Nightwalker, I think maybe you should be a person with a predestined relationship with Buddhism. After saying this, Lan stood up from the steps and gently lifted Li Ji's hood. She touched Li Ji's hair with her hand. I think maybe Xianzang Bodhisattva will help you shave your head one day. Li Ji felt a warmth brought by Lan's hand touching his head and shook his head and said, forget it, I can't be a monk. Even if I shave my head by force, I will most likely be a cracked monk. Chapter 383. Let's raise another one. You mean you want to establish an organization and set up your base on Venus? When Gu Yi came back from London, Li Ji talked to Gu Yi about the Illuminati without much pause. Yes, Master, we sincerely invite you to join this organization. Li Ji nodded seriously. To be honest, there are many threats in this world, and the government cannot necessarily be trusted. Li Ji said bluntly. Gu Yi did not refute this, but he asked in a questioning tone, why do you think so? Humans are actually a very smart species. Li Ji did not directly talk about the government at the beginning, but started talking about humans. When a person is in danger, humans can always show unexpected potential and wisdom. Individual humans are very smart. Li Ji raised a finger, Gu Yi nodded, and Li Ji continued, but a group of people are stupid. Li Ji retracted his finger and clenched it into a fist. As a group animal, people always have dependents, and many times they often rely on others to help them complete their own things. Li Ji pointed out the nature of many people. There are many examples of this in history. When a visionary person puts forward an idea, he is always easily influenced or even controlled by others. Ancient One asked with a smile, then can you be sure that your idea is correct? The members of your organization include genius scientists and wealthy people, outstanding lobbyists like you, leaders among mutants, and even the most influential heroes in modern society. Do you know how much impact you will have on the world when you gather together? Ancient One asked lightly. Yes, Master, we are very clear about our weight. That's why we invited you. Tony Stark, who founded this organization, originally wanted someone to stop him when he got too excited. Because of this purpose, he wanted to establish the Illuminati. Li Ji nodded. Explain the true meaning of this organization. I still remember the first time we met. You showed me the rise and fall of civilizations on those planets in this universe. The Earth is too immature, compared to those civilizations that can easily destroy a star system. That's why we hope that we can organize ourselves. You must know those things. Li Ji said this to Master Ancient One, but Ancient One did not answer directly. Li Ji continued, I don't know if you know the existence of the Brotherhood of the Shield. There was such an organization, and Tony's father was a member of it. The slogan of the Brotherhood of the Shield is, our world should not perish. I agree with this concept. Hearing Li Ji mention the Brotherhood of the Shield, Ancient One frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He looked at Li Ji and said, Brotherhood of the Shield? I think you probably forgot that this is Kamartaki. When you went to the library last time to comprehend your inner strength, I think Lan should have mentioned to you that Isaac Newton left his notes here. Yes. Li Ji suddenly remembered that it was indeed the case when he heard Ancient One's words, and many small details began to emerge in his dusty memory. That time he saw countless images in the library of Kamartaki. Li Ji saw many things from the illusion of the birth of the universe. And one of them, he had just seen the real thing in the Immortal City in Rome not long ago. That is the immortal symbol of the Holy Shield Brotherhood, a spear and a strong shield. Li Ji didn't know if there was any connection between them. If countless sages had left their knowledge in Kamartaki, then did Newton also leave the knowledge about the Holy Shield Brotherhood in Kamartaki? You know, the Immortal City is now completely scrapped, leaving only a pile of ruins. As for what the Holy Shield and the Spear are, Li Ji and Tony are very interested. Unfortunately, Howard was vague in the notes he left for Tony. But in 2620 BC, Imhotep relied on two weapons to defeat the alien species that invaded the Earth in that era. It can be said that there are too many speculations about these two weapons. Unfortunately, the Holy Shield has disappeared, and it is unknown whether the Spear of God kept in the eastern branch is safe. When Li Ji was lost in thought, Guyi had no intention of letting him think quietly about these responsible questions. Newton first came to Kamartaki around 1800. He was the greatest scientist in the world at that time. Many of his ideas were amazing. He sought the power of magic in Kamartaki to explain things that science could not answer at that time. He lived in Kamartaki for 20 years, learned a lot, and left a lot. I agree with some of the ideas of their organization. Li Ji noticed that Guyi said the word partial. That is to say, Guyi did not completely agree with the ideas of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. Of course, although there are differences, I still feel a little sad when I know that the Holy Shield Brotherhood has disappeared. Guyi shook his head. Li Ji suddenly became curious. Master, do you know how the Holy Shield Brotherhood was destroyed? I don't know. The Holy Shield Brotherhood strictly abides by the creed of confidentiality. I have no intention of breaking their own rules. They have always been self-disciplined, and I will not supervise them. Guyi said that he did not know the whole story of the demise of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. He only knew that this secret organization had disappeared after the Holy Shield Brotherhood was completely destroyed. Li Ji could only shake his head helplessly. He did not intend to pursue the matter of the Holy Shield Brotherhood too much. After all, it was an old calendar from 60 or 70 years ago, and there was no point in looking it up now. The most important thing now was to solve his own problems. So Master, about the Illuminati. Li Ji finally asked Guyi. Illuminati. Guyi forced his eyes to think for a while, and finally said slowly, I will help you build a channel across Venus and Earth. But I don't have time to attend your meeting. Guyi is actually a very busy person. Li Ji guessed it a long time ago. His refusal was completely expected, and Li Ji was not surprised at all. Guyi's agreement to help build a space gate was already the best result. In addition, about the Buddhist practitioners, what Lan told you before was basically correct. Guyi said by the way what Lan had just talked about with Li Ji, it is better to ask for help from yourself than to ask for help from others. If you really want to help your friends, you might as well deepen your Buddhist practice. Oh, are you persuading me to become a monk? Li Ji looked at Guyi and suddenly wondered if this was a conspiracy between Dizan and Guyi. Guyi smiled and didn't say anything. He just continued, I can give you all the books about Buddhist practitioners. I had some contacts with several major schools of Buddhist practitioners in the past. After they didn't have suitable disciples, those books were handed over to me for safekeeping. This may be good news for Li Ji. There is a lot of basic knowledge in Buddhism that is connected with metaphysics. In this way, his own practice can be considered settled, right? But why do I always feel that Guyi is persuading me to become a monk? When all the things were discussed and Li Ji was about to leave, Guyi stopped Li Ji and said, "Wait a moment, I have something to ask of you." Guyi didn't say politely to Li Ji, and asked him to do something. As you say. Li Ji didn't have much room to refuse what Guyi told him to do, and after knowing him for so long, Guyi never really asked him to do anything bad. Well, except for fostering a fat Thor. It's a small matter, don't be too nervous. Ancient One waved his hand, indicating that it was a simple matter. I want Lan to live in the secular world. She needs to leave Kamartaki. What? Li Ji didn't understand what Ancient One meant. This was the result of Ancient One's thinking from the conversation between London and Mordo. Among all the disciples, Lan is the most special. She was abandoned when she was just born, and I took her back to raise her. She is a mage who has never lived in the secular world. Ancient One shook his head. Huh? This doesn't seem to be a problem, mage. I don't think there is any difference between Lan and other mages. Li Ji didn't think there was any benefit in letting Lan live in the secular world, especially in modern society with so much pollution. It's better to stay in the quiet and peaceful Kamartaki. It's a big difference, Nightwalker. Ancient One denied. Almost all mages have lived in the secular world, experienced the joys, sorrows, anger, and sorrows of mortals. Almost all mages were mortals before they mastered magic. But Lan is naturally isolated from all this. This is not good. Ancient One shook his head and said. Because some of what Mordo said in London might be true, and some things might really be happening. Ancient One continued, just like all the Buddhist practitioners in the past, mages also need to go through the mortal world. It's just that Lan's order is reversed. Unfortunately, Li Ji has not seen the movie Doctor Strange. This is a story that was released after he traveled through time. Doctor Strange in it is exactly what Ancient One said, a model of the growth of mages. There is no growth without setbacks and pain. This world is very fair. In fact, Lan's ability has reached a bottleneck. Ancient One is very clear about this, so he made this request. And I still need to find a successor. Ancient One said bluntly to Li Ji. I thought Lan was your successor. Li Ji was a little puzzled. No, she is not. She is my disciple, but she is not the successor to the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Guyi said seriously, so I still need Lan to go to the mortal world to help me find a suitable successor. Well, this matter involves the inheritance of Kamartaki and the Supreme Sorcerer. Li Ji had no way to interrupt and could only say, so what do you want me to help you with? I heard that Thor has been raised by you recently. Oh, no. I mean Thor has been taken good care of by you recently. Guyi just made a slip of the tongue and said what he was thinking. Probably. I think Odin hasn't seen Thor recently. Li Ji speculated that Guyi already knew that he had raised Thor into a fat house. I don't know if Odin knows. No, the war with the Dark Elves has taken away all his attention. He hasn't had time to look at things about Thor. But I think you should act faster. If necessary, some violent means are also needed. Guyi said seriously. I don't know if it's an illusion. Li Ji feels that Guyi's voice seems to be lowered when discussing this issue, as if he is afraid of being heard by someone. Li Ji also said in a low voice, I even used the assault rifle. I have tried my best. Hearing Li Ji's answer, Guyi smiled with satisfaction. I think one sheep is the same as herding two sheep. While you are taking care of Thor, please also help me take care of Lan's life in the city. Huh? Are you kidding? You have seen what Thor looks like. Li Ji said a little weakly. Guyi smiled. Don't worry, Lan will not be obsessed with Coke and fried chicken. There will be another update in the evening. I will take the train back to my hometown to visit the graves tomorrow. I estimate that I will only update 4,000 words tomorrow. The day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will depend on the situation. Please forgive me, fellow readers. Chapter 384 New House, Moving Out, and Future Bustle. After the SAT exam, Li Ji started looking for a house. Because he felt that living at home was becoming more and more inconvenient. He needed an independent space to do all kinds of things. Peter and Harry also supported Li Ji to move out, because for these two best friends, if Li Ji found an independent house, then they would have another place to stay. You know how many excuses I have to think of every time I go home, especially when I come home after being Spider-Man, with bruises on my face and Aunt May sees me. I fell down while skateboarding, fell down while playing basketball, and was hit by a football player from the school team. Peter couldn't help but hold his forehead when he said these words. Those lame excuses make me look like a super sports idiot, which is really lame. Luigi and Harry disagreed on this. Before you became Spider-Man, you were a sports idiot. You missed 5 out of 10 shots from the free throw line. There's nothing to argue about. That was in the past. That was in the past. Peter said confidently, I'm different now. So, man. Peter said this and put his arm around Luigi's shoulder, saying seriously, please rent a bigger house and reserve a room for me. If necessary, I may come back to your place to spend the night. Luigi slapped Peter's hand on his shoulder with disdain. Please, you will be a freshman at New York University soon. Don't you want to rent an apartment outside with Gwen? Why come to join me? Harry raised his eyebrows and looked at Peter after hearing what Luigi said, looking at Peter with some eyes and said, could it be that Gwen actually has feelings for you? Harry showed a weird smile. Please, brothers. Keep your mind pure. Gwen is a girl with strict family education. Think about her father, the serious old sheriff. And how can I explain to Gwen where I get the money to rent a house near NYU? Peter patted his head depressedly. It seemed that the last question was the key. The rent of a slightly better apartment near NYU is more than $2,000. I can't reasonably explain the real source of this money. After all, Uncle Ben can't give me so much pocket money. And Gwen is too smart. I always feel that she seems to have discovered something. I don't know if she guessed my true identity. Luigi and Harry looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Regarding the issue of money, you can definitely work part-time after you go to college. The laboratory of Osborn Group can provide you with a position. You have a very good level in the field of biology. In this way, your Spider-Man royalties can also be transferred to your account through Osborn Group. So you don't need to worry about money. Luigi patted Peter's arm. Compared with Peter in the movies and cartoons that Luigi had seen before, Peter in this world has a much better life. Uncle Ben did not die, and the family's financial pillar did not collapse. Aunt May did not have to sell her house to pay Peter's high tuition fees. Peter Parker did not go to the Daily Bugle as a temporary photographer to take pictures of himself as Spider-Man in exchange for low pay. In fact, because of the establishment of the comic company, Peter actually had a considerable amount of savings. I am not Spider-Man for money. You know. Peter shook his hands to express his wishes. Aren't we here to change the world? Yes, it is indeed to change the world, but I think you should take care of your relationship with Gwen first. College is not high school. Gwen will meet all kinds of handsome men pursuing her. I think Peter Parker needs to work harder. Luigi pointed at Peter and said jokingly. But Jason, I think you'd better find a bigger house. As he spoke, Harry suddenly interrupted. Don't tell me you want to stay overnight at my place occasionally. Luigi stared at Harry and said, your manor has more than 50 rooms for you to sleep in. That's the problem. Harry said bluntly, Osborn Manor is too big. I didn't feel that way when I lived with my father, but since my father passed away, this house has been too empty for me. Although there are many servants, you have to understand that there is still a difference. What about Mary? Shouldn't she move in with you? Peter was talking about Harry's girlfriend, Mary Jane. She is a Broadway actress who often performs in tours. She can't be in New York all the time, let alone live in Osborn Manor all the time. Harry said a little depressed. Mary is a strong and independent woman. I can't let her give up her career for me. If I really do that, I guess our relationship will be over. Harry was telling the truth. Although Mary Jane was in love with Harry, she was not the kind of girl who depended on Harry. Although Harry is now one of the richest men in the world, if Mary needs it, Harry can provide her with all the material life she needs. But this girl is not very interested in this. She has more self-pursuit and self-worth realization and perfection, and she firmly does not allow Harry to interfere in this area. For her, this is her life, independent and strong, which is the most true portrayal of Mary Jane. She likes to shine on the stage. She hopes that her performance can resonate with the audience, make everyone cry, and make everyone laugh. This is an artistic pursuit. She also likes to go on vacation with Harry during her rest time. The relationship between the two depends on each other, but they do not interfere with each other. Mary Jane never interferes with Harry's other life. She always just silently supports Harry behind his back. And for Mary's tolerance, Harry returns Mary's silent support behind her back. It can be said that since Norman's death, Mary has become one of the most important pillars in Harry's heart. Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy are a symbol of independent women in the new era. They have a good grasp of the balance between love and career, family and personal. They are not completely dependent on men. They have their own independent lives, but when their partners need support, they will not hesitate to contribute their strength and tenderness. Such women are really good. Harry and Peter like their girlfriends very much, but at the same time, these two men have no right to interfere with their life goals. So what you mean is that you want to find a place where you can occasionally come to party, play games, or have a place to go when you quarrel with your girlfriend and get kicked out, or even find a place to vomit after getting drunk one day. It's like a free hotel, or a scum shelter. Luigi didn't say a word, and Peter and Harry nodded once. Yes, that's what I mean. Peter admitted shamelessly. Get lost. Luigi mercilessly kicked Peter and Harry on the buttocks and kicked them away. After various twists and turns and bargaining, Luigi finally decided to find a bigger house. No matter whether it will become a scum shelter for his bad friends in the future, at least a bigger house will be more convenient in the future. Gwen helped to find the house. As the daughter of the Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Police Department, Gwen actually knows a lot of people, including various high-quality real estate agents. In order to cultivate his daughter's temperament and vision, George took Gwen to attend many high-level cocktail parties. After all, no matter how upright George is, he still has some superficial smooth skills, otherwise he would not be able to hold such a high position. As one of the most powerful people in New York City, George still has to attend various high-level cocktail parties. The house that Gwen helped to find is a two-story independent villa located at the junction of Queens and Long Island, with an attic and a basement. There are a total of 5 habitable rooms. Living facilities including kitchens, living rooms, and dining rooms are all on the first floor. The area of the first floor of the whole house is about 220 square meters, and it also comes with a garage and a 50 square meter back garden. This is quite good, this house. It can fully meet your needs, Jason. Gwen took Luigi to see the house. Gwen said after helping Luigi to visit the whole house. I think Peter will come to your place to play games in the future, but I still hope you can supervise him so that he doesn't play too late. Huh? Luigi looked at Gwen with a stiff face. Gwen raised her eyebrows. Is it strange? The reason you found a big house is because you 3 old friends sometimes do some unspeakable things here. Please don't say it so vulgarly, Gwen. At most, we just play games together. Luigi really thinks Gwen is a little too smart. Whether it is from the movies he watched in his previous life or from the current contact, Gwen's IQ is a little too high. It's really rare that Peter didn't expose himself for so long. Games. Gwen smiled and patted Luigi on the back. After looking at the whole house, Luigi was still very satisfied. Although the rent was a little expensive, more than $7,000 a month was indeed not cheap, but Luigi could still afford this part of the expenditure now. After all, he has a part of the income from the comic company, and his part-time consultant work at the Osborne Group also earns $500,000 a year. In various ways, Luigi is considered to be an upper-middle-class income earner in the United States. Now that the house has been decided, the move will naturally be done as soon as possible. Peter and Harry, as well as their girlfriends, Gwen and Mary, all came to help, and at the same time, they also came to help Luigi move to a new home. Luigi basically put all the furniture left by the previous owner in the basement. He doesn't like to use other people's second-hand furniture. So now all the furniture in the house is newly purchased by him from the mall. Peter and Harry are just helping with the manual labor of placing the furniture, while Gwen and Mary are helping with the cleaning. Is the TV cabinet here? I think it can be moved out a little bit. In the future, we can buy a PS4 and Xbox, and buy a 60-inch color TV in the living room. We can play games in the living room. Peter made the decision without caring whether the owner of the house agreed to do so. Good idea. If Mary goes out on tour, I think I probably won't go back to live in the manor. So Jason, you'd better prepare a bigger wardrobe in my room. I have a lot of clothes. Harry also made his own decision without authorization. Luigi touched his forehead and felt that he needed to be quiet. It seemed that he didn't move out of the house to build a shelter for these two guys. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Gwen saw that the men who were adjusting the furniture were not free, So she volunteered. The door opened, and a woman with a delicate oriental face appeared in front of Gwen. She had a braided black hair like lake silk behind her head. "Who are you?" Gwen wondered if this was a social worker in the community. She looked very beautiful, and Gwen felt amazed. "My name is Lan. May I ask if Jason lives here?" The girl who came was Lan. It seemed that the Ancient One had already told her about letting her go to the mortal world to experience and also help find the successor of the Supreme Sorcerer. "Oh, yes. Please come in." Gwen quickly let Lan into the room, and at the same time shouted in the direction of the living room, "Jason, there's a beautiful girl looking for you." Hearing Gwen's voice, Peter and Harry followed Li Ji curiously to see who was looking for him. But they knew that Li Ji didn't know many beautiful girls. "Hello, Ji." Lan saw Li Ji coming out and directly called Li Ji by his Chinese name instead of his English name, because she might be more accustomed to calling his Chinese name. "Oh, Lan, welcome." Li Ji stretched out his hand and shook Lan's hand. Harry and Peter both knew Lan, but it was the first time that Lan went to Li Ji directly instead of as a wizard. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Gwen and Mary, the two girls, gathered together. As women, their natural gossip spirits were burning in their bodies. They were guessing what the relationship between the two was. "Guess who this girl is?" "Jason's girlfriend." "I don't know, it's possible. But it could also be his relative. She calls Jason G directly. This is how his family calls him." While the two girls were whispering, Lan interrupted their speculation. "I think you already know." Lan's words were a bit of a riddle, but Li Ji knew what she was talking about, so Li Ji said, "Yes, I know. Then I'll trouble you in the future. I'll live here from now on." Lan smiled at Li Ji, and Li Ji nodded. Peter and Harry looked frightened, and they exchanged information with their eyes. "When did they hook up?" "I don't know." "Oh my god. Jason actually chased a wizard. It's terrible." "Wait, is this the real reason why he needs to move out?" "Maybe. Then will we come again in the future?" "It depends." Li Ji silently glanced at the two people who were communicating with each other with their eyes, and suddenly felt that his life might be in trouble after moving out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Cohabitation and Traps. Li Ji had not told Harry and Peter about Lan's arrival in advance, so they were a little surprised by Lan's appearance. And Lan's dress today was completely different from what she usually wore. As a mage of Kamartaki, Lan usually wore her wide moon white mage robe. The whole mage robe did not have any special cut, and it had nothing to do with design beauty except that it was more fitted. The actual effect of wearing it was similar to that of a face pocket, and perhaps the only advantage was that it was more comfortable to move around. But today Lan took off her wide mage robe and put on the outfit of an ordinary city girl. The fitted short-sleeved plaid shirt and stretched jeans paired with a pair of sneakers gave her a youthful girl vibe. It was much better than the mage robe that looked very calm. At dinner, Li Ji prepared a table of sumptuous dishes to entertain the people who came to help today, and Lan, who happened to be here, also came to the table to eat. "Jason, are you saying that this Lan is going to move in with you?" At the dinner table, Mary looked at Lan sitting next to her, and then glanced at Li Ji and asked, "Yes, for some reason, she will live here in the future." Li Ji nodded and put some roast beef on his plate. "Wow." Gwen and Mary sighed softly, which seemed to contain a lot of meaning. "I want to ask if we can still come and live here in the future?" I mean, Peter was asking Li Ji this question, but Gwen kicked Peter hard under the table, which prevented Peter from finishing his words. Li Ji looked at Gwen and Peter suspiciously, and could only shrug and say to Harry and Peter, "Of course, you can come. There are empty rooms upstairs." Li Ji pointed upstairs. It's not without a plan for him to find a house with 5 empty rooms. "I don't think it's necessary. Peter and I may also rent a house near NYU next month." Gwen smiled and wanted to refuse Li Ji's kindness. "Are you right, Peter, rent a house? Didn't you say George didn't allow you?" Gwen's hand pinched the tender flesh on Peter's waist under the table. This time it was really painful, and Peter's face was a little distorted. Gwen looked at Peter with a smile. "What's wrong, Peter?" "Peter Parker. You are so tactless." Gwen used her eyes to convey her message. "No, It's okay, there was static electricity just now. It's really strange. It's not winter, and the air is not so dry, so how can there be static electricity? Haha. Peter laughed dryly, and his laugh was so forced and bitter. Li Ji could only pretend not to see the small details between the couple. Li Ji noticed that Lan seemed to eat very little at dinner, only a small amount of fruit and dessert, and the main course of grilled steak was basically untouched. Dinner ended in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Gwen and Peter, Harry and Mary all said that it was getting late, and they went back after dinner. Lan officially stayed. Fortunately, the whole house had been decorated and cleaned today. Even the bedding and supplies were ready, so Li Ji directly arranged Lan into her room. This is the master bedroom of this room, with a separate cloakroom and a separate bathroom. If you don't mind, you can live here in the future. Li Ji directly gave the largest master bedroom in the whole house to Lan. Because she is a girl, the master bedroom has a separate toilet and bathroom, so she doesn't have to share the bathroom facilities in the room with other people when bathing, which is better for girls. There is also a separate cloakroom, which should be liked by many girls. Although Lan doesn't look like she has a lot of clothes, Li Ji still considers her. Thank you, this room is very good. It is much more comfortable than my room in Enigmatic. Lan looked around the room and nodded to express her gratitude. Here is the Wi-Fi password of the room, if you need to go online. Li Ji handed a note to Lan. Did you buy a mobile phone? No. Lan shook her head. She didn't need these things before. Well, then you'd better buy one. After all, in modern society, especially in public places, you can't use magic at will. Lan expressed her understanding of Li Ji's words. Didn't you bring any other gifts? Li Ji noticed that Lan came here empty-handed. I can't bring all my robes here? That would look weird. Lan shook her head, indicating that she did not bring any other gifts, but came here alone. Okay, then if I go to buy a mobile phone tomorrow, you also need to buy some other clothes. Li Ji touched his forehead and found that there was still a lot to do. You ate very little for dinner tonight. Don't you like these foods? This incident was a big blow to Li Ji, who always boasted that he was a good cook. Well, okay, it's true. Lan looked a little embarrassed, but some things are better to be explained in advance, otherwise both of them will be unhappy. I don't like to eat raw and cooked food. Li Ji understood this. Grilled steak is not a well-done food. He grilled it to medium rare, and the meat color is a little pink. If you are resistant to raw food, you won't eat it. Guyi is a Chinese from the Ming Dynasty. It is estimated that his taste for food should be very traditional Chinese. He probably rarely eats half-cooked food. And Lan, who was raised by Guyi, probably has this taste. So Li Ji thought it would be better to ask Lan what he likes to eat first. So, what do you like to eat? I can make appropriate adjustments. Really? Lan raised his eyebrows, but shook his head and said, forget it, it might be troublesome in the United States. Why? Li Ji asked again with some confusion. Forget it. Lan waved his hand, indicating that these things didn't matter. Boiled beef with salt and some vegetables will do. Rice is enough for the staple food. Lan's request is not high, it can be said to be quite low. It is much better than that Thor who complains all day now. People's relationships are still divided into close and distant. Lan and Ancient One are compared to Thor and Odin. Naturally, Lan and Ancient One have a much better relationship with Li Ji. So Li Ji is not afraid of any trouble, as long as it is not beyond his ability. But since Lan refused to say, Li Ji stopped asking. When the time comes, just go to Enigmatic and ask the king. Oh, right. This is for you. Lan seemed to remember something. She grabbed an old book with an old cover in the air. Li Ji took the book and asked, what is this? This is a catalogue of the classics left by those Buddhist practitioners. It was compiled by Master Guyi. It contains various keyword indexes and the names of various books and the approximate uses of the book. The master asked me to give it to you. He said it would be helpful to you. Lan answered Li Ji's question and said, for example, if you want to use the power of Buddhism to save your friend's karma, then you need to study the knowledge above. This catalog is for you, because there are too many classics to bring from Enigmatic. Tell me what book you want to read, and I will grab it for you directly. Lan said this and stroked her hand. It seems that what she said about grabbing is the way to grab the book directly from the air. Is this considered her own personal librarian stationed in Enigmatic? Li Ji thought so and flipped through the pages of the catalogue. The books recorded in it are indeed many and complete. It seems that the salvation of Leo Lang's family can only rely on themselves. But isn't this really a trap set by Guyi and Dizon? Are they trying to make me become a monk? Are they really not trying to make me become a monk? Li Ji asked Lan carefully while holding a book. Lan smiled at Li Ji's face. Didn't you say that you would be a monk who broke the precepts after becoming a monk? Then just be a monk who broke the precepts. There are so few Buddhist practitioners, maybe Dizon Bodhisattva will let you go. Lan smiled and asked Li Ji to leave her room. She wanted to rest. I'm afraid Dizon is going to set a trap for me for the future of Buddhism. Li Ji guessed in his heart, this is not okay. But if he is really setting a trap for himself, what should he do? Li Ji touched his head and walked back to his room. I don't want to shave my head. I'd rather die than die with my friends. Logan, you and Deacon have committed too many sins of killing. Why don't you put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha right away? Amitabha, good and good. A father and son shuddered at the same time while walking in the Canadian Rockies. Chapter 386, Compromise between SHIELD's new employees and the military. At the Pentagon in Washington, the generals of the United States, especially the top generals, have been very distressed recently. The reason for the distress is very simple, that is, because of the lawsuit of Captain Rogers, which is making a lot of noise around the world. It can be said that almost all the media around the world, especially the overseas media, are bad-mouthing the US military. This is a very normal thing. As the world's largest country, the US military's military expenditure is equal to half of the world's total military expenditure. This is a terrible astronomical figure. Regardless of whether they are allies of the United States, all other countries are afraid of the United States' extremely high military expenditure and terrible military power. And those countries that are not on good terms with the United States are even more seizing this matter to make a fuss. The mutual struggle between China, the United States and Russia, as well as all kinds of dirty tricks in private, are not news to the world. It can be said that they are almost open problems. China's Xinhua news agency proposed a title such as "The Hero Who Saved the World" is used as a tool for making money by the military to criticize the US military and government. And the Russian official media Pravda wrote an article Steve Rogers, another political victim. In this editorial, Russia strongly suspected that this was not the first time that the military had done such a dirty thing. They even dug up an old account, that is, the Iwo Jima photo incident. The world-famous battlefield photo, the American flag incident on Iwo Jima. This is also the world's most famous staged battlefield photo. The whole photo was taken out of a complete plan. Because when the war entered the Battle of Iwo Jima, the US finances were on the verge of exhaustion. The raw material suppliers in South America clearly put forward their requirements. They no longer accept US dollars as payment conditions. If the United States still wants to buy raw materials, then please exchange them with real gold and silver. The gold reserves of the US Treasury at that time had reached a bottom and could not be moved at all. The United States could only call on the public to donate money and materials to maintain support before the final victory of the war. But the Battle of Iwo Jima took place in 1945, and Captain Steve Rogers had already crashed into the Arctic Circle and disappeared. The US military could not find a charismatic soldier to persuade the public to donate money and materials. For this reason, the most famous military photo fraud scandal in history was brewed by the military's political propaganda department. That was the famous Iwo Jima flag posing incident. The US military carefully planned this incident in order to set an example. And the 5 soldiers who set up the flag on Iwo Jima were promoted as the heroic spiritual successors after Captain America. Under the large-scale propaganda of the military, many people believed the authenticity of the photo, because the shocking photo and the incitement of the story moved many people to the heroic stories of these people. After that, it was a common method of the US military political propaganda department to let these soldiers who were manipulated by them go to the whole country to make speeches and call on the people to donate money and materials. These soldiers did these things with all their energy. Their speeches and propaganda raised a lot of funds for the military. It helped the military get through the most difficult period. However, there is no airtight wall in this world, and this incident was eventually exposed. It caused a global uproar. And these soldiers and the photographer were pushed out by the military propaganda department to take the blame. They said that they did not know these things, and they were all done by the battlefield photographer and those soldiers who wanted to be famous. In the end, these soldiers and photographers were forced to take on this huge responsibility. It is hard to say how much trouble ordinary people will have in their daily lives if they take on these responsibilities. Can they still live under pressure, or will they choose death directly? The Russian newspaper Pravda questioned this past event. It is suspected that these soldiers and the photographer are scapegoats of the military. From this incident to Captain Rogers' matter, Pravda's angle can be said to be extremely tricky. Xinhua News Agency and Pravda are just one of the countless media that question the U.S. military. Even many media in the United States have doubts about the military. The recruitment work for the new quarter is very unsuccessful. In the Pentagon, the general in charge of the U.S. military recruitment complained to his colleagues. Affected by the case of Captain Rogers, the U.S. military has become a negative synonym in the minds of young people. They think we are full of deception and untrustworthiness. Another senior military official in the Pentagon shook his head and said bluntly, "Tell me how big the impact is. It is now the graduation season of students in June and July. Whether it is college students who have received higher education or high school students from good high schools, they have always been our target soldiers. I think everyone knows that we can't let the hooligans with nothing to do on the streets fill our army. If such a thing really happens, it will be the end of the U.S. military." The words of the recruiting general were recognized by other generals. Because modern warfare has higher and higher requirements for the quality of individual soldiers. So everyone is more concerned about this year's recruitment situation. This year's recruitment situation is not optimistic. Less than 7% of fresh graduates intend to join the U.S. military. This is the lowest ever. This is just an intention, which is equivalent to a questionnaire survey. I am afraid that even fewer people will be able to report to the military camp in the end. We expect to need more than 30,000 new recruits this year, but there are less than 5,000 people who meet the requirements and are willing to report to the military camp. We can't find 25,000 gangsters or prisoners to make up the number, everyone. Hearing this number, the other generals in the Pentagon fell silent. Although the U.S. military does sometimes lower the recruitment standards due to insufficient troops, a large number of problematic soldiers flooding the army will cause problems. And the bad news is not only from the recruitment aspect. New news came from Congress and the White House. Congress and the White House can't support it anymore. Since the case began, Captain Rogers' public opinion offensive on the internet has made them passive. The support rate of Congress and the President has dropped. They are going to the military to solve this matter as soon as possible. The secretary in charge of reporting sent the opinions of Congress and the White House. The generals in the Pentagon felt a headache after reading it. What are your opinions? General Ross, who attended the meeting, asked other colleagues in the meeting. The second trial has not started yet, said a general. But he was quickly refuted by others. This is not a case, this is a political event. It was planned by Captain Rogers. As for the purpose, I think you all understand. The objector said so. SHIELD? Well, I think it's enough. We don't belong to SHIELD. We are not the same as the FBI and CIA. One of the generals said this, and it seems that he does not support the confrontation with SHIELD. It is not rational to be an enemy of SHIELD. Now is not the time for us to fight for a face. Everyone, if there is no way to reverse it, I think we need to have a good talk with Director Hill. General Ross looked around at his colleagues and said so. At least we need to find a reasonable solution, otherwise I think Congress and the President will find a way to get some of us out of office. Ross's words made the general silent. Originally, the plan to confuse SHIELD this time was very successful, but Captain Rogers showed up halfway, and used this deep routine. It made the U.S. military unable to defend itself. Although no one said it, everyone knew that this confrontation with SHIELD was a failure. It was just that no one wanted to admit it for the sake of face. General Ross looked at everyone and knew what they were thinking. He could only sigh. Sometimes soldiers are very stubborn. But it seems that some compromises must be made in this matter. I just hope that Hill and Rogers will not make the military look too bad. Hill in New York did not know the movements of the military bosses, nor did she know that they had begun to waver. As long as she opened her mouth, those bosses would immediately find a way to reconcile. Hill now has an important matter to deal with. Because the Avengers under SHIELD will welcome a new employee. And Hill was afraid that this newcomer would cause a heart attack in some people, so she introduced him personally. After summoning all the Avenger members, Hill said to everyone with a serious face, "Today we are going to welcome a colleague, and I hope everyone can get along well." After saying this, Hill fell into a brief silence, because Hill really didn't know how to introduce this person. Hawkeye Barton saw Hill's embarrassment, and he stepped forward to smooth things over. "Oh, newcomer, yes, I like newcomers. If necessary, I can train him personally and help him quickly integrate into the group." It must be said that Barton is still a very good colleague, very enthusiastic and responsible. Ha ha ha. Hill looked at Barton and smiled awkwardly. She shook her head and felt that some things still had to be faced after all. She said what she wanted to say in one breath, "Then welcome our core member, Deadpool. Wade Wilson." When Hill finished this sentence, the scene fell into dead silence. Pa. This is the sound of Barton's bow and arrow falling to the ground. This chapter was coded on the train with a mobile phone. I am currently on my way back to my hometown to visit the graves. I will not update it at night. It is very inconvenient on the train. Considering that I have not stopped updating during the journey, please vote. Chapter 387, Objection is invalid. Question mark. The new employee introduced by Hill was indeed beyond everyone's expectations, Deadpool Wade Wilson. This man had made S.H.I.E.L.D. very notorious before. Even Hawkeye Barton was unable to return home and owed a large debt because of him. In order to repay the huge debt, Barton had to sell his copyright to Lee at a low price. The buyout fee of $1 million for 10 years was not a good price. But he did not have much room for bargaining. Because Barton was almost unanimously condemned by ordinary people at that time, he dared not go out for quite a long time. Many people went to the door of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to protest against their treatment of a hero who saved New York. If Deadpool can also be considered a hero. So when Hill said Deadpool's name, the scene was quiet, and even Barton couldn't hold his bow and arrow steadily. As a professional warrior, he couldn't even hold his own weapon. You can imagine how much shock he was. Impossible. This is impossible. Barton shouted at Hill at the top of his lungs, "I would agree with you even if you let a Doxhound join the Avengers. But Deadpool, no. No chance." Barton was so out of control that he didn't even pick up his bow and arrow. He strode towards Hill and waved his arms. Hill didn't know if this was a threat. "Agent Hawkeye, I remember you were one of the first people to propose recruiting Deadpool." Hill pretended that she knew nothing and didn't know the grudge between Deadpool and Hawkeye. She said it in a somewhat innocent way. "This is a different time, Chief Hill." Barton pronounced the word chief very strongly. The other Avengers were standing by as spectators. Iron Fist, Blade, White Tiger and Luke Cage gathered together and talked in a low voice. White Tiger whispered, "I'm not very clear about the internal personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D., but did Barton have any feud with Hill before? It is said that no, Hill and Hawkeye are said to have a good relationship. Although there are occasional small disputes. Iron Fist is more open in S.H.I.E.L.D. than White Tiger, so he knows more. But this doesn't show how good the relationship between the two is. If you want to call this kind of relationship good." Wonder Man Luke Cage frowned and whispered, "Maybe we should be more vigilant. It seems that Hill is a smiling tiger." Blade, the vampire hunter who always keeps vigilance, spoke last. His speech was unanimously recognized by everyone. From then on, Hill was labeled as narrow-minded and smiling tiger by the members of the Avengers. And Natasha and Captain Rogers also got together. "Captain, do you think Hill is serious?" Deadpool made Barton so miserable. Natasha still sided with Barton. After all, the two were true comrades in arms. Sharing life and death, you can entrust your back and life to each other with peace of mind. This kind of feeling is beyond ordinary friends. I don't know. Hill didn't tell me before. But I think maybe she has her own considerations. Rogers also frowned slightly. "I still stick to my point of view, Hill. Deadpool joining the Avengers is not good. If you really think we are short of helpers, I think the husky raised by Agent Callison can be more useful than Deadpool." Barton insisted on his opinion without giving in. "Before that guy Deadpool comes, I think you should take back your opinion." Hill felt a headache looking at Barton's persistence, even though she was pretending to be stupid. But this does not mean that the grudge between Deadpool and Hawkeye does not exist. Hill just covered half of his face with his left hand and said in a helpless tone, "In fact, Deadpool is here. He was just behind me." "What?" Hawkeye Barton immediately looked behind Hill, but did not see anyone. Suddenly, a very annoying voice appeared behind him on the right. "Just now I heard you say that I am not as good as a Doxhound." Deadpool was resting his chin on Barton's right shoulder, and said in a somewhat teasing tone, "Or a husky can be more useful than me." "Yes, that's right. That's what I think." Barton was not scared by this sudden voice. He has been looking for Deadpool for a long time. As for why he's looking for Deadpool? Of course, to kill him. As a long-range soldier, archers have a habit of hiding a dagger on their waist or calf. This is a long-standing tradition that has continued for thousands of years. This is the last combat weapon of the archer. A good archer should also be a master of using a dagger and a dagger. Hawkeye himself, as an excellent archer, also maintains this fine tradition. While he was talking, he pulled out a dagger that he had been hiding from his waist at lightning speed. Like a ballerina, he turned around beautifully and drew a delicate angle. The dagger in his left hand was as light and beautiful as the notes jumping in a waltz. Barton quickly distanced himself from Deadpool, and the dagger drew a semicircle at a beautiful angle. With a puff, the sharp blade cut through the throat and brought out a burst of warm blood. Barton's dagger successfully cut Deadpool's aorta, and Wade's blood instantly spurted out more than 3 meters away. Because his trachea and vocal cords were cut, Deadpool could not make a sound. He covered his throat helplessly with one hand, making a hoarse sound like a broken bellows. The other hand pointed at Barton and trembled. Finally, Deadpool, who had lost a lot of blood, seemed to finally collapse. Before he died, he used one hand to write the name of the person who killed him crookedly with his own blood. The murderer was Hawkeye Barton, a 7th-level agent of SHIELD, and now a member of the Avengers. He was dissatisfied because he owed Deadpool Wade Wilson a debt of $1 million. Finally, he killed someone out of anger. P.S. Barton lives in Building B, 1302, the employee dormitory of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. The murderer is right there. P.S. Finished. After writing so much, such detailed and complete information, Wade finally collapsed and died at the age of... As a dying man, he wrote too much. If I had so much time to spell so many complicated words before I die, I would choose to save it. Behu stood behind Deadpool and watched Deadpool spend almost 8 minutes to finish writing such a string of things. And because some words are difficult to spell, such as the official name of S.H.I.E.L.D., the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Support Department, Deadpool misspelled this super long and difficult name several times. Every time he misspelled it, he had to erase it and start over, which made the blood he sprayed out in the end a little insufficient. He finally checked his phone to figure out the correct spelling of this noun. It was not until he finished writing the last word that Deadpool fell to the ground. Alice. Before falling to the ground, he pointed at Hawkeye with his finger, indicating that this was the murderer. Okay. Wade, can you stop making trouble? Hill felt a headache. Is there no one with a normal mind in the entire Avengers? One of them wanted to kill people as soon as he appeared, and this one was killed by him even though he cooperated so well. Hawkeye knew Deadpool's characteristics, and he didn't give Deadpool face at all. He directly wiped out everything Deadpool had written with his feet, and kicked Deadpool's body. Get up. I know you are not dead. Hawkeye saw that Deadpool was still lying on the ground like a dead dog pretending to be dead, and he pulled out the dagger again. If you are really dead, you should not care if I stab you a few more times. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Deadpool, who should have been dead, immediately turned over. It seemed that the damage Hawkeye had just caused him was completely useless. Do you know how much pain you just made me feel? Deadpool's voice was a little hoarse, and it seemed that his vocal cords had not recovered yet. This is Deadpool's ability, a super healing ability very similar to Wolverine. Although Hawkeye cut his neck, he did not really kill him. Okay Barton, I think you should put aside your grudges for now, even though Deadpool did some excessive things before. Hill said as a mediator. Excessive. Barton's eyebrows were raised, and he looked at Hill with eyes wide open. Hill was defeated by Barton's gaze. She could only tell the truth. Well, it was actually very excessive. I understand. Captain Rogers asked Hill and Deadpool with some curiosity. Deadpool, why do you want to join the Avengers, and what do you think about Hill? Want him to join? Steve Rogers is the leader of this group, and whether he can join the Avengers still needs Rogers' consent. If Rogers disagrees, Hill insists on adding people, which will make the relationship very stiff. Hill and Deadpool still understand this. Deadpool was the first to speak. Of course, he would not say that it was to sell his comics and make a lot of money from peripherals, movies and endorsements. He coughed lightly and cleared his throat. Of course it's for justice. Huh? Captain Rogers looked fooled. He didn't believe what Deadpool said. But Hill spoke next. For the image of S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain. You know the problem between Deadpool and Hawkeye before. I don't want to say who is right or wrong. Anyway, SHIELD is the one that is hurt the most. Our reputation has been ruined. So we need to use various methods to restore our reputation. Captain Rogers could still accept Hill's reason. So using Deadpool to join SHIELD as a buffer for this matter. Rogers nodded. This is a method. Hill continued, although Wade is mean, loves money, has no moral integrity, and has all kinds of problems. Rogers looked at Wade with a squint. Is it really good to have so many problems? Although Wade has all kinds of problems, he is not at a disadvantage in terms of the big principles. So Nick also wanted to recruit him at that time. Hill continued. And there is another important point. Hill looked at Rogers seriously and said slowly, the military and Congress should not be able to hold on any longer. They should compromise and negotiate soon. So we brought in Deadpool, who had conflicts with SHIELD, at this time. Rogers understood Hill's most important purpose. Is this a gesture and hint to the military? Hill nodded. Yes. That's it. But I don't agree. Barton suddenly said loudly, I don't agree. Natasha, Iron Fist, what do you say? It seems that Barton began to find allies to resist Hill's decision. Natasha, Iron Fist and others shrugged their shoulders and stood behind Barton. At this moment, Hawkeye felt the support from his teammates. Hey. Do you know the importance of this matter? Hill looked at the Avengers standing behind Barton and said loudly, we can have enough budget soon. The supply of free coffee, donuts and buffet can be restored. Hearing Hill's words, White Tiger and Luke Cage silently stepped back a little. There will be no charge for employees to use the washing machine, and the air conditioner will not be set to environmental mode. It can be as warm as you want in winter and as cool as you want in summer. Blade silently took a step back. And there will be no water and electricity charges for the employee dormitory. I will change the midnight snack back to Subway's self-selected sandwiches, and no longer use Donald's $1 burgers. Hill shouted loudly. All our agent benefits will be restored, and we can do better. But Barton did not back down at all. These can't buy us. We are one Avenger. My teammates will support me. Damn it. Why are you so far away from me? Barton looked back and all the Avengers distanced themselves from him. Natasha and White Tiger were discussing cosmetics. Iron Fist, Blade and Cage were discussing some martial arts moves. It seemed that everything that had just happened was Hawkeye's illusion. Captain Rogers came over and patted Barton on the shoulder, saying earnestly, thank you for your hard work, Barton. Wait? What does this mean? What do you mean I'm lucky to have worked hard? What do you mean, Captain? I admire you so much. What on earth do you want to do? Barton felt abandoned by the whole world in an instant. Deadpool lay on the ground with one leg propped up, making a V sign to him with one hand. Hill looked at the scene, and it seemed that everything was resolved. Although she seemed to have overlooked one person. Hill clapped her hands and left here with a smile. It seems that everything can be solved happily. When everyone left here, only Barton was left in the wind. Wait? He suddenly reacted. Hill, if I had allocated 1 million funds to you, why would I have done this? Now you pretend to be a good person, and I have to bear all the blame. Barton instantly felt the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. Especially the mean look that Deadpool left before he left. In the future, I will never let you go. This was also written on the train. There are not many authors as hardworking as me. Tickets. Chapter 388 Venus Base Launch and Fake Iron Man. In the 1960s, when human beings first stepped on the moon, and when human beings first left their own footprints and civilization on other planets far away from the Earth, countless people were looking forward to the arrival of a new era of great navigation. But this time, what human beings need to conquer is not the raging waves and ocean currents and monsoons. Human beings will face a new challenge, and what we need to face is endless darkness and boundless vastness. We have no navigation beacons in the vast and dark universe. There is no breathable oxygen, and even the light from the stars seems so luxurious in this quiet and dark universe. The first era of great navigation opened up the real globalization. Spanish galleons were loaded with silk and porcelain purchased from China and shipped to Europe. Then they loaded exquisite glass and clocks from Europe, as well as spices from Central Asia and returned to China. The time consumed for a round trip was calculated in years. But those pioneers relied on their ambitions and desires, glory and ideals. They cut through the waves again and again, and what they brought was not just simple business trade. On this dangerous and long road, they connected the thoughts and cultures of the East and the West. market economy and science and technology, eating habits and lifestyle. Since then, the process of human globalization has begun, and we have begun to understand that the planet we live in is far less vast than we imagined. The earth has boundaries, and the sea has an end. Humans began to feel more and more that the world they live in is so crowded and narrow. When interests are not evenly distributed, when ideas diverge, when wars begin to break out, countless people began to cast their eyes above their heads, to that dark and mysterious place. That place where humans cannot step on. This is the stars, this is the sea. When Armstrong left his footprints on the moon, the world was shocked. A new era of great navigation has arrived. Someone shouted. This time we are not going to conquer the vast ocean but the starry sky. How dangerous is the universe? It is more dangerous than you can imagine. Just to send an astronaut out of the Earth and into orbit requires the gathering of most of the power of a superpower. And this does not guarantee success. But even so, the world is still obsessed with exploring the universe. Even if all efforts are exhausted, only some theoretical research is done. Because everyone has seen the profound impact and major changes that the age of exploration has brought to human society. Giving up the universe means giving up the new age of exploration, which is a place where all ambitious people will not give up easily. Are humans afraid of the sacrifices they have made in this long journey? Please open your eyes and look at the remains that have turned into bones on the Silk Road, the camels that have died in the desert, the civilizations and cities that are only recorded in documents. Please open your eyes and look at the sunken ships under the blue waves, the machinery corroded by the seawater, and the pirate treasures in the legends. Human civilization will never simply stop exploring the unknown, even if it requires life as the price. But sometimes, some things cannot be done just by relying on fearless courage. For example, exploring the universe. Humans do not have the technology to do this. Since Armstrong, humans have not set foot on the moon again for 60 years. And until Tony Stark announced the Lunar Development Plan, and then he sent Dr. Richards and 4 others to the moon, humans saw the dawn of interstellar navigation for the first time. The era of the Great Sea of Stars is really coming. People who live in this era are lucky, because they are lucky enough to be witnesses of the advent of a great era. At the same time, people who live in this era are also unfortunate, because they are bound to bear all kinds of shocks brought by this earth-shaking new era. The fittest survive, and the unfit die. It is extremely cruel. When all scientists, all astronomers, all politicians and military strategists set their sights on the moon, the first springboard for humans to enter the universe, Tony Stark quietly stretched his hand to a celestial body that no one noticed. Or rather, no one would pay attention to it at all. That is Venus. This is a special magic ring made by Master Gu Yi. Li Ji handed Tony a magic prop that Gu Yi spent a considerable amount of time making. This is the second gathering of the Illuminati, and the purpose of the gathering is very simple, just for the magic ring that Li Ji took out. Use this to directly open the space gate between the Earth and Venus. Master Gu Yi has determined that there will be no strange things on the other side of the space gate. Li Ji explained the use of this ring, which is a prop to open the space gate. How to use this thing? Tony took the ring and looked at it with some curiosity. It depends on energy. The Ancient One carved a very complex magic circle inside, and made this prop specially according to the energy you can provide, the arc reactor. Li Ji explained. The Ancient One would not join the Illuminati, but he still helped this group of people create a time and space gate so that they could set up a base on Venus as planned. Amazing magic. Dr. Hank pushed his black-framed glasses and took the special magic ring from Tony's hand and exclaimed, "So are we going to Venus now?" Captain Rogers was a little curious. He had not traveled in space yet, and in fact, no one present had. Everyone was a little curious about being able to explore planets outside the Earth. But Tony poured cold water on everyone. The surface temperature of Venus is 450 degrees Celsius. I don't think it's safe for us to go to Venus before I build a base. Tony thought very carefully. Since Master Ancient One is not participating in our plan, we are lacking a guardian. If this ring breaks down during use and we are trapped on Venus, that would be a lot of fun. We have no way to come back directly from Venus. You know, it is much farther away than the moon. Tony's words were generally accepted by everyone, so the establishment of the space gate would be handed over to Hank, Tony and Charles, 3 outstanding scientists. They were going to build a fixed space gate, a relatively safe space gate. Tony would produce armor suitable for activities on Venus and provide it to everyone. As for the money spent on the establishment of the Venus base, it was naturally provided by the rich man here, Tony Stark. You know, the little money other people put out is just a drop in the bucket. This fully proves the importance of having a rich man in a team. Why do we actually have to go so far? Venus. Captain Rogers was actually a little curious why Tony wanted to set the headquarters so far away. Because of someone's crazy plan. Tony glanced at Li Ji and said, I need a lot of mineral resources, and if these things are done on Earth, it will be too easy for people to find out. Li Ji shrugged at Tony's words and said, after you know the Brotherhood of S.H.I.E.L.D., you also understand what alien invasion is. Master Ancient One has shown me the rise and fall of countless cosmic civilizations. We are just preparing in advance. Charles, Rogers and others didn't know what Li Ji and Tony were talking about. But now that the Illuminati has been formed, the organization strictly abides by the creed of confidentiality, and some things need to be told to other members. Actually, it's nothing. You all know the Brotherhood of S.H.I.E.L.D., and you also know that alien civilizations have visited Earth many years ago. And they are not so friendly. Not all aliens are as cute as A. Li Ji explained to Captain Rogers and Charles. So Tony and I planned to build an armed force at the very beginning. As humans began to move towards space, it was only a matter of time before they encountered alien civilizations. All wars were almost inevitable. So we planned to build a space fleet ourselves. This was another step that Li Ji planned for the Battle of New York. The drawings of technological items sold in the system included real interstellar battleships. Of course, this required a suitable excuse to give it to Tony to produce. The production of such super weapons would always be discovered on Earth. So it was best to set up the base and production line on Venus. Especially in Venus, mining does not need to consider ecological issues, although the initial construction cost will be relatively high. But when the production line starts to turn, the entire production cost should actually be lower than on Earth. After all, there is no one here to collect taxes or anything else from you. Li Ji kept a lot of reputation to exchange for these things. Shouldn't this kind of thing be better left to the governments of various countries? For weapons like interstellar battleships. Although Rogers said so, looking at his expression, he was not pursuing anything, but just wanted to know what Li Ji and Tony thought. It's complicated, Captain. I believe you should understand politics very well. Li Ji glanced at Rogers while speaking. The others saw that Captain Rogers was not such a simple person when Rogers sued the US military. No matter what country gets the weapons like interstellar battleships, I'm afraid it will breed their ambitions. I'm afraid we'll start a large-scale civil war before we even meet the aliens. You know, the argument that we must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression is still very popular. Maybe some ambitious people will use this kind of public opinion to start World War III. Those who are overly obsessed with power have never been the same as us. Li Ji's words well expressed his attitude. For power, people like him have little interest. All they want is to build the ideal world in their hearts. This is fundamentally different from those politicians who fight for power. At this point, everyone agreed that the construction of Venus will officially start today. The Illuminati, as an important organization that influences the world, has taken its first step. Although it should be right, at this exciting moment, Tony suddenly said something that was quite disappointing. We still have a problem. What problem? Li Ji couldn't think of what problem he needed to solve now. It's the money problem. Tony suddenly said something that no one expected. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Please, don't look at me like that. Do you expect me to bear all the expenses of the entire Illuminati? And all the plans of this madman? Please. This is tens of billions of dollars, and it's not even enough. If Pepper knew that I used so much money, she would resign. Hey. Your lines are wrong. Isn't Iron Man responsible for taking the blame and settling accounts within the team? When did he become so smart that he actually started to consider financial issues? Li Ji strongly felt that he might have met a fake Iron Man. I went to the tomb on Qingming Festival and arrived home at 3 in the morning yesterday. I went to the mountain to sweep the tomb today, and I was very tired. Because I typed no less than 7,000 words on the train yesterday, and I didn't sleep well. I had a good sleep in the afternoon, and then I got up to write this chapter. I will take the train back tomorrow night. I won't say anything more. There are probably not many authors who can keep updating and write so many words during the journey. I hope everyone can support me. Thank you. Chapter 389 Saving the world is as important as saving hair loss. Tony Stark's words were indeed somewhat surprising, because almost by default, everyone regarded him as the funder of this organization. After all, the Illuminati was established at his call. Please. You can't look at me like that. The Venus base project alone may cost me billions of dollars. Not to mention the subsequent expenses. Before, because of the new energy issue, Pepper was already very unhappy with me. Tony patted his head while speaking. If I spend such a large sum of money without her consent and can't explain where it's going, she will definitely resign. She is very important to me. Well, is this Tony's confession to Pepper? But unfortunately, the heroine is not here. He really cares about Pepper. Captain Rogers patted Tony on the shoulder after hearing what he said, and said seriously, that makes sense. You really shouldn't be the only one to pay for this. My annual salary at S.H.I.E.L.D. is about $400,000. I can donate all of it after deducting living expenses. And I recently signed a copyright agreement with a comic company. If there's any royalties, I can also give it out. Well, Captain Rogers instantly became very noble. But it is obvious that this money is not enough to cover the expenses of this plan. So Tony shook his head. Captain, unless you can end the legal case with the military and let them compensate you for your losses over the years, it is estimated to be more than $30 billion. If we have this money, it will be enough for us. But I have stated before that whether I win the case or not, the compensation will be used for charity. It seems that Captain Rogers really has no intention of taking the compensation from the military. When the Venus base is launched, the minerals should be self-sufficient. There may even be a certain surplus, which should be able to fill the funds in this regard in a later stage. If necessary, we can even extract the core of Venus and extract gold from it. Luigi thought of his own way, and Tony agreed with what Luigi said. Yes, you are right. It is true when the Venus base is officially fully launched. But that is later, and if a large amount of Venus minerals hit the Earth, the resource industry of the Earth will be broken, and I am afraid that hundreds of millions of people will be unemployed. This is not what we want to see. Therefore, the minerals of Venus can only meet our own use to a large extent, and cannot be used as resources on the Earth. Tony also rejected this idea. Although the plan of Venus can indeed be self-sufficient in the later stage, before it is self-sufficient, we still need a large amount of initial investment. This amount of money is an astronomical figure, and you all know it. Luigi looked at Tony with some depression. Where did the originally generous local tyrant Iron Man go? Why is he so stingy now for only a few $100 billion? A few $100 billion is also called a small amount. Maybe someone is not very sensitive to money. Are you going to join some other wealthy superheroes? Like the rich people like Night Owl in the comics to join the Illuminati? Luigi could only put his thoughts on this aspect. Otherwise, there is really no way to solve this problem. Luigi said and glanced at Charles. It seems that the professor is also a wealthy man. It can be seen from the fact that Xavier's school for gifted people is actually rebuilt from his ancestral home. Of course not this idea. Tony waved his hand and denied Luigi's guess. I don't have a good candidate who can directly pay to help us solve the current dilemma. You know, what we are going to do cannot be leaked. Before determining a person's true character, I can't just pull someone in casually. Luigi was originally considering whether to pull Harry in, but in the end, after hearing what Tony said, he gave up his idea. At the same time, if you think about it carefully, it is actually not appropriate for Harry to come in. After all, Osborn is also a group company, not Harry's one-man show. Large-scale capital flow is likely to make Harry fall. So just think about it and forget it. Captain Rogers, who was watching all this silently, sighed in his heart. Why is the current scene so familiar? It seems that Hawkeye was like this when he owed Deadpool $1 million. Everyone is worried about such a sum of money. Now that he has joined the Illuminati, there is also a world-class rich man here, but he is still troubled by the issue of funds. Captain Rogers understood in an instant what it meant to be a hero who is troubled by a penny. Only Charles and Hank were left at the scene without expressing their opinions. Everyone looked at them for their opinions. Hank pushed his black-framed glasses and said, in fact, Charles was a very wealthy man before. His family has accumulated wealth for him for hundreds of years. Oh. Here it comes. Sure enough, this calm big bald head is the real invisible rich man. Luigi suddenly became interested. But Hank pushed his black-framed glasses again and changed the subject. Over the years, in order to maintain the expenses of the mutant school, Charles has almost spent his savings. The mutant school is almost a welfare school. Even if students can't pay tuition, Charles will call them in. After all this talk, Charles is now a pauper? Others present were a little disappointed. Everyone thought Charles could come up with a huge fortune. Yes, this school has spent almost all of my savings over the years. The expenses in the past 2 years have been relying on Hank and I to sell patents to obtain funds to maintain learning. Charles also seemed a little helpless and said, "Patent? What patent?" Tony became interested when he heard about patents. He knew the scientific research capabilities of Hank and Charles. In the 1960s, the first generation of invisible positions were able to be produced. The technological patents made by such technological giants may help everyone get rid of the current predicament. It's mainly some civilian technology. For example, some additives that allow internal combustion engines to achieve a more complete combustion effect. And some new structures of microcircuit boards. Hank's words instantly made Tony lose interest. These patents can indeed make money, but at the same time they are also easy to circumvent. If you license them at a low price, you really can't make much money. In fact, it makes sense if you think about it. Charles' mutant school has always been a place of concern for the US government. If you really came up with some kind of black technology for weapons of mass destruction, or something of the same type, the US government would have exploded long ago. Hank didn't seem to notice Tony's expression and continued, "When the Osborn Group released their limb regeneration medical plan, I also had some ideas, because Wolverine has a super strong self-healing ability. I tried to extract the X gene in his body and wanted to make a medicine that can quickly heal wounds. Although it is unlikely to regenerate limbs, it will have the ability to instantly recover from a large number of traumas." Hank's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. If Hank's experiment was really successful, and if a medicine that can quickly heal trauma really exists, it would be an incredible invention. Think about those fatal wounds. It is not uncommon for the injured to die from heavy bleeding on the way to the hospital. If this kind of medicine really exists, it will completely change the status quo of trauma medical treatment. So what's the result, Dr. Lee G was very curious about Hank's final research results. In fact, everyone is very curious. Well, it can only be said to be half successful. Hank said this and shook his head. The rapid wound healing potion has side effects. It is like the Osborn Group's limb regeneration plan, which relies on cell division to heal wounds. We know that human cells have a limit to the number of divisions. A large number of cell divisions will reduce a person's lifespan. And the limb regeneration plan also has a combination of injections that can repair cells. My potion can't put everything in an emergency medical kit. Hank shook his head. So unless you are as strong as Captain Rogers, it is very dangerous for ordinary people to use this rapid healing potion, and it is very likely to die directly. Well, killing or saving people, it is hard to tell. I tried to reduce a part of the ratio in the potion, hoping to make the potion milder. When I eliminated the terrible side effects, the medicinal properties of the entire drug were almost eliminated. So how much medicinal properties are there? If the efficacy exceeds that of Unonbe-IO, then this is actually a very useful and commercially valuable drug. Lee Ji thought that as long as this drug still has some medicinal properties, even if it is not so strong, it can still be profitable and help the organization make some money. Hank looked a little embarrassed. In fact, after eliminating all the side effects, the efficacy of this drug is already very poor. In fact, it can't heal wounds. Hearing Hank say this, Lee Ji and others felt a little disappointed. Maybe Hank didn't want to make himself look incompetent, as if he hadn't done anything. So he quickly continued to say, in fact, it still retains some uses, such as being able to quickly regenerate damaged hair. I believe that if we continue to study, there should be a breakthrough. Tony was a little disappointed when he heard Hank's words, but he didn't show it. Okay, doctor. We can do research in this area together, although I'm not very good in the field of biology, but... Tony's words haven't been finished yet. Lee Ji suddenly interrupted him. Wait. Lee Ji touched his chin and suddenly said, Doctor, what effect did you just say that your drug has left? Only rapid hair growth is left. Why? Dr. Hank looked at Lee Ji in a strange way. Clap. Lee Ji clapped his hands suddenly, and seemed very excited. Everyone else looked at him in confusion. What's there to be happy about? Lee Ji recovered after a while. He suddenly understood the puzzled looks of the other four people. Yes, the positions of these four people might be too high, so high that they don't pay much attention to the lives of ordinary people. Maybe some things are actually their blind spots, so they don't think of what they think. Thinking of this, Li Ji couldn't help but laugh. He cleared his throat. Everyone, please listen to me. Li Ji attracted everyone's attention. Do you know how much the food aid from the United Nations and other countries in the world to Africa is worth in a year? Li Ji seemed to have suddenly said something completely unrelated. About 15 billion US dollars, if you are talking about pure food, without counting other material support. The one who answered Li Ji's question was Tony Stark. He raised his eyebrows, and he didn't quite understand why Li Ji suddenly said this. Do you know how much money people spend on hair loss treatment in the world? Li Ji said with a smile, more than 20 billion US dollars. People in this world have an endless pursuit of beauty. In the age of discovery, Parisian ladies invented a kind of corset that was like a torture device in order to get a slender waist. Li Ji said with great energy. Korean plastic surgery hospitals, Japanese cosmetics. A bottle of SK2 cosmetics can be sold for hundreds or even thousands of dollars, but how much is the cost? These highly profitable products bring their countries huge profits of tens of billions of dollars every year. Li Ji raised a finger and said seriously. The others had roughly understood what Li Ji wanted to express. Hair loss, especially baldness among middle-aged men, is a worldwide problem. So far, there is no better solution except wigs and hair transplants. You have to believe how desperate those middle-aged bald people are. Tony Stark, can you imagine what you will look like after you start losing your hair and balding in 5 years? Tony thought about Li Ji's description and suddenly felt that if this really happened, it would be the end of the world. He is willing to spend billions of dollars to get his hair back. Captain Rogers, if you suddenly start to lose your hair, can you still stand in front of the world with a smile, showing your beautiful blue eyes and smooth head? Rogers subconsciously touched his head. If there really comes such a day, he should probably always wear a hood or a baseball cap. For some people, losing their hair is like losing the whole world. Li Ji said this, but he suddenly found Professor X in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Professor, I'm not talking about you. Professor Charles blinked at Li Ji and said, actually, you're not wrong. When my last hair left me, I felt like the whole world had abandoned me. Believe me, I've tried to wear a wig, but there's nothing suitable for my face shape. Charles joked eased the awkward atmosphere. Li Ji also smiled and said to Dr. Hank, so Dr. Hank, your research didn't fail. Instead, you found another correct direction. Do your research well. Find a drug that is really suitable for controlling hair regeneration. You know, for many people in this world, saving baldness is more important than saving the world. Li Ji patted Dr. Hank on the shoulder. Well, now the organization's funding is in place. Well, the Illuminati not only wants to save the Earth, but also save a group of middle-aged men. Li Ji suddenly felt that he and others really did a great deed. Saving the world and saving hair loss are equally important things. Chapter 390 Hit Girl's Daily Troubles. Mindy McCready. She just turned 12 last year and is 13 this year. She is a cute girl. She has long blonde hair and big gray-green eyes. Her plump and moist lips slightly curl up to reveal beautiful dimples. No matter from which angle you look at Mindy, she is a perfect little angel. She has an extremely delicate appearance, especially her cute dimples, which add a lot of points to her. In the 6th grade class 3 of Benjamin Private Elementary School in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York City, Mindy is a big star. Mindy, can you tell us the correct way to calculate this problem? In the math class, Ms. Emma, the head teacher and math teacher of Mindy's class, smiled and asked Mindy to answer a question. When Mindy just transferred to this school last year, Emma liked this cute girl very much. Although her grades were not good when she first came, she later caught up and became the top student in the class. Peter Parker and Li Ji's tutoring was effective. And Mindy herself was very smart. Mindy smiled and squinted her eyes as she wrote down the answer and calculation method of this simple math problem on the blackboard. Well done, let's applaud Mindy. Looking at the answer Mindy wrote, Ms. Emma was the first to applaud. Led by her, the whole class applauded Mindy on the podium. Mindy smiled and squinted her eyes at everyone. She seemed to enjoy it all, but she silently said in her heart, idiot. In the physical education class, the physical education teacher arranged the vaulting horse for today. It exercises the students' jumping and flexibility. Before the vaulting horse, everyone must do enough warm-up exercises. It's best to stretch your muscles. And I hope that some students can demonstrate the correct vaulting horse later. The physical education teacher looked around the students. Mindy, please demonstrate the correct vaulting horse for all the students. The physical education teacher called her name. Mindy smiled and squinted her eyes again. She adjusted the height of the vaulting horse to the limit that children of this age can jump. In the run-up, Mindy was as fast as the wind. Taking off, with the strength of her arms supporting the pommel horse, Mindy jumped up. She jumped over the pommel horse easily like an elf. Her posture was perfect. Even the physical education teacher had to admire, perfect, Mindy, after systematic training, you will be able to participate in the Olympics. The physical education teacher said and led the applause, and the whole class followed suit. Mindy smiled with dimples, squinted her eyes and looked at everyone, looking very happy. Once, she whispered in her heart, idiot. In the handicraft class, Mindy used simple PVC sheets and some electronic components to make a simple information exchange processing card. The things made by other students were mostly origami or models. They were completely different from what Mindy made. Mindy received praise from the teacher once. She smiled and squinted her eyes again, and no one knew that she was muttering in her heart, idiot. In history class, in English class, no matter what subject, there is nothing that Mindy is not good at. She always receives various praises from teachers. But being liked by the teacher does not mean that all classmates like her. Next to the lockers in the corridor, two girls in Mindy's class were whispering about her. I really hate her. Why does she like to steal the limelight from others so much? A little girl with long chestnut hair said sullenly. Before Mindy came, she was the best student in the class. After Mindy came, she attracted everyone's attention. Because Mindy is not only good at studying, but also good at sports. She seems to be all-powerful. Why do all the teachers only see her? The girl with long chestnut hair looked a little resentful. This is completely understandable. And another girl with short hair also agreed, yeah, what is she doing here? Since she is so smart, why doesn't she go to the schools and classes organized for young geniuses? The girl with short hair also complained. What is she doing here? Showing off? From her face to her head, she wants to show off? I heard that she is still dating adults outside. Well, when it comes to gossip, as long as a woman is 8 or 80 years old, she will be keen. The blonde girl immediately became interested in this matter. The two little girls gathered together and whispered all kinds of bad things about Mindy, and gossiped about whether she was really dating an adult outside of school. While they were talking, they didn't pay attention. The protagonist they were talking about, Mindy, came to the locker to pack up and go home. Mindy listened to the two of them talking in a low voice and couldn't help but roll her eyes. In her heart, she cursed fiercely, idiot. Bang! Mindy deliberately made the locker door close loudly. This scared the two little girls who were not distracted and only focused on gossiping. Mindy glared at the two girls fiercely. You have to know that girl Mindy is a violent lolly who has killed people and seen blood before. If she really gets angry, she is very murderous. Just a look from her scared the two little girls silly. Mindy wanted to say a few harsh words to scare the two little girls, but it looked like they were about to cry. She could only mutter, idiot. Perhaps idiot is Mindy's greatest understanding of attending this school. Frank helped to find this school. Frank, Spider-Man, and Nightcrawler have always believed that Mindy needs a normal childhood. She is strictly prohibited from participating in any violent activities. Mindy's father, Damon, finally agreed to this plan. To be precise, Mindy is now like having two fathers. Frank also raises Mindy as his own daughter. Nightcrawler and Spider-Man are more like her brothers. Although Mindy is very happy that many people care about this, she is really not interested in going to school. Please, please. I am Hit Girl. Hit Girl is well known in the underworld. Now I have to go to class with a bunch of little brats? Mindy has no common language with a group of real 12 or 13-year-old children in school. This is related to her growth experience. And now she hangs out in the night watch team all day. What she hears and sees is far from the world that those children can understand. When these kids were still watching My Little Pony and the Powerpuff Girls, what Mindy heard and saw was completely different. It was a real vampire war. The flames of war in Eastern Europe, the strangeness of hell, and the gods in the sky. There was also the manipulator behind the New York City election. The information she could learn was the real side of the world. This made it really difficult for her to talk to a bunch of little brats. After leaving the school, Mindy looked back at the school and cursed in a low voice, "Idiot." Usually, Damon or Frank would pick her up and drop her off at school. But when the two of them were busy, Mindy could also go to school by herself. Other parents might not be at ease with a beautiful little girl of 12 or 13 walking home alone. You know, the United States is the hardest hit area for child molestation cases in the world. But for Mindy, if some blind molester meets her, then she can only wish for the best. It's not the first time that hit girl has castrated a pervert. Mindy felt very angry today, so she decided to go around and look for any blind guys. She felt that she needed to use some violence and blood to calm her anger. She couldn't really beat up two 12-year-old girls at school, could she? That would be too bullying. Mindy made the decision to go to a place with poor security to find some guys to bully. She was going to a comic book store in Brooklyn. Since Marvel's comics were published, she has bought and read every one. Because in bookstores with different sales channels, comic companies will launch different variant covers. Many fans have a hobby of collecting comics with different covers. For example, Mindy is such a person. She was going to go to a comic book store in Brooklyn to buy comics with variant covers. She got off the bus near Brooklyn and walked through various dark and narrow alleys. She specifically chose to walk in dangerous areas. As she walked through these alleys, the back of her little girl caught her attention. The girl looked about the same age as her. Because the distance was a bit far, Mindy couldn't see her face clearly. But she seemed very beautiful. Mindy noticed that she was talking to an adult man. Then the man seemed to nod in agreement. The two turned around and entered a dark box together. I don't know why. This incident seemed to attract Mindy's attention. Almost as if possessed by a ghost, she followed the two people into the dark alley. I will take the 6 o'clock train tonight to return to Shanghai. I am so tired during this Qingming festival. I feel like I am going to lose strength. I will arrive in Shanghai at noon tomorrow. I am not sure about the update. I will probably update one chapter tomorrow. It is too tiring to visit the graves during Qingming festival. Chapter 391, Wolf Girl and Hit Girl. Laura and Mindy, two equally cute and beautiful girls, met unexpectedly. They met in a way that they didn't know each other well. When the two exchanged glances, they could see the similarities between each other and themselves. It was almost like they had telepathy. The two little girls developed a liking for each other just because of an eye contact. What are you going to do with this man? Mindy pointed to the body of the drug dealer, who was killed by Laura's claws. There was no chance to resist at all. Laura frowned. At first, she didn't plan to kill anyone. Because once she killed someone, there would be a lot of trouble. It would even attract the attention of those who were tracking her. Mindy looked at Laura and knew that this girl probably didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. Although Laura seemed to be very skilled in killing people, she didn't seem to be good at how to deal with the aftermath. It looks like you don't know how to deal with it, right? Mindy put her hands on Laura's shoulders and said earnestly, before killing someone, you must first consider how to deal with the subsequent troubles, otherwise don't show your knife easily. Got it, girl? Come on, give me a hand. We have to get rid of this body. It's not news that a drug dealer suddenly disappeared in Brooklyn. As long as his body is not found, no one will care about it. Even the police don't bother to deal with such things. Huh? Laura looked at Mindy with some doubt. It seems that Mindy is very skilled in dealing with this kind of thing. Mindy is indeed very skilled in this kind of thing. She asked Laura to help her lift the man's body and began to walk deeper into the alley. This is a fungus that can accelerate the decay of corpses. Mindy said as she took out a very dangerous thing from her backpack. This is a byproduct of Barbara's research on the venom symbiote. Because it only naturally degrades meat that has lost cell activity, this thing is basically useless. But Mindy wanted some. When she didn't want to eat the disgusting hamburger meat in the school's nutritious lunch, she would secretly sprinkle a little of this stuff on the hamburger meat. The fungus can help her eat those things quickly and secretly. She doesn't have to eat those disgusting things. Her mouth has been spoiled by Li Ji. Laura watched Mindy skillfully strip the man's body and continuously open more wounds on the body. Then she poured this fungus on the man's wounds with ease. It was like a magic trick. The wounds that were poured with fungus were like being eaten by an invisible monster, and the body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. After handling all this, Mindy clapped her hands. Okay, it will only take about 20 minutes for this body to degrade to only bones. Laura looked at Mindy in surprise. It seemed that this was not the first time Mindy did this. By the way, we have to burn this person's clothes as well. Mindy gathered all the clothes of the drug dealer and activated the laser in her mechanical armor. She turned down the power of the laser, and then used the heat generated by the laser to set all the clothes on fire. After doing all this, Mindy looked like she had accomplished something insignificant. Okay, now all we need to do is wait. Do you do these things often? Laura looked at Mindy in disbelief. She had never seen any girl take the death of others so lightly. And she handled the aftermath so well. Occasionally. Mindy said indifferently. She closed the lid of a trash can, and sat on the trash can without feeling dirty. What? Do you want to say that you regret killing people now? Or do you think I handled it wrong? No, not really. Laura smiled, and also jumped onto the trash can and sat next to Mindy. It's just that you are the most special girl I have ever seen. Aren't you afraid of killing people? Why should I be afraid? Mindy shrugged indifferently. The final fate of everyone is death. No one can escape it. Do you feel guilty for killing a drug dealer, Laura? Laura seemed to be hesitant to speak. She didn't know how to answer this. The suffering and training she had endured made her particularly resistant to killing. If it was not necessary, she never wanted to extend her claws. Come on, this is just a perverted and damned pedophile. Such people should have died long ago. Living is just adding harm to the world. There is nothing to feel guilty about. Sometimes, necessary death is for the stability of the world. Mindy raised her index finger and shook it in front of Laura. This is what my family said. The family that Mindy referred to was the group of people in the Night Watch. It can be said that there are many more crazy people in the Night Watch than normal people. Their thoughts are very dangerous in many cases, including Lee G. I am afraid that except for Peter Parker, who can be regarded as harmless, no one else can be regarded as harmless. Laura was a little confused. Although she had no family, she felt that what Mindy said was not what ordinary people would teach her. Are you a mutant? Mindy pointed at Laura's hand. When she stretched out her claws just now, she pierced the flesh at the base of her finger and a lot of blood oozed out, but now the wound has healed, but the blood is still there. Laura's pupils shrank slightly when she heard Mindy say that. Mindy looked at the blood on Laura's hand and said, Are you a student of Xavier's School for Gifted Children? What? Laura didn't know what Mindy was talking about. She had just escaped from Mexico and came to the United States. The doctor who rescued her told her that she needed to flee to New York to get asylum. But she didn't know what New York had to offer to shelter her. You don't have to hide anything. I don't have any ill feelings towards mutants. I know that Xavier's School for Gifted Children has been disbanded. All mutant children should be sent back home. Mindy thought Laura was a little surprised because her mutant identity was revealed, so she explained, But why are you here? Could the asylum the doctor was talking about refer to the mutant school in New York? But it sounded like the school had been disbanded. Laura was a little disappointed. She said, I never had a home. Mindy glanced at Laura, and she was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Only the body of the drug dealer was about to be eaten clean by fungi. The two girls watched the drug dealer's body disappear bit by bit, leaving only the white bones. Mindy jumped down from the trash can and said to Laura, Your claws seem to be quite sharp. Please help me cut up all these bones. Laura nodded, and she stretched out her adamantium claws again, cutting all the remaining bones into pieces like cutting tofu. Mindy threw the bones, which had become dregs, directly into the sewer. In this way, all traces of the drug dealer in the world were completely removed. The destruction of the body was done very cleanly. Who would have thought that it was done by two 13-year-old girls? You need the drug dealer's money to live now, right? Mindy said to Laura after finishing everything. She thought of the cash that Laura had just taken from the drug dealer. Yes. Laura nodded. But you are only 13 years old, and it will attract attention to use a large amount of cash. Especially if you don't have a family. Mindy looked at Laura with some concern. This concern is sincere. Sometimes the feelings between people are so inexplicable. Sometimes they will have a very good impression of each other when they meet for the first time. Especially when two people complete a common secret, this kind of good impression will be further increased. Although Mindy and Laura's secret is a bit scary, the two of them teamed up to kill a person and destroyed his body. But no matter what, this is also a secret between the two of them. Mindy has regarded Laura as a friend at a certain moment. Otherwise, she would not help her destroy the body, and Laura is the same. Otherwise she would not accept Mindy's help. The two little girls just stood and looked at each other. "Where do you live now?" Mindy put on her backpack and took Laura's hand and walked out of the alley. An abandoned factory warehouse. Laura did not hide all this. She subconsciously felt that Mindy could be trusted. "It's a bit bad, wait a moment," Mindy muttered, and she walked out of the alley and walked into a convenience store on the side of the road. After a while, she came out with a bottle of mineral water. "Come on, put your hand out," Mindy said as she unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle. Laura stretched out her bloody little hand in front of Mindy. Mindy carefully washed all the blood off her hand with the mineral water. "It's not safe to live around here, and it's not safe for you to use a large amount of cash. You need a new shelter. You can't keep living this way. You might get into big trouble by tempting drug dealers and pedophiles. Especially when you have no one to rely on," Mindy muttered softly while helping Laura clean the blood. Laura looked at Mindy with big eyes, the girl with long golden hair tied in two ponytails, with a smile on her lips. Although they had known each other for less than an hour, the two were as close as playmates who grew up together. "Don't giggle." After Mindy finished the mineral water, she threw the bottle into the trash can. She glanced at Laura and whispered, "I think I can help you find a place to live. At least it's much better than living in this kind of hellhole. If you believe me." "Of course I believe you," Laura said with a smile, and took Mindy's hand. Mindy held Laura's hand and said, "Okay, although no one has lived in that place for a while. But I think it should be good. Come on. I'll take you there now." Mindy took Laura's hand and walked forward. The backs of the two girls disappeared at the end of the street. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, Death of Stryker. The Pentagon Military Court in Washington is rarely used. Although it is also a military court, the military generally does not use the military court in the Pentagon. Because this military court is actually only for senior generals within the military. The United States has not dealt with generals above the rank of brigadier general for a long time. After all, this is not a war era. In wartime, generals sometimes need to stand in court to accept sanctions for their own arbitrary or some improper behavior. But in peacetime, many things have been relaxed. Unless there are some irreparable mistakes, senior generals will not be sent to the military court. Because it is too embarrassing for the military. Admiral Ross, who presided over this military trial, still remembers that it has been nearly 10 years since he encountered a senior officer above the rank of brigadier general being sent to the military court. But this time, the U.S. government and the military convened several generals with sufficient prestige in the military to form a review team. And the military court in the Pentagon was used. Because someone made a mistake that the entire government and the military would not allow. It can even be said that in any dynasty, the mistakes made by this man would be enough to send him to the guillotine. Because he mobilized a group of troops without authorization from Congress and the military. Nearly 300 fully armed troops carrying weapons of mass destruction were sent to New York by this man to carry out the mission. Their goal was to destroy the mutant school. And the person who sent this force was Major General Stryker. Everyone was fortunate that Charles had disbanded the Xavier School for gifted people early. This made Stryker empty-handed. When he arrived, he faced an empty school. Everything inside had been emptied and all the information had been destroyed. Stryker couldn't even find any information about the students attending the school, which made him furious. But others felt extremely fortunate. If the mutant school was still operating normally at that time, it is conceivable that Stryker would inevitably have a fierce conflict with the X-Men. And no one could predict what consequences and aftermath this conflict would cause. Think about it, 300 well-equipped elite soldiers with powerful weapons encounter the equally well-trained X-Men. It is almost conceivable that a fierce conflict will inevitably break out between the two gangs. The intensity of the conflict is probably equivalent to a low-intensity war. A low-intensity war breaks out in New York? Exclamation mark. Just thinking about it will make people feel scared. The public will not care about the whole story, they only know that a general led a group of soldiers to attack a mutant school. What kind of fierce political storm will this cause? How do Congress and the White House need to explain all this to the public? Should they just tell everyone that this was done privately by a soldier? Haha. If you really say that, the whole United States will fall into panic. I am afraid that everyone will feel that Congress and the White House can no longer control the army. Being caught is enough to force the entire Congress to reorganize and the president to step down. And the reason why the general attacked the mutant school cannot be made public. Because his mutant experimental base was destroyed, he came to retaliate. How can such an excuse come out? If this bullshit reason is made public, the situation faced by the military and the government will probably be even worse. So, if the mutant school had not been disbanded at that time, Charles and others would still be inside the school. In the end, a war broke out between the two gangs. Then the US government and the military responsible for the end had only one way to choose. That is to do everything possible to cover up everything Stryker did, and to protect him. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, and maybe it has nothing to do with whether you like it or not. Maybe the government will settle accounts later, but there is no other choice at the moment, and this is the complexity of politics. Stryker took this into consideration, so he dared to mobilize troops without fear. Unfortunately, he did not calculate Charles's decisiveness. Professor X thought more deeply than him, and he wanted to avoid the expansion of the conflict between mutants and ordinary people. Once Magneto's plan began, the mutant school would be a target. If Charles did not join Magneto's team, he actually had only one way to go. That is to give up everything he had done before and waste his years of hard work. And all this was also in Magneto Eric's calculations. If he wants to get rid of Professor X's influence among mutants, the first thing he needs to do is to get rid of the school. It can be said that the whole incident is linked together, in the calculation of this complex incident. As an American general, Stryker may be very good, but he is far inferior to Magneto and Professor X, so all his plans failed, everything. Whether it is the promotion of the bill or the subsequent attack on the mutant school. He lost, and now he has to stand in this military court to be tried. The defendant, Major General Stryker, is accused of arbitrarily mobilizing troops on the evening of May 10th. Does the defendant plead guilty? General Ross briefly read out the crime. Unauthorized mobilization of troops is a felony. Congress, the White House, and the Pentagon. All three parties are determined to completely kill Stryker, and no one's plea is useless. This is an event related to the fundamental rights and ruling power of this country. So this trial is just a formality, for other generals to see. This is to tell them what they should do and what they cannot do. Stryker lowered his head. He did not answer or refute. He knew that everything he said was useless. He was afraid that his crime had already been determined by the Internal Department. As expected, General Ross did not care about Stryker's silence. He continued to speak. Since the defendant has tacitly admitted his crime, I, on behalf of the Pentagon and Congress, sentence Stryker to the following punishment. The defendant Stryker has committed treason, terrorism, abetment and inhumane experiments. General Ross read out the words. Stryker did not care about what he said at all, because now nothing mattered. I hereby declare that former U.S. Major General Stryker is guilty. For multiple crimes, you will be sentenced to death. The death penalty will be set at 3 p.m. today at the Pentagon Military Court. Death by injection. After reading this paragraph, General Ross glanced at his watch. It was now 2:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes to prepare for the death penalty. For Stryker's mistake this time, Congress, the White House and the military did not show any mercy at all. They wanted to punish him quickly, strictly and severely. He waved his hand, signaling the personnel who were already ready to start preparations. Is that so? Stryker muttered in his heart. This was the worst plan he had prepared. As a soldier, Stryker was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die like a prisoner. When he was tied to the injection bed, his former colleagues watched quietly not far away. Watching the executioner take out the injection needle from the briefcase. Make all the preparations until the needle is injected into Stryker's vein. Then watch his heart stop beating. Everything went very smoothly. Until the person in charge of transporting the body took Stryker's body away. General Ross sighed and shook his head after watching Stryker's body being taken away. I don't know what he was sighing about. Death by injection is not a very painful thing. It's like giving you a shot of sedative. You will soon fall into coma, and then your heartbeat and breathing will stop. You will not feel pain in this process. Just like Stryker, he did not feel any pain of death at all. He felt like he just took a nap, and then he woke up. Stryker suddenly opened his eyes, and a man in a white coat who looked like a professor or a doctor stood in front of him. The doctor smiled and said, "You woke up earlier than I expected." The doctor stretched out his hand and seemed to want to shake hands with Stryker. Stryker frowned and looked at the doctor and said, "Who are you? Where is this place? I should be dead." Ah. The doctor seemed to be suddenly enlightened, as if he realized now that he had not introduced himself. He still had a smile on his face. "General Stryker, don't panic. My father and you are old friends. If you haven't forgotten your old superior, Professor Trasko, who shares the same ideals as you." Chapter 393, The Sentinel Project and the Forgotten Past. The name Trasko is very familiar to Stryker. It can be said that he is so familiar with it that he can't be more familiar. That man is his old superior and the earliest promoter of the X-Weapon program. When Stryker just graduated from the military academy and was a major, he was transferred to work under this man. That was decades ago. At that time, the number of mutants was not as many as it is now. Of course, it is also possible that the detection equipment at that time was not advanced enough, so not so many mutants were found. Trasko was a scientist from the original. After the end of World War II, many of the former's technological heritage was divided up by the Allied powers, including many scientists with outstanding scientific talents. These people were very lucky because their outstanding brains were a huge asset to any country. Therefore, after the war, almost no scientist was sent to the International War Crimes Tribunal. They all escaped, even if they had done many inhumane experiments before. Trasko is one of them. He worked for and was a member of this X-Weapon program. He is also one of the founders of the modern American X-Weapon program. The military saw the feasibility of the X-Weapon program. Using mutant genes to strengthen ordinary soldiers was the original purpose of the X-Weapon program. Using the X-Weapon program to design weapons to control mutants was a plan that was adjusted later. Trasko once proposed a very bold idea. Sentinel Project. He wanted to collect gene samples from various mutants and merge all mutant genes. Then create a comprehensive machine that can deal with mutants. This machine is not only useful when dealing with mutants, but also when dealing with enemies of the US military. Trasko's plan was approved by the US military. He obtained a lot of funds and even observed the powerful mutants' fighting methods at close range. Because in the 1960s, when SHIELD was just established, the X-Men were established with the tacit approval of the US military. SHIELD was officially independent in 1955. In the 1960s, the military still had a profound influence on SHIELD. At that time, SHIELD was not a highly autonomous organization like it is now. The X-Men formed by S.H.I.E.L.D. got a lot of experimental data and materials for Trasko, and the Sentinel Project was close to success. Until one day, the young Magneto discovered and recognized Trasko. Magneto Eric will never forget what Trasko looks like, because Trasko was one of his enemies back then. He will never forget those days and nights in the concentration camp. The days when he was used as a guinea pig on the test bench. Eric, who was still an X-Men at the time, wanted to seek revenge on Trasko, but Charles stopped him. After learning the whole story, Charles persuaded Eric to expose Trasko by means of denunciation. Because Trasko is not a simple scientist, he is also a high-level Hydra. The government can tolerate a scientist turning to work for the government, but it cannot tolerate a Hydra at a high level within the government, which is a very dangerous thing. Trasko may have his own way to avoid the government's initial screening work, disguising himself as an ordinary scientist instead of Hydra. But when Eric recognized him, Trasko smelled a dangerous breath. Just before Eric was about to report Trasko, Trasko controlled Eric's wife and newborn children. Trasko wanted to use this as a threat to Eric, but his threat was intercepted by the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that time, there were many military personnel in the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury and Frank were still deeply mired in the Vietnam War. After the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. learned that Trasko was Hydra, they felt that they had to control Trasko. To control Trasko and arrest him, Eric's testimony was needed. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not want a young Magneto to be affected by his private affairs in his decision. That was a very critical time point. After S.H.I.E.L.D. became independent in 1955, the military had always had a strong influence on S.H.I.E.L.D. The top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to completely get rid of the control from the military. And the fact that Trasko was a former Hydra would be a very important breakthrough. As a special service department, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs a clean and controllable interior. Rather than being commanded by the military with Hydra personnel inside. This was the first struggle between the two major systems. And the victim was Magneto. Magneto did not receive any threats from Trasko. He attended the congressional hearing as scheduled. He accused Trasko of being a Hydra in court and produced enough evidence, including the news that the artificial mutant terrorists active in the late 1950s and early 1960s were all from Trasko. Trasko was arrested in court and executed soon. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. took this opportunity to completely break with the military and drove away the personnel planted by the military. It obtained real independent administrative jurisdiction. The Sentinel Project, previously implemented by Trasko, was also stopped by Congress, because no one was sure what the real purpose of Trasko's establishment of this project was. If it was to restore Hydra, it was also possible. After all, this organization has quite a lot of fanatics who can do anything. From then on, the Sentinel Project was stranded. This matter can be said to be a happy ending for everyone, and the only victim was Magneto Eric. When Magneto came back from the congressional hearing, he found that his family was completely destroyed. His wife was killed and his children were missing. All of this was because of the political struggle between the top officials. They used themselves as sacrifices. At that moment, Magneto understood that the government was unreliable. From then on, he drew a line between himself and the X-Men. He wanted to make these people pay for their actions in his own way. After knowing that it was the top officials who did these things, Charles also withdrew from the X-Men in despair. He returned to his hometown and started to establish the Xavier School for Gifted People. It can be said that too many things have happened in the past few decades, about mutants, about X-Men, and about Magneto. Many things are difficult to explain in a few words. But some issues can still be summarized briefly. That is to force Magneto into a desperate situation and embark on the path of becoming the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants who confronts the government. This is entirely the fault of the US government. Trasko's son. Stryker looked at the man in front of him with some doubt. The man dressed like a scientific researcher said with a smile, "You can call me Dr. Rice. I inherited my father's will. I work to eliminate the pests among the people, mutants. I think we should be like-minded partners, General Stryker. I should have died. I don't know what you want to know from a dead person. Don't casually say the word comrade to me. I don't know you, and I don't even know if you are Hydra." Stryker frowned and said, "Of course, I am certainly not Hydra. You can rest assured about this, General. I am a scientist sponsored by a regular company." Dr. Rice pointed to his badge. Stryker noticed that there was a line of small words printed on his badge, "I.I.M. Science and Technology Investment Development Company, Limited. Genetic Engineering Department. So what do you want? I don't think you can save me from the military's death penalty because your father and I have a past." Stryker still did not relax his vigilance. "Then let's be frank. General, I need all the materials of my father's Sentinel project. These materials were sealed by the military. I know that you sealed them personally. I hope to activate Sentinel again. We need to purify this world. I need your help, General." Dr. Rice looked at Stryker very seriously. The monthly votes and recommendation votes were leaked. Please vote. Chapter 394, Mindy's New Friend. Today is a day off in the Night Watch base. Since the SAT exam, Lee G and Peter have more free time. Especially Lee G, he is now a person who can freely dispose of his time. Originally, Lee G needed to deal with some things at home today. Because a girl moved into the new house, there were many things to deal with after Lan's arrival. Originally, Lee G needed to deal with these things, but he was forced to come here to make lunch at noon today. There were not many people in the base today. Frank and Damon were out and they would not be back until the evening. Zheng Chu and Barbara were also missing. Only Peter, Lee G, Mike and Mindy were in the base. It was Mindy who forced Lee G back to make lunch. Although this little girl sometimes did some things that were a bit out of line, she was generally an obedient and sensible child. With her cute appearance, she was the mascot of the team. So when Mindy made such a small request, Lee G really couldn't refuse her small request. "Isn't it too early to have lunch now, Mindy?" Lee G looked at his watch. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. But Lee G had already finished preparing lunch. If he started making lunch now, he would have to have lunch at 11 o'clock in the morning. This time seemed a little too early. After all, most people didn't have breakfast until 8 o'clock. "No, you should start quickly. I'm starving," Mindy said to Lee G, while fiddling with her school bag. "Are you going out?" Why do you have so many comics in your school bag? Peter, who was disassembling and maintaining his spider silk launcher with Mike, glanced in Mindy's direction. He saw that she stuffed her school bag full, not with textbooks, but with all kinds of comics she collected. I'm going to a friend's place later. I promised to lend her comics. Mindy answered casually, but this sentence attracted the attention of the three adults in the base. Mindy? Wait. Are you serious? Leegee heard what Mindy said in the kitchen, and hurried out and said in disbelief, You mean you made a new friend? Mike, touch my forehead and see if I have a fever and am hallucinating. Peter said to Mike, who was sitting next to him. Mike did not touch Peter's forehead, but touched his and Peter's arteries with his hands. The pulse is beating normally, and there seems to be no sign of invasion by psychedelic drugs. It can rule out the possibility that we are attacked by psychotropic drugs. That's enough. Mindy couldn't stand this group of idiots. She shouted loudly, Is it strange for me to make a friend? No, no. Of course not. This is very good, very good. I mean, this is normal. Isn't it right, Spider-Man? Leegee said quickly. That's right, that's right. Everyone needs friends. This is great. Peter's words caused Mike next to him to nod in agreement. As the youngest girl in the team, Mindy is undoubtedly the most protected and cared for by everyone. Everyone treats her as their junior. As for Mindy's growth and education, everyone takes it to heart. Although Mindy has been in school for nearly a year, no one has ever heard of her making friends with anyone. She never talks about school, and occasionally rolls her eyes when she talks about it. Everyone knows that Mindy is very smart, and her intelligence and knowledge have opened up a huge gap between her and other children of the same age. This has made her always in a state of having no friends and being alone. Frank and Damon have had more than one quarrel about this matter. You know, once a person has no friends, then life will be in an incomplete state for a person. Especially when this person is still very capable. Mindy is undoubtedly a very capable girl, but this abnormal growth is very unfavorable for her. The missing important link in life may be an important part of the whole life. Don't forget that quite a few supervillains were born out of the incompleteness of their lives. Leegee doesn't believe that a person who grows up in a long-term torture or even inhuman environment will become a normal person, let alone a hero. Almost all superheroes have a relatively complete life in their growth environment, or at least they have had a complete life. Because only after experiencing this complete life can one arouse the desire to protect this kind of life. People who live too lonely and selfishly will not understand this state. Even if they are extremely capable, in Leegee's opinion, those who only care about themselves are not worthy of the title of hero. So everyone is very happy that Mindy has made a new friend, and questions about her new friend are coming one after another. Leegee, is your friend a girl? How old is she? Mindy, girl, 13. This is the truth. Peter, is she your classmate? Mindy, not a classmate. This is also the truth. Mike, when and where did you meet? Mindy, on my way to the bookstore to buy comic books. This is still the truth. Mindy knows how smart these guys are, so she doesn't intend to make up lies about Laura at all, because that will be exposed soon. Mindy chose another way, that is, to tell only part of the truth. Don't reveal everything, including the details of Laura and yourself. These things don't need to be said in detail. Mindy only needs to briefly talk about it, and then the others will automatically imagine a picture in their minds. Mindy, who has long golden hair, went to the comic book store she often goes to after school, and then met an equally cute girl. They both like to read comics. This is why Mindy stuffed comics in her school bag. She was misleading other people's thinking. This is something she learned from Damon's detective science and psychology. So the two children became friends because of comics. Okay. A complete picture has been formed in the minds of the three adults. Okay. You are too annoying. I don't need you to care so much about my own friends, gentlemen. Mindy complained to Leegee and the other two impatiently. Leegee and the other two looked at each other for a few times and found that they should let Mindy be free in this matter. After all, this is her first friend of the same age. If they care too much, it may be counterproductive. Mindy ate quickly at lunch, but she didn't eat too much. She found a few lunchboxes from the refrigerator and started to put food in them. What are you doing, Mindy? Leegee watched Mindy put a large roasted lamb chop into a lunchbox, and then took out another lunchbox to prepare Italian seafood soup. I told her that I know a guy who is very good at cooking. I promised to bring her some food to try. I think you won't mind, right? Mindy said without stopping. She also packed a portion of cheddar cheese baked hummus and corn tortillas. Okay, as long as you're happy. Lee Ji now understands why Mindy called him over early in the morning to make lunch today. And she also asked to make various dishes. Is she going to show off to her new friends after all this time? Lee Ji felt like he was being used by this little guy. But forget it, as long as she is happy. It's just a small matter. Mindy found a big bag to put the lunchbox in, and put on her backpack full of comics and prepared to go out. But before leaving, she said something special. I have confessed to you that I have a new friend. She is just a little girl. I don't allow you to track and monitor me in any way. If I lose this friend because of your problems, I will settle accounts with you. Mindy waved her little fist and threatened everyone fiercely. Lee Ji and others expressed their understanding of this. After all, Mindy's friend is just a 13-year-old girl. They believe that Mindy should be sensible in making friends. Do you need to tell Frank and Damon? Peter said as he watched Mindy leave the base. Don't worry, wait until they come back. Mike filled himself a bowl of seafood soup and said, yes, this is something to be happy about. We should not interfere with Mindy too much. She is not like ordinary little girls. Lee Ji picked up a corn pancake and took a bite and said in agreement. Look, the highest level of lying is actually honesty. You don't need to deliberately make up for how complicated and sophisticated a lie is, because as long as it is a lie, there will be flaws. And you need more lies to make up for this flaw, which will only cause more and more flaws and more lies. There will be a day when they will be exposed. Good liars never tell lies, they will only tell part of the truth. Because they tell the truth, there will be no flaws in what they say. But because the truth they tell is always part of the whole thing. And this part may lead your thinking to a completely different direction from the whole event. This is the cleverness of the real liar. The above knowledge is what Mindy learned from Lee Ji, which Lee Ji realized after dealing with Loki. Loki, who holds this sort of truth, never lies, he only tells the truth. But he can still confuse people and make up false things. It must be said that Mindy is a good student. She fully absorbed the knowledge taught by Lee Ji, and turned around and applied what she learned to this group of teachers. There are many abandoned small docks on the Hudson River in New York. These docks were originally built for transshipment between New York Port and inland rivers. But in the mid to late 20th century, after the functions of the New York Port dock area were gradually improved, this small dock for inland river transshipment lost its function. Mindy placed Laura near a small dock area. This is a community with a small population and a bit desolate. This kind of community originally existed to serve the surrounding small docks. When the dock was abandoned, it lost its vitality. Now, except for some elderly people, most people have left here. There are many empty houses left here, and before joining the night watch, Mindy and Big Daddy's base is here. An apartment in an old building. This base also has perfect security measures. Mindy thinks that placing Laura here is much better than her living in an abandoned factory warehouse. Anyway, since joining the night watch, they have no use for this base. Through the fingerprint and pupil recognition system, Mindy entered the room. Laura was cleaning the room. Because she hadn't lived there for nearly a year, the whole room was covered with thick dust. When Mindy brought Laura in that day, the two little girls spent quite a long time cleaning out only one bedroom, which was the one Mindy slept in before. But the whole house was a little too big, and the two girls couldn't quickly clean up all the hygiene. So Laura could only clean the whole house in a few days. And now the spring cleaning is almost over. The whole house has been cleaned by Laura. Hey, Laura. Mindy's voice revealed joy. Laura, who was cleaning the table in the living room, was also very happy to see Mindy. Good afternoon, Mindy. How is living here? Are you used to it? Mindy put down the things in her hands and her backpack, walked over from behind Laura and put her hand on her shoulder. It's very good, to be honest. This is the most comfortable place I have ever lived, Laura said seriously. Compared with her previous life in Mexico and the subsequent displacement, Mindy provided her with a very good shelter from the wind and rain. Mindy smiled when she heard what Laura said. Oh, by the way, did you eat lunch? Mindy remembered the lunch she brought. I went to buy a sandwich. Laura pouted, and Mindy saw a mixed sandwich on the table. She curled her lips and said, forget about that dry and stupid sandwich. I brought you something delicious. As she spoke, Mindy opened the lunch boxes she brought one by one, including rosemary roasted lamb chops, Italian seafood soup, cheddar cheese baked hummus and the staple corn tortilla. Look, I brought you something delicious. I don't know if you like these, but you said you are Mexican. I guess you must like this corn tortilla. Corn tortillas are the staple food in Mexico, and Mindy specially asked Luigi to make them. Come on. Let's have lunch first. Mindy arrived here from the base at exactly 12:20 noon. It was lunchtime, and she had calculated it long ago. That's why she asked Luigi to start preparing lunch early. This is made by a guy in my family who is very good at cooking. I think you should like it. Mindy pushed Laura to the chair in front of the table. She helped her place the lunchbox, and even prepared disposable spoons and other tableware. Aren't you going to eat? Laura glanced at Mindy. I've already eaten, so you can eat your fill without worry. Mindy urged Laura to eat lunch quickly. Mindy didn't know much about food. She didn't know that lamb chops and seafood soup would smell fishy after they got cold. She always ate them hot after Luigi made them, and she thought they tasted good. That's why she asked Luigi to make these two dishes. But now more than an hour has passed, and the lamb chops and seafood soup have long been cold. The smell of mutton will come out again. Laura doesn't like the smell of lamb, nor the smell of seafood soup. But she didn't say anything, she ate it in small bites. Although the lamb smelled, the seafood soup was a bit fishy, the cold-baked chickpea mash didn't have the fragrance when it was hot, and the cold corn tortillas were no longer crispy. But Laura still ate very seriously, whether she liked it or not, she finished all these things. Because this was specially prepared by Mindy for her, and she spent a lot of effort to bring it here. Although it was not to Laura's taste, she smiled and said after eating, "It tastes good." Mindy said happily, Right. I said our family's cooking skills are great." Luigi, who was cleaning up the dishes in the base, suddenly sneezed. "By the way, I brought you a lot of comics. If you are bored, you can read them." Mindy poured all the comics she brought on the sofa. She introduced to Laura, "These are my favorite superhero comics. Marvel's comics are better than Hyperion." Really? Laura had never read any comics before, and had no chance to come into contact with any entertainment products. These things were all new to her. "Yes, I can lend you all the comics I have read." Mindy nodded seriously. She tilted her head and looked at Laura for a while, which made Laura feel a little strange. "What's wrong, Mindy?" Laura was a little unaccustomed to Mindy staring at her all the time. "You should change your clothes, Laura." Mindy found that Laura seemed to have only 2 sets of clothes to change. Although they were still clean, they looked a little old. Really? Laura had never paid attention to these things. Mindy took Laura's hand and said, "Come on, girl, let's go buy you some beautiful clothes. I heard those girls at school mention some stores that specialize in selling girls' clothes. They all went there to buy clothes. Let's go and have a look." Mindy was a little excited because she had actually wanted to go to such stores for a long time. It's just that other girls go shopping with companions, and it always feels strange to go in alone. And it would be strange if you let your big daddy accompany you to a store that specializes in selling little girls' clothes and accessories. And Laura has never really gone shopping properly. Every time she gets money, she only maintains her life to the minimum. She has seen those beautiful clothes in the windows on the street, and she also wants to wear them. But she has never really walked into the doors of those stores. "Come on, girl. After looking at clothes, we can also watch a movie in the afternoon. I know there is a theater that is rescreening Harry Potter. Do you like it?" Mindy took Laura's hand and was about to go out. For Laura, everything Mindy brought her was new. Whether it's food or the house she lives in now. There are also the comics she brought, the clothing store she plans to take herself to, and the movies she plans to watch. For Laura, these things are things she has never experienced before. Just like the world-famous movie series Harry Potter, she has never even heard of it before. "Thank you, Mindy," Laura said in a low voice. The voice was only audible to her. She looked at Mindy holding her little hand, and Laura confirmed at this moment that the girl in front of her would be her lifelong friend. Both updates are 7,700 words. Everyone, please vote. Chapter 395, New Home, New Bustle, and Brainwashing Thor. After Luigi moved to the new house, the house did become a little lively as he expected. Because of Lan's arrival, Luigi's family had an extra girl. As for the salted fish Thor, Luigi asked him to move in as well. Anyway, there were still extra rooms. Luigi needed to supervise this salted fish nearby. Because he was still counting on this guy to quickly become a Shiba Inu from a fat Alaskan. But when Luigi just brought Thor home, Lan's first reaction when he saw Thor was surprise. This person looks familiar, who is he? Lan asked Liji with some confusion. Liji touched his forehead helplessly. I think you should have seen him, Odin's son, Thor the thunder god. What? Lan looked at Liji in disbelief. Are you saying this is Thor? Wait, I remember he didn't look like this before. That's the problem, Lan. Because of some irresistible factors, he has become like this now. Liji patted Thor's belly. The thick fat on Thor's belly was rippled by Liji's pat. It was like the ripples on the lake's surface after a stone was thrown into it. The layers of fat showed amazing elasticity. Oh my god. This was the first time Liji saw Lan lose her composure like this. This girl who always appeared calm in front of people showed such a complex and difficult to describe expression for the first time. I remember that Thor was sent down to the mortal world by Odin to learn humility. But now like this. Lan hesitated. Yes, as you can see. I think the most important thing is to help him get his body back in shape first. Liji sighed helplessly. Now anyone who has seen Thor's original appearance dare not associate the fat man in front of them with a majestic and heroic Thor before. And this is the result of Liji's good control of Thor's diet these days and urging him to exercise. In fact, he has lost several pounds. Liji has not yet returned the house he rented for Thor, because he doesn't know when Valkyrie will come back. If the Asgardian Valkyrie comes back, she still needs to prepare a house for her to live in. However, Liji has moved all kinds of exercise equipment prepared for Thor from that house, including spinning bikes, treadmills, and various dumbbells and barbells. For this reason, he had to go to the car rental company to rent a large pickup truck to transport things. Why can I only eat this for lunch? You said there would be meat today. At lunch, Thor looked at the food on his plate with resentment. There were only some grapefruits, boiled green beans, apple cubes and a little egg white. To be honest, even Lan couldn't bear to look at this kind of food. She felt that if she was given it, she would definitely not be able to eat it as a proper lunch. But Liji ignored Thor's complaints. When he brought the lunch prepared for Lan to the table, he said, "Shut up, because you stole food yesterday. Don't think I don't know. You stole money from somewhere yesterday and ran to buy a fried chicken leg to eat. Now you are getting more and more capable, and you have learned to steal money. Did you steal $5 from my bag yesterday? I didn't steal it. I picked it up from the floor. I am the dignified god of thunder, and I will never do such despicable behavior as stealing." Thor argued. If you find something that doesn't belong to you, you need to find the owner or hand it over to the police. This is something that even a 6-year-old child knows. You are just quibbling. Liji didn't show any color to Thor. Lan was surprised by the scene that seemed like a father scolding his son. She had seen Thor before. He was rude and reckless, and always looked superior. Of course, as the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder who had never lost in his life, Thor had his pride. No one could blame him for anything. But Liji scolded Thor like this and trained him like abuse. The Prince of Asgard didn't even resist? This was incredible. You know, Thor is not afraid of death when he goes crazy. Lan suddenly became very curious about how Liji controlled Thor. Don't worry about that fat guy. Lan, eat first. Liji had already prepared Lan's lunch. Since the last dinner, Lan didn't like those dishes very much. Liji already knew that her taste had probably been developed when she was in Kamartaji. So when he went to Guyi to get the space ring he made, he specifically asked Wang about it. Questions like what Lan likes to eat. Because Wang is like the steward of the entire Kamartaji, he is still very familiar with these things. Saffron soaked in water and used to cook rice will be golden yellow. This is Lan's favorite staple food. There is also fresh yak meat boiled in water, which can be eaten directly with soy sauce and vinegar. Don't even think about yak meat in New York City. In fact, even warm-bodied beef, freshly slaughtered, not frozen beef, is not easy to buy in New York. Liji went to many distributors who supply his own restaurant before he found one that sells warm-bodied beef. Because fresh beef must be used to boil beef in water, the taste will be much worse after freezing. Lan is not very picky about food, and her favorite food is these two. Liji thinks that this kind of thing is not difficult to satisfy, so Liji prepared her favorite food for Lan for lunch today, plus some simple vegetables. Lan took a look at the food prepared for her and raised her eyebrows. She said to Liji with a half smile, "Thank you." Liji waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's just a small matter." In the afternoon, When Thor started weight loss training, Lan understood why Thor, who was originally irritable, became unusually obedient to Li Ji. When Thor was pedaling the spinning bike frantically, as long as he slacked off a little, Li Ji would directly attack Thor with a rifle loaded with rubber bullets. "Hurry up, idiot. Did you not have lunch?" Li Ji not only physically attacked Thor, but also verbally. "I really didn't have lunch. If you called it stuff lunch." Thor turned around and yelled while pedaling his bike. "Ah, so what? God of Thunder? Don't think you are still a God of Thunder now." Thor. Li Ji didn't give Thor any face. "You are now a useless fat man. All you do is eat cola and fried chicken and watch boring variety shows every day. If you don't want to move, just tell me. I will let you be a useless person with peace of mind. I will provide you with enough cola and fried chicken every day. And I will also teach you how to play games online. Do you know online games? I guess you probably don't know, but I can guarantee that you will feel very happy if you learn it. Then you will be an even happier fat man. I will install enough takeaway software for you. You can sit in front of the computer every day to play games and eat fried chicken. You don't have to do anything until the day when your cerebral thrombosis explodes. I promise you can live happily. Anyway, you are just a useless waste." Li Ji's venomous tongue was fully opened. Lan listened to what Li Ji said and felt that his heartbeat was several beats faster. Is Li Ji looking for trouble? No matter whether Thor is the god of thunder or the son of Odin. Even an ordinary person can't stand this kind of ridicule and insults, right? Sure enough, as Lan expected, Thor was furious. He stopped riding his spinning bike and rushed towards Li Ji in anger. Thor no longer cared about being beaten by Li Ji. Say it again if you dare. Although Thor was fat, his strength was not weakened. He grabbed Li Ji's collar, pulled Li Ji in front of him, and stared at Li Ji with murderous eyes. "How did I say something wrong?" Li Ji smiled at Thor sarcastically. "Don't forget what situation you are in now. You are trapped on Earth now. Do you think you are important, Thor? No. You are not important. Not important at all. You have not been important from the beginning to the end," Li Ji said without showing any weakness, and he seemed to completely deny Thor's value. "Look at Asgard without you. Look at Asgard. Is Asgard any different without you, Thor? No, there is no difference at all. Except for your parents, I think no one will miss you except the owner of the tavern. Because I heard that you used to go to the tavern every day and spend a lot of money to drink a lot of honey malt liquor. I think the patrol team of Asgard should be very lucky now. There is no more crazy prince who gets drunk and goes crazy. This crazy prince always fights with others after drinking, making the streets a mess. I think you must have brought a lot of trouble to the patrol team at that time. Because you are the son of Odin, I think they definitely don't know how to punish you. And those goddesses of Asgard, I heard from Valkyrie. You are not popular with them because you discriminate against women in various ways. You even deliberately don't let the Valkyries go out on the battlefield, and the reason is that they are women." Li Ji shrugged. "Of course, when it comes to the battlefield, we have to mention your record of winning every battle. Thor, the god of thunder and war, is majestic. He has never been defeated in his life, and his reputation spreads far and wide throughout the universe." Lan didn't think Li Ji was praising Thor, but felt that this was more of a mockery. "But I heard from Valkyrie that your way of fighting is to lead the charge every time." It's hard for me to believe that a commander who controls tens of thousands of troops would give up commanding the entire army in charge like an angry wild boar. To be honest, I really doubt the authenticity of your record. Of course, maybe you specifically target those tribes that are easy to fight? By the way, are there any strong men over 1.4 meters tall among your opponents? Lan looked at Li Ji with a surprised look. It was the first time she knew that Li Ji was such a vicious person. Thor was almost on the verge of exploding because of Li Ji's ridicule, but Thor hadn't taken action yet. Because many of the things Li Ji said were too heartbreaking. Li Ji didn't pay attention to the two of them. He just kept talking to himself. "By the way, I just came back from the Ancient One recently. Guess what? Loki won another victory. The frost giants and dark elves were suppressed by him on the border and couldn't make any progress. Well, Loki was your deputy, right? To be honest, I doubt it. Who is whose deputy? I always think that Loki is helping you clean up the mess. What you did was just a mindless pig rush, right? Yes, even when you had divine power before, it was actually not very useful. I think I could find a group of wild boars to give them divine power and put on armor to do what you did. Li Ji said so many sarcastic words in one breath, but every word was heart-piercing. Lan watched Thor go from being full of anger, to softening his momentum, and then to now looking a little decadent. She finally understood why Li Ji could make Thor so obedient. This man is unusually scary, even if he doesn't use violence. So, fatty. What else do you want to say? As a waste, you don't even have the only capital that is worthy of praise. What qualifications do you have to be angry at me, the person who is helping you? Li Ji pushed Thor away and straightened his collar that was messed up by Thor. Are you unwilling to give up? Want to be a truly useful person? Let me tell you, if you still have this kind of thoughts and attitude, even if you get Thor's hammer, you are still a useless Thor. I'm serious. What should I do? What should I do? It seems that Thor has been completely defeated by Li Ji's verbal violence. Get on your bike and go to train first. Instead of thinking about what will happen after you become Thor and return to Asgard, you might as well think about what you can do on Earth in the future. To be honest, Asgard will not make much difference if you have one more Thor, or one less Thor. Li Ji said these words slowly, and Thor did not realize whether the information Li Ji conveyed to him was brainwashing him again. Instead of thinking about how to become a god, you might as well think about how to become a useful person. Compared to Asgard, perhaps Earth needs you more. Li Ji's inner thoughts, well, after repeated brainwashing, you should just stay on Earth. When you become Thor, you will still be very useful. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Please say important things 3 times. Chapter 396 Destroy Your Value. Li Ji's brainwashing education to Thor naturally has his own purpose. Just like what he considered when he formed the Illuminati. Li Ji and Tony want to form an underground organization. But this organization is actually above the governments of various countries. Because the Illuminati will do many things that have a profound impact on the world. But they can't say hello to the government. So this organization is using an underground method to subtly change the world. In the entire complex and sophisticated plan, whether it is the reform of the Earth's political system or the defense and counterattack against alien civilizations, Li Ji thought from the beginning that they needed an outsider as a spokesperson. When Thor appeared in front of Li Ji subconsciously knew. He might have already known who he should find to be a real spokesperson. In any case, Thor is a guy with a strong sense of justice. Regardless of whether his brain is good or not, or whether he has many small problems and habits. But Li Ji feels that all of this can be corrected. The key is whether he can achieve a sense of attachment to the Earth with Thor. In the original movie, Thor was attached to the Earth because of a beautiful doctor. Li Ji thought this setting was a bit stupid. In fact, it was quite stupid. In Li Ji's memory, the various logics in the movie Thor did not make sense at all. And Thor's final acquisition of the hammer was inexplicable. Li Ji never felt that Thor had learned humility from the beginning to the end. He was still as arrogant as before. Now Li Ji didn't know where to find a beautiful doctor to seduce Thor. But Li Ji had his own way. Simple and crude. That is to brainwash Thor. In life, whether you are a human or a god, the most important thing in your life is that you have been pursuing an attitude of being needed by others. This is the value of most people. Whether a person is a madman or a hero, an ordinary person or an extraordinary person, being noticed, affirmed, or even hated by others. It is all based on a most basic physiological and psychological need. That is, your existence in this world is meaningful. For ordinary people, the greatest meaning of living in this world should be family and friends. For some people with lofty ideals, the meaning of life may be to achieve their own goals, whether the goal is good or bad. To put it simply, if a person loses the meaning of life, then this person, God, can basically be said to have lost a motivation to live. For Thor, the vast majority of his life is to live for Asgard. This runs through his entire life. He spreads the reputation of the god of thunder and the glory of Asgard. He fought bloody battles for the Asgard and the king of the gods. He put all his values into the struggle and prosperity of Asgard. Li Ji deeply understands this, and it is precisely because of this understanding. So Li Ji wants to completely crush it all. In fact, Li Ji's personality looks peaceful on the surface, and there are not many characteristics. But looking at what he has done and his various plans, in fact, as long as you think about him carefully, in fact, you will find that this person is a crazy guy. There may be a little bit of madness in Li Ji's character, like the clown in the simple Gotham City. It's just that compared with the chaotic madness of the clown, Li Ji is more inclined to be kind and crazy. From his plan to introduce aliens to set up enemies on Earth and promote political reforms on Earth, to his agreement to join the Illuminati without much consideration, and various other things, it can be seen that Li Ji is a truly crazy person. It's just that his madness is hidden deep in his soul, a place that is difficult for ordinary people to discover. However, being hidden deep does not mean that this madness does not exist. On the contrary, because of his seemingly ordinary personality, he has never really discovered how crazy many of Li Ji's ideas are. Just like everything he is doing now, he is madly crushing the values that Thor has built for so many years. He madly told Thor, "Wake up, fatty. Asgard doesn't need you. You are a waste." With Li Ji's repeated emphasis and Loki's successive victories on the front line, Thor really began to waver. He began to doubt whether his life was just a farce. He always thought that Loki couldn't do without him, but now looking back, maybe he couldn't do without Loki? Those past wars, those battles with various gods. If you think about everything carefully, maybe the person who is really useless is actually yourself. But the actual situation is that Loki has been helping himself. As the eldest prince of Asgard, the son of the king of the gods, and the heir of the title of Thor, have I done really well? Perhaps anyone else with these identities can do the same as me. Maybe even better than me. Thor really wavered in his own value. You must know that no matter whether it is a human or a god, once his faith is shaken, once he feels that his existence in this world is actually unnecessary and worthless, in the heart of any person, God, psychological distortion will occur. Just like many criminals in this world, do many criminals really commit crimes because of objective conditions? Not necessarily. Some people commit crimes just for self-satisfaction, because being hated is also a kind of affirmation of value. At least it is better than no one paying attention to you, as if there is no one like you in this world. Li Ji fully grasped these psychological factors. He trampled all of Thor's former pride and value under his feet and crushed them. Then he brought new glory and value to Thor. Compared to Asgard, maybe the earth needs you more. When people, gods, lose their own values and goals, they can see a ray of light and hope. It is precisely because Li Ji has been brainwashing Thor that Thor has actually begun to slowly accept this setting imperceptibly. Maybe the earth is really more suitable for me than Asgard? After all, Asgard already has Loki, so it doesn't really matter whether I'm there or not. Thor's true inner thoughts? Destroying the value of a person's, God's, existence is creating a new value of existence for him. From a certain point of view, maybe Li Ji is quite like the final villain in some stories. Although Li Ji would not agree with this. Just when Li Ji was training Thor and establishing new values for him, the Asgardian Valkyrie returned to Earth again, and she also brought a message: go to Asgard and talk about the idea of putting dark elves on Earth. There will be another update later. Chapter 397 You're Going to Become the King, Part 3. Li Ji was really shocked by Valkyrie's sudden appearance. He thought that Odin had discovered Thor's abnormality and sent Valkyrie to cause trouble for him. However, the first sentence Valkyrie said put Li Ji at ease: how is Thor recently? It seems that Valkyrie is not worthy of Thor's affairs, which is good news for Li Ji. Valkyrie came directly to the comic company to find Li Ji, and did not even go to the house that she and Thor rented before. It seems that she did not see Thor, nor did she find Thor's current abnormality. Of course it's good, it can be said to be very good. Recently, I have finished my work and am busy helping Thor integrate into the society of ordinary people. Only when he integrates into the society of ordinary people can he learn those good qualities and change his bad habits. Li Ji said without blushing or panting. Maybe he really thinks he is helping Thor. Well, Li Ji may really think so. He doesn't think he is abusing Thor. That's good. Are you free now? Valkyrie didn't seem to delve into Thor's current situation, probably because she and Thor had a very ordinary relationship. After hearing what Li Ji said, she didn't really go to see Thor's current situation, but directly said, if you are free now, come to the Asgard with me. Talk about the Dark Elves. Now, Li Ji's heart was lifted. Could it be that Odin had actually discovered that Thor had turned into Alaska, so he planned to trick him into the Asgard and then give him a chain lightning? Go to Asgard to see Odin? Li Ji asked speculatively. Well, not really. Valkyrie's words made Li Ji's tension just relieved again. In fact, Odin doesn't really want you to appear in Asgard now. Why? Li Ji became nervous again. Could it be that Odin was afraid that he would kill him in Asgard, and it would be difficult to explain to the Ancient One? Liji felt that his heart was a little too stimulated today. Although he felt that he had a clear conscience, if Odin wanted to deal with him, he probably didn't need any special reason. Actually, it's not my fault that I raised Thor like an Alaskan. It was his own choice. Because Odin is afraid that the mother of the gods, that is, the goddess Frigga, will ask you to question her. She is Thor's mother, and she has always cared about Thor. Odin is afraid that after Frigga asks you about Thor's situation, she will be soft-hearted and ask him to release Thor. So Odin doesn't want you to appear in Asgard now. Valkyrie explained. Liji was a little confused. So, does Odin know Thor's current situation or not? So we don't go to Asgard, we don't go to see Odin. Then who are we going to see? Since it's not to see Odin, then where is Valkyrie going to take me? Who are I going to see? Who are I going to talk to about the Dark Elves? Odin has handed over the matter to the current supreme military commander of Asgard, Loki, who is fighting the Dark Elves on the front line. He is now the leader of the entire battle and the person in charge of the entire Asgardian elf front. Valkyrie smiled. So Odin transferred the right to this matter to Loki, because letting the Dark Elves into the earth requires Loki's cooperation. And whether you can persuade Loki to help you is the key to this matter. Odin directly transferred the right to negotiate to Loki, which was both good and bad for Liji. The good thing was that he didn't have to face Odin directly. He was now very afraid of meeting Odin directly. If he accidentally exposed his flaws in Thor's matter, Liji didn't know what would happen to him. The bad thing was that the negotiation partner became Loki. This god of mischief and deception was not so easy to persuade. He was a person who was hard to figure out, and it might take some trouble to get him to help. However, Liji thought of the thunder knife that Loki had asked Valkyrie to give him before. It was a weapon close to the level of a quasi-artifact. Although Liji only used it once. Was the purpose of Loki's previous goodwill to him the same as his original speculation? If it was really the same as he speculated, then the chance of persuading him would be greater. Liji thought about this and found that Valkyrie was standing in front of him waiting for his decision now. Liji felt that some things should be done sooner rather than later. He called Lan directly and told her that he might not be at home in the next few days. At the same time, he told Tony, Peter and others that he was going to the god's domain now, so that they would not be unable to find him when the time comes. He also called home and said that he wanted to go out for a walk in the next few days. If no one answered the phone, it might be that there was no signal where he was. When everything was explained, Liji nodded to Valkyrie, "Let's go now." Valkyrie smiled, and she took Liji directly to the suburbs of New York. The opening of the Rainbow Bridge will make a lot of noise, and we don't want to alarm the human government now. Valkyrie smiled at Liji, and she inserted a crystal made by the elves on the lawn. This can greatly hide the power and strong light emitted by the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge and send us to the Elf Kingdom. Valkyrie shouted to the empty sky. This behavior seems a bit idiotic, but it is a real communication with Heimdall, who is far away in the god's domain. Under the cover of the elf crystal, the Rainbow Bridge opened. Valkyrie and Liji were teleported away from the earth, and in the next second, Liji and Valkyrie came directly to the elf world in the Nine Worlds. Before Liji had time to see how this world was different from the world on Earth, he was pushed by Valkyrie. "Let's go quickly, Loki is very busy now. He is the commander of the entire army and doesn't have much time to meet you. He has been seriously lacking rest recently." Huh? Liji was a little surprised by what Valkyrie said now. You know, the last time I saw Valkyrie, although she said she didn't hate Loki, there was not much respect in her tone. The use of honorifics was only because Loki was Odin's child. And now as she urged him repeatedly, Liji felt that he heard a hint of respect from her tone. How long has it been? 1.5 months or 2 months? Loki won the respect of a Valkyrie? Liji followed Valkyrie's steps forward, and this was a military camp. Asgardian warriors wearing golden armor were everywhere, and in the distance, some people wearing silver armor and carrying long bows with long smooth hair and pointed ears could be seen. Liji guessed that they were elves. But Liji didn't have much time to stop and watch all this, because Valkyrie kept urging him to move faster. In the center of the camp, there was a majestic building. This was a small palace with a white opal as the base, supplemented by gold crystals and moonstones as decorations. The gate of the palace was hung with decorations woven with evening primrose, and the golden wool sent from Mount Olympus was luxuriously laid at the entrance of the palace as a carpet. The wood core of cherry wood and rosewood was carved into gorgeous logos and posted on the gate of the palace entrance. Before he really walked into the palace, Lee Ji was shocked by this extremely luxurious palace. Is Loki really fighting? He's not here for vacation, right? Lee Ji was a little suspicious. Is it really okay for Loki to build such a luxurious palace in the military camp? He is not the king of Asgard yet. Isn't he afraid that the soldiers below will have opinions? A good commander is one who can lead us to victory. Compared to the wars that Thor led us to participate in before, each time we had to pay a huge amount of pensions after the war. As a commander, Loki's expenses are much smaller. An excellent ruler naturally has the right to enjoy the treatment he deserves. Valkyrie seemed to be defending Loki. Loki seemed to have known Lee Ji's arrival for a long time. When Lee Ji had just arrived at the reception room of the palace, for less than half a minute, Loki appeared directly in the reception room. He glanced at Lee Ji, without any greetings or courtesy, as if he didn't know Lee Ji at all, and said directly, "Why should I help you?" The tone was straightforward and concise, and not polite at all. Lee Ji had guessed that Loki was not easy to deal with, so he was prepared. He looked around the guards standing in the reception room. He cast a look at Loki. Loki was a smart man. He knew that Lee Ji was signaling to him that he needed some private space. He waved his hand to let everyone out, including Valkyrie. "Okay, I can say it now. What I say here will not reach the ears of any outsiders." Loki found a sofa made of dragon skin and sat down. This sofa is made of the softest skin on the dragon's belly. After the scales are shed, it takes more than 20 years of nitration before it can be used as leather. It is a very rare and expensive leather. Lee Ji looked at Loki's expression and said bluntly, "I say, what if I can help you ascend the throne of Asgard?" Chapter 398. A different Loki. Lee Ji stood in front of Loki and said seriously, "Compared to Thor, I think you are more suitable to be the king of Asgard." Lee Ji was serious. Thor was brave, but not delicate enough. As a superior, Thor lacked a lot of things. He was too easy to do some abnormal things after getting excited. During this period of contact with Thor, Lee Ji discovered this very clearly. Of course, Lee Ji wanted Loki to take the throne, not simply for the future prosperity and development of Asgard, and the happiness and well-being of the people, such as the great spirit of interstellar friendship. For Lee Ji, Loki's rise to the throne has more practical considerations. If Lee Ji remembered correctly, in his memory, the famous Battle of the Avengers, that is, the Battle of New York. To a large extent, it was started by Loki. Because he could not get the throne and could not accept the reality that he was actually given away by recharging his phone bill. Loki surrendered to Thanos, and he wanted to use Thanos' power to complete his plan to ascend to the throne of Asgard. It was very crazy and violent, and the Earth was the victim of Loki's plan. From various aspects, Loki is actually more suitable for the king of the gods than Thor. He is more wise, courageous, and rational. The only biggest obstacle to his succession is actually his bloodline. He is not of Odin's bloodline. He is a descendant of the frost giant Laufey. It's just that Odin raised him up. How could Odin let a descendant of the frost giant inherit his throne? You know, the war between Asgard and the frost giants has lasted for thousands of years. Except for a short period of correction, the two races have almost never stopped fighting. Lee Ji does not expect to be an enemy of Loki in the future. Because the Loki in this world is much smarter than the Loki that Lee Ji has seen in the movie world. He almost never does anything that will kill him and cause public anger. From the fact that he can win the support and even respect of a group of war gods by commanding the army of Asgard in a short period of time. He is more than 100 times stronger than the Loki in the movie who makes trouble everywhere and is annoying. This Loki really understands how to win people's hearts, and also understands what it means to plan things according to the times. Unlike the fool Loki in the movie story, who only relies on tricks like psychedelic mind to do things. This Loki is more like a real god of lies. He is a real master liar, and the best lie is the truth. This Loki never simply fantasizes that he can rule Asgard by relying on a few illusions and a mind magic. If he really holds this idea, unless the IQ of the gods in Asgard is much lower than Thor. Otherwise, it is impossible for Loki to control everyone so easily. This is the first point that Lee Ji thinks he can help Loki ascend the throne of Asgard, because this Loki does not commit suicide, but takes every step carefully and steadily. And the second point is that this Loki is treated very differently from Loki in the movie story. He discovered it when Loki first met Loki. When he first saw Loki and Kamartaki. Ancient One's attitude towards Loki is obviously much more friendly than Thor. Ancient One even bought Loki quite a lot of electronic products for him to play with. And he also allowed Loki to take out the magic book of Kamartaki to browse and watch. This is impossible for others. Maybe some people will simply think that this is just the love for the child of an old friend. Just like the elders taking care of the younger generation. It is very likely that Ancient One does not know that Loki is not Odin's biological son. Well, assuming that Ancient One does not know all this, but Loki still found a lot of unusual things about Loki. And these unusual things are based on Loki's knowledge that Loki is not Odin's biological child. Remember when I first met Loki, the weapon he was wearing was not his own mind scepter, but a sword of truth. Although Odin said that he gave him the sword of truth to prevent Loki from using his mind magic and liability recklessly on Earth. Because Loki, who holds the sword of truth, cannot make up lies and confuse people. It seems that this reason is very valid, but don't forget. This is the sword of truth. This is the sword of the eternal glory of Asgard, and it is one of the most powerful artifacts in Asgard. Loki learned about the origin of the sword of truth from Thor. This is a divine weapon made by the elves, a gift to those who help the elves to destroy the greedy dragon. Although it may not be as destructive as Thor's thunder hammer, the sword of truth has more strange features. Before Thor got the thunder hammer, Loki had already got a divine weapon of the same level as the thunder hammer. Doesn't Odin have any other way to block Loki's mental magic? Loki thinks there should be, but Odin didn't use it. After all, he can completely lock up all of Thor's divine power, and Loki doesn't believe that he can't deal with Loki. He gave Loki a sword of truth, a genuine divine weapon. Is this to control Loki's ability? Or is it actually a compliment to Loki? In the original Thor series, Loki remembers Loki's treatment. It was really a gift for recharging phone bills. Odin always gives Thor first when there are good things. Loki's treatment is probably not as good as Odin's trusted generals. Odin, this old guy, is very partial. And the sword of truth is not Loki's first artifact. In the communication with Thor and Valkyrie before, Loki knew that Loki still had the mind scepter that caused a lot of trouble in the original story. That was the first weapon he got after he became an adult, and it was a reward from Odin and Frigga. The mind scepter is also a weapon of artifact level. In contrast, the gift Thor got as an adult was a giant axe, and Garmjor was the name of this giant axe. This axe is not even a quasi-artifact, it can only be regarded as a very, very sophisticated weapon made by the dwarves. And Loki has far more artifacts than these two. The boots he wears are from the gift of the elf queen, Fihong boots. Wearing these boots, Loki has the ability to shuttle through space at will and can also fly at high speed. It is not the kind of shuttle that the mages open the door of space, but the ability to come and go silently and instantly. Loki has seen it before, when fighting Venom in the orphanage. Loki's cape comes from the Vanir Vanaheim. This cape can help him to be invisible, phantom, and perform various complex transformations. And his helmet. Loki's helmet is not only a powerful spiritual defense artifact, but also gives Loki the ability to communicate with other creatures. Wearing his helmet, Loki can communicate with any animal. These things are either artifacts or quasi-artifacts. The power of these items is not reflected in the destructive power, but they are quite practical and can bring many changes. Compared with them, Thor is simply shabby. The only artifact that he can get is Thor's hammer. And now this hammer does not belong to him. Compared with Loki, Thor is like a beggar and a prince. In addition, the luxurious small palace that Loki saw, opal, gold crystal, and moonstone are all gem-level stones. But they are used as building materials by Loki at will. The golden wool that is regarded as the best by the goddesses of Asgard and cannot be obtained even if you ask for a coat is used as a carpet by Loki at will. There is also the sofa in front of Loki. Although Loki didn't know what kind of leather it was at first. But after careful observation, he found that the craftsman who made the sofa deliberately retained some dragon characteristics in the leather in subtle places, including armrests made of dragon horns. In myths and stories, dragons are powerful and ferocious creatures, and their leather and dragon horns are quite useful materials. But in Loki's place, they were made into sofas for people to rest. All of this shows that Odin and Frigga are partial to and care for Loki. The tilt of resources is completely unequal to Thor and Loki. And here, it is Thor who suffers, not Loki. If Loki is really Odin's child, then all this can be explained. because favoring the youngest is almost the same for all parents. Loki can be sure that there must be something different between the Loki in this world and the one he knows. It is precisely because of these differences that Loki believes that it is very likely that Loki will really become the king of Asgard. Regarding Loki's situation, I mentioned it in the previous chapter. Especially the part where Loki was captured and imprisoned by Odin after helping Thor escape to Earth. I have already described the luxury of Loki's prison in detail. There will be 3 updates today, so don't worry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Making a Covenant. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about the throne of Asgard? You are just a mortal, not even a voter of Asgard. Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? Loki smiled disapprovingly while sitting on the sofa. It seemed that he didn't think Loki could really help him. But after hearing Loki's words, Loki smiled, because he still heard something from Loki's words, although it was carefully hidden, but Loki had just exposed it unknowingly. So you still want to ascend the throne of Asgard, right? Loki said confidently, you just doubted whether I could help you ascend the throne, but you didn't directly refuse. It proves that you still have a strong desire for the throne, right, Loki? Loki clenched his fists quickly, but soon relaxed. I'm laughing at your arrogance, please don't overinterpret it. Really? But when you entrusted the Thunderblade to Valkyrie to pass it to me, was it really just to thank me for my short-term care for you on Earth, and for my subsequent care for Thor? If Loki was only 50% sure of convincing Loki before, then in the test just now, he had obtained what he wanted to know. Now he was more than 80% sure of persuading Loki. Loki could finally sit opposite Loki and said slowly, I don't think a quasi-artifact weapon is so worthless, otherwise Thor would not charge into battle with only a giant axe. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that Odin wanted to train him. This is just a gift from Asgard, please don't speculate too much. Loki still spoke to Loki as if there was nothing wrong. Really? I thought this was your plan for Thor's matter. I thought it was the advance benefit you wanted to pay for negotiating with me later. Although I don't know how you would come to me in the future if I didn't bring up this matter today. But I really don't think there's a free lunch in the world. Loki shrugged as he sat on the dragon leather sofa. You have told me countless times the importance of equal exchange. This is the principle of transactions between gods. Isn't it the same for believers? Only piety can exchange for God's grace and forgiveness. Loki stared at Loki and said. Roger looked bored and played with his thumb on the sofa. It seemed that he was not interested in what Loki said at all. But Loki knew that maybe what he said had entered Loki's heart. Otherwise, Valkyrie had also said that Loki was very busy now. He simply didn't have so much time to socialize with him about these things. Just like the silverware you collected after you first went to Earth. You told me a lot of stories about the Midgard serpent. I don't know much about these things, and even Thor doesn't know much about them. But I believe you must know those things. Thor once praised you as the smartest person in Asgard. Hearing his brother's praise, Loki showed a dispensable smile, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe we will all be confused by the news of the Midgard serpent, and you even made Thor believe that only he could kill the thing. You even gave your life for it, and you helped him escape from the prison in Asgard. To be honest, it's really smart. Loki praised. You didn't do anything unnecessary. You just cared about your brother as a younger brother and fulfilled his glory. Compared with the entire Asgard, even Odin can't find any flaws in you in this matter. And for this reason, Thor's recklessness will make Odin dislike him even more. And your brotherhood has won the praise of Odin and others. Perfect. For you, perhaps the biggest obstacle to the throne is Thor. He has been the army's forerunner over the years and has led Asgard to victory. He has extraordinary prestige and outstanding military power. And he is also the eldest prince of Asgard. It seems natural for him to inherit the throne. You hardly see any chance. But this world is so coincidental. After you tricked Thor into the mortal world, the dark elves and frost giants came to attack the elven kingdom. And Loki had the opportunity to show his skills. You can prove that you are better than Thor. You can even say that without you, Loki, Thor is a useless salted fish. Loki said these words and his reasoning seemed quite organized. But this is all based on the assumption that Loki really wants to become the king of Asgard, and is also a very forbearing and intelligent person. Liji is not sure whether Loki is the same as he speculated. If the Loki in this world is really a good boy, then everything he conceived may not be true. But what makes Liji feel relieved is that Loki has not expressed any dissatisfaction until now. This means that there is still something to talk about the current situation, and it can even be said that he is still the ambitious Loki. Papa. Loki applauded after listening to what Liji said. Excellent speculation. If Thor is half as smart as you, then I can rest assured. But as you said, since I am so good, then does Thor still have the chance to become king? And you speculate like this, even destroying the relationship between me and Thor. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Believe me, if I kill you with this reason, Ancient One will not blame me. Loki said and gently patted the sword of truth he carried with him. Tell me the truth, Loki. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. Brotherly fratricide is not a good show. I have no objection to you wanting to gain power and realize your ambitions. Liji felt that he had said what he needed to say, and now he should get straight to the point. Asgard needs you. You will lead Asgard to prosperity. Earth needs Thor. The mortal world needs a real god. I don't want to see you and Thor being enemies, and I don't want to be your enemy. It's stupid to be your enemy, and that's not what I want. As you said, you do seem to be very wise now. But even the salted fish will have a day to turn over. If Thor can really let go of his past pride and humbly begin to learn the things he once disdained. When he becomes the god of thunder and knows how to be a king. Do you really have the chance to be king? Liji watched the smile on Loki's face slowly solidify. No matter how ugly Loki's face was, Liji continued, the only way is to let Thor give up becoming the king of Asgard and set a new goal for him. Let the earth become his home. When he doesn't fight with you, you will really have a chance to achieve your ambitions and desire for power. Loki stood up suddenly after listening to Liji's words. He walked to the window of the reception room and looked at the neat army outside the palace. Suddenly, Loki pulled out his sword of truth. Amidst a flash of cold light, a great deterrence came from the sword. Seeing through illusions, there is no darkness. In front of the sword of truth, all false tricks have nowhere to hide. Liji was a little nervous, because this world was very different from the world he knew, and he could not really grasp Loki's thoughts. What he was doing and saying now was a risky thing. Only a small part of what Liji thought of came from the influence of the movies in his previous life, and more of it was obtained from the information about Loki in this world, and then speculated from the perspective of an observer. Loki drew out the sword of truth, and pointed the tip of the sword at Liji, as if you would kill him at any time. You are wrong. Everything I do is not for power and ambition. Huh? Liji was a little surprised. Now that Loki was holding the sword of truth, he could not lie. In other words, this Loki really has no ambition? Liji felt that he was getting ahead of himself. Everything I do, everything. Just to prove that I, the god of lies and mischief, never lose to anyone. My value should not be shelved for some boring reasons. What I think and think, for me, and for Asgard. Loki solemnly swore. Huh? This Loki is really different from what he knew. But although the reasons are different, Liji doesn't care now, because at least the result is the same. This Loki is still thinking about the throne. Do you dare to swear an oath and a lie with me for everything you said? Loki pointed at Liji with his sword of truth, and he looked very serious. He asked Liji to make a covenant with him. Liji was responsible for making Thor sincerely give up the throne and return the remaining value of his life to the earth. And if Thor is within the controllable range and Liji does not breach the contract, Loki will become Liji's ally and help him complete his plan. Because under the effect of the sword of truth, only an equal contract can be proposed. Liji agreed to the contract without any hesitation. Hold the sword of truth and swear an oath with me. Loki held up the sword of truth and motioned Liji to hold the lower end of the hilt. Liji looked at Loki and nodded, then held the sword of truth. But just before Liji was about to follow Loki to read the oath treaty, Liji finally discovered what was different about Loki in this world. And many things that Liji felt he couldn't explain, such as why Odin and Frigga and others favored Loki so much instead of Thor, his own son, had a good explanation at this moment. Because the moment Liji held the sword of truth's ability to break all illusions and phantoms was activated. Liji saw a different Loki. Not the male Loki who looked a little feminine and a little feminine. But a noble goddess with a graceful demeanor and heroic spirit. Loki understood everything at this moment. Loki is a goddess. Loki made a covenant with Ni to become a monkey bartender. Chapter 400 When Luoji was a girl, Part 1, 3 more chapters. The strong smell of blood and frost is like the strong, undispersible fermentation smell in the closed underground wine cellar. It rushes straight into the nose, irritating the lungs in the most pungent and unacceptable way. If you don't like or are not used to this strong smell of blood, when you smell it, I'm afraid your first reaction is to vomit. Just like many people who are not used to drinking, as long as they walk into the underground wine cellar used for fermentation, smelling the alcohol molecules floating in the air, they will feel intoxicated. Frigga has become accustomed to this smell. As Odin's wife, she has become accustomed to the strong and indissoluble smell of blood that her husband carries with him every time he returns from a battle. Sleeping peacefully in the cradle is her son, Thor, who is less than 3 years old. He is much stronger than ordinary children, and he is also more active and likes to make trouble. It is rare to see him sleeping so quietly and cutely. It is the wish of every mother that her children grow up safely and healthily. Frigga is a little dissatisfied with Odin's appearance in Asgard in such a grand manner. Because the strong smell of blood on him and the frost breath left over from the battle with the frost giants just now would hurt the young Thor. Frigga stood up from the cradle, and she had seen her husband Odin walking slowly towards her. Frigga knew that the meaning of this war was different. In the war with the frost giants for so many years, the Asgard suffered a lot. Although the frost giants were not very civilized, they were born with powerful frost magic. Almost every frost giant born was a strong man. So although the number of frost giants has never been large, they are extremely difficult to deal with. This war is the strongest comprehensive war that has erupted in so many years. Odin once said before that as long as this war is won, at least it can bring decades or even hundreds of years of peace to Asgard. Odin's image is not that of a king who has returned from a great victory. His helmet has a broken corner, and his armor is full of traces of battle. There is still some unwashed blue blood on his lightning scepter, which belongs to the frost giants. Frigga frowned and said, "Odin, be careful not to disturb Thor." Frigga drew a line in front of her with her hand, and a golden line appeared under Odin's feet. Odin stopped helplessly. "Our child is not that fragile, Frigga. He can't even stand the smell of blood. Growing up smelling blood, I don't think it's good for the child. It will make him very violent when he grows up." Frigga did not compromise at all. She walked in front of Odin and motioned Odin to stay away from Thor's cradle with her. At the same time, Frigga casually set up a magic circle for Thor's sleeping place to avoid disturbing him. "The war is won, right, my majesty?" Frigga looked at Odin, who was a little embarrassed, but did not find any real big wounds after using magic to check, and she smiled slightly. "Yes, we won." Odin didn't look very happy, which made Frigga a little puzzled. She asked, "What's wrong, my majesty?" "It's just a small thing, but I have to do it. I don't know if I should kill her, but when I saw her, I really couldn't do it." Odin's tone was a little hesitant, and he stretched out his left hand that had been covered by the cloak. In his strong and muscular arms, a young baby was sleeping quietly. She lay quietly in Odin's arms, and her peaceful sleeping posture was very cute. "Oh my god, who is this?" Frigga felt a familiar breath from the child. "The prince of the frost giants, and also my niece." Odin's face showed a look of reminiscence. "This is the child of my sister and the frost giant. Note 1, I don't know if I should kill her. Because of that damn political marriage, my sister married Laufey. Note 2, her birth was a mistake. But I don't know what to do." Odin's eyes flashed with hesitation, and lightning flashed on his hands, as if he would strangle the young baby in the cradle at any time. Frigga quickly snatched the baby from Odin's arms. She glared at Odin fiercely. "Don't even think about doing anything to her. Look at what a beautiful little angel she is." The baby girl had just woken up because of Frigga's actions. She opened her big eyes, and her black and white eyes were clearly cute and lovely like a baby. She didn't look shy at all. Frigga used her fingers to tease the baby girl's little face, and she giggled. She also grabbed Frigga's fingers with her little hands and wanted to put them in her mouth to suck. Frigga fell in love with the baby girl in an instant. "You can't touch her, Odin. Since Asgard has made a mistake, it shouldn't make it a second time. Do you really want to kill our niece? But she is a descendant of the frost giants." "If..." Odin was still a little hesitant. "There is no if, Odin. From today on, she is our daughter." Frigga picked up the baby girl and kissed her several times. It seemed that she liked the baby girl very much. Even better than her naughty son. But how do you explain the sudden appearance of a daughter? Odin looked at Frigga's determination and knew that he could not change her mind. And Odin really couldn't bear to do anything to little baby. What's more, this little baby was the only blood of his sister, and his sister was already dead. Was he going to kill her daughter as well? Odin was not so cold-blooded. Frigga kissed Odin's cheek. Odin, you must be tired after so many years of fighting. Come and live in the summer palace with me for a few years. Stay away from those complicated things. Even as a god, you will get tired sometimes. You are tired, and Asgard is tired too. After this battle, everyone needs to rest. When we come back from the summer palace, we can announce to the voters of Asgard that we will have a second child. Frigga whispered her thoughts. Odin glanced at Frigga, then at Thor who was still sleeping, and at the giggling baby girl. Finally he nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, Frigga. Frigga hugged Odin and leaned her head on Odin's broad shoulders. Have you thought of a name for this child? Odin nodded. She will become the most dazzling goddess in Asgard in the future. I will name her Loki. Note 1. In the Norse story, Odin and Loki's biological mother had an old relationship. I adapted this matter and changed Loki's biological mother to Odin's sister. Note 2. In the Norse story, Laufey is the name of Loki's mother, and his father's name is Farbeauty. But in the well-known Thor movie, Loki's father was set to be named Laufey. Here I follow the Marvel setting to make everyone more accustomed to it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.